All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the expo in exactly 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, we're starting the expo.
InstructFX is providing free consultation and free education, not investment advice, guys. We are not giving investment advice.
This is where the problem lies. Is
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Binary options, when they came out, were actually, I believe, a legitimate investment or trading vehicle.
The United States that's actually looking at it. So it's all about having some framework for electronic monitoring of systems. That is very important.
For me, that is where the difficult question is going to come in, under what asset class is going to fall under.
And that's, there's a lot of good people there, but there are a lot of people who are sitting, taking it easy.
It will just get messed up. Also, look where we are now. They're printing the hell out of the dollar. All of them were messed up.
It's been like Scotland the last 2 months, I tell you. It's been raining literally every day until 3 days ago.
This is where the problem lies.
So naturally, yes, we will still see these crazy moves.
Yes, regulations needed, it's welcomed.
Retail traders don't necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So
all of them were messed up.
And also, as I say, as the pension funds and all the asset managers come in, and the real retail money, they're going to come in a safer environment.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
Necessarily understand the big volatility, trading 1 to 5 leverage, and accounts get blown up. So B-book brokers love it.
Are we going to do both? Are we going to just migrate to cryptos? What's going to happen next?
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This is where the problem lies.
Bitcoin fixes this problem.
This was it from my side today. Join me again tomorrow for a new round of market talks. If you like what you see, like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. And remember to trade responsibly, and may all your trades be in the money.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Forex Expo 2022. This is another exceptional event organized by Finexpo at the amazing Park Lane Hotel in the amazing Limassol, Cyprus. It is an absolute thrill to be here today and share the room with such high-caliber industry professionals like MetaQuotes. Let's give it up for MetaQuotes, everyone. My entire career, I wanted to work for you guys, but you never called. Now it's too late. Right, ladies and gentlemen, who knew what would happen if you mix a red pepper with a $100 bill? You get more red peppers and more $100 bills, and on top of that, a successful international brokerage. Let's give it up for Naga Markets, everyone. Right, moving on. Of course, the ones without none of us would have a company or a client. E-commerce marketing that makes you more money. AdRoll. Let's give it up for AdRoll, everyone. Right, also, let's not forget Finexpo, which did an amazing job organizing this amazing event once again. They could have done better on the presenter, I tell you, but here we are. For 3 Bitcoins, you might get Mario Draghi. For 0.00, it doesn't even matter. This is what you get. Now, we've all woken up. I'm Andrew Marina, founder and CEO at Dot Financial News. And I'm also a YouTuber, content creator, former Forex employee, ladies and gentlemen. And when I started in the industry, I had hair 10 years ago. And also, I have a bigger passion for the financial markets than Elon Musk has for Bitcoin. The only difference between me and Elon Musk is that 10 years ago, I knew I was in love with the financial markets. And him and I also pay rent where we live. Apart from that, very similar. Now, we're also broadcasting live on YouTube, guys, on Finexpo's YouTube channel. So big shout out to everyone watching us online. Wherever you are, good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Like, share, subscribe, and support us in delivering more great content. We are honored to have such amazing audience today. And to show you that it's not all about us or the guys bragging here, it's about you as well. We have 6 cases of delicious champagne for you, ladies and gentlemen. 6 cases. There is a catch to it, though. You're gonna see some bells here on the side tables. When the time comes to ask questions, if your question absolutely impresses the panelist, they will give you the golden buzz, just like America's Got Talent. And one of our little helpers will bring you the bottle of champagne. How is that for a start of the morning? And we're all people in the industry. I mean, we know most companies start drinking at 10 o'clock in the morning, don't they? Right. Are we ready to start the expo, ladies and gentlemen? Yes? All right. Before we start the expo, we have to invite 4 people to say a few words, because why not? They paid for it, innit? So let's invite Marios Tannousis at Invest Cyprus. Ben Bilski, founder and CEO at Naga Markets. Graham Byrne, head of sales at Adroll. Yes, please. And the last but not the least, Tony Spiro at MetaQuotes. Gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for joining us. The expo starts with you. So the stage is yours if you would like to say a few words for the opening.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, on behalf of the Invest Cyprus, the national organization for promoting Cyprus as a foreign investment destination. We welcome you all. Physical presence here, but also our audience online. It's a pleasure to be here, and we would like to help you, support you in all your business ventures and investments into Cyprus. Thank you.
Marios Tannousis, everyone. Benjamin Bilski.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. On behalf of Naga, also wish you already a very successful day ahead here to network. Super happy and proud that we are a gold sponsor. I'm inviting you also to our booth, our beautiful booth, to learn a bit about how we combine social media and investing, which these days is a very exciting topic. And yes, I'm super happy and proud as well that we established a very successful brand in Cyprus. We love Cyprus. We have close to 250 people here already. And yeah, once more, learn a bit about Naga, and a very good day ahead to everyone watching. Thank you.
Ben Bilski, everyone.
Morning, folks. Hope everybody's doing well. My name is Graham. I'm head of sales for Adroll across EMEA and APAC. For those of you that don't know Adroll, we work with a huge number of Forex clients over the last number of years, big, small, and different, the likes of FX Pro, XM. But apart from that, the clients that we like working with most would be kind of the smaller, ambitious, newer players to their market who are literally looking to put a stake in the ground, develop huge market share, and really penetrate the market. So we have a stand at the end of the hall. Please come over, don't be a stranger, say hello. We can walk you through exactly how we do that through our programmatic display advertising. My colleague Bram Dion, who's our head of customer support, he's going to be doing a session in the workshop just outside, which is kicking off 1 minute ago. It'll be in a few minutes. He's going to be talking about attribution and really how you allocate your budgets effectively in this market. As I said, we work with a huge number of Forex clients, so you get some huge value off the back of that. So as I said, don't be a stranger. Please come down to the Adroll booth at the end of the hall, and look forward to meeting each and every one of you today. So I hope everybody gets some value out of it. Thank you.
Graham Byrne and Adroll, everyone. Let's give it up. Gentlemen, thank you ever so much. Now, let the games begin, they say. Right. We're going to start with the first panel of the day. All right. Thank you. I'll see you all in a few minutes when the time comes. Thank you. Stay there. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, years back, when foreign investors heard the word Cyprus, they were thinking fiscal paradise. Is that still the case? That is the question. And we're going to start the day with the first panel. We're going to start on the legal side and on the regulation side with 4 distinguished guests. We have Marios Tannousis on the stage. So my next guest for the panel will be Christiana Aristidou, founder and CEO at Christiana Aristidou LLC. There she is. Good morning, Christiana. Xenia Neofitou, managing director at CX Financial Limited. Good morning, Xenia. And we also have Nicolas Xenofontos, managing director at Salvos Funds. Good morning, Nicolas. Kalimera. Right. How are you guys doing, first of all? How are you doing?
Hello. Hello. We're all good. How are you?
Excited, to say the least. Right, so in terms of licensing and new Forex brokerages, how does the spectrum look in 2022 in comparison to the previous years, guys? Because from the supply and demand perspective, did you see any acceleration or deceleration towards Forex licenses?
It's open? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start first. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for organizing this event. It's a pleasure to be here again. It's the second time I'm here with the Expo, which is organized here in Cyprus. And it's wonderful to speak about the industry, the trends, and what is happening in Cyprus. And indeed, this first panel is a very interesting one because we're going to talk about Cyprus, what are the benefits for people to come here. And hopefully, by the end of the discussion, we'll show these highlights. And I'm happy to be here with people that are indeed at the forefront of the industry. So it's a pleasure again to be here, and I hope we will give a very good introduction to the people. Shall I start, or shall
Pleasure
I give
to have you here.
Shall I answer your question? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay, so your question was, what's the trend in the last years?
Is there a comparison?
Yes, I would say that, yeah, there is interest. I mean, if we take it, there have been a lot of changes, and myself, I'm in consultancy, and when there are changes, this is where consultants are needed. So there have been a lot of changes. We have seen MiFID II, which affected a lot of the industry. We have seen the COVID. We have seen Brexit. All of these things change the spectrum, but I would say that these things are positive. They have created positive environment as well for Cyprus. I mean, for example, when we had the changes in MiFID II, a lot of people said, is there going to be an interest for European license, for Cyprus licenses? But indeed, I would say there that the interest change is Cyprus, it's about the global footprint that it has, not so much about getting a license here for European clients, but it's about the European footprint, and we will elaborate definitely more as we go. Also, COVID, a lot of people went online. The whole market has differentiated their products. They are now offering better products, online, user experience. We can elaborate again more how this changed. I mean, from the traditional model of the Forex, where let's say they had high leverage and all of that, and with the MiFID, all these changes, it's a positive effect, I would say, and we can discuss more about that. All of these changes are positive. And also, we had a lot of Brexit interest here in Cyprus. So yes, I would say I'm positive, and in the Forex industry, and generally for Cyprus. And I'm looking forward to elaborate more.
That is brilliant to hear. Now, in terms of licenses, what sort of licenses does Cyprus offer apart from the FX and crypto?
There are many, different licenses. I mean, if we're talking also about the specific industry, we have the licenses that are also issued by the Central Bank of Cyprus. We have which is of interest to the market, the electronic money institutions, the payment service provider license. We have the fiduciary licenses as well, which cover the corporate sector. And then, depending, but for the industry, yeah, these are the most interesting, of interest, the financial services, the electronic, the banking, and the list goes on. There are many. Yes.
All right. Now, what are the latest licenses Cyprus provides on the crypto front? Because recently, I know there was some changes and some announcements on the crypto front.
Shall I only answer?
Whoever has the answer.
Can I take this one?
Okay, because okay, so we can do a conversation.
The latest development in terms of licensing is not an actual license, it's a registration. It has to do with crypto asset services provision. And to add to your previous question about what do we see in 2022 and supply and demand. There is phenomenal demand for that particular registration. The acronym is CASP, and this is how it's going to be known. It's an ante-chain pair into licensing, which we expect that it will come in full force in this year, probably next year. But that's the biggest driver of demand. And also, again, adding to the previous point, we have benefited significantly, if we can say that word, from Brexit. Many big groups have given Cyprus a vote of confidence in establishing their European license branch in Cyprus. And as Xenia said, remaining global players through the Cyprus jurisdiction. But the newest license, it's actually registration, and it's about crypto assets.
All right, thanks for that. Now, I'm going to go legal this time.
Thank you.
A few months back, there was a circular that the UBOs of Cyprus firms have to be made public. Can you please tell us when does that apply and where does that apply? Europe, Asia, US, worldwide?
First of all, thank you for inviting me here today. I see some familiar faces down on the floor, and I'm glad to see these people here. Hello, everyone. As regards the legal question you posed on the UBO's registry, we had this deadline by the middle of March 21, and then they said for 1 year we would be enabled, they would allow us to deposit the required each time details in this registry, which is with the Register of Companies, as you know. Then they postponed. So they postponed to July 21. So now I suppose that the 12-month period has also been postponed. So they will be publicly available after July 22. So at this point, the public is not allowed to get any information, but this will change very soon. I mean, within 3-4 months, I expect to see this change. So currently, they provide that authorities will be able to take information, obliged entities under captured by the AML5 as it currently stands, and the public. So if the question is if the public will have access, yes, they will have access after the deadline.
Oh boy, it means I have to change my company once again. Okay, no problem. And talking about this, is Cyprus still a friendly environment for financial firms, guys?
Why you use the word still? Why you use the word still? The word still changes your question, Andrew. It has always been friendly, and it will remain not just friendly, but Cyprus now is innovative. Yes. And Marios can tell you more about this. I mean, the regulators. I mean, my experience, what I share here stems from the fact that I'm both advisor to Forex companies and trainer. So I'm an accredited trainer in Cyprus. That's why I know many people here, because I have trained them. They have trained with me. And regulators also have trained with me. So both CySEC and the central bank. So what I'm here to say today is that there is no issue with whether Cyprus is friendly. Cyprus is innovative. The regulators are looking forward to be more innovative. Recently, we saw the recent call by CySEC we discussed this yesterday, 2 days ago, the call that CySEC made for the sandbox. So they are creating the sandbox. This is an amazing development, and I'm sure they will do it, because in a CySEC, with CySEC, and the central bank, and of course other authorities that are working on these investment, in general, investment regimes. They are innovative. At least many professionals in there are really good, and they care, and they are innovative. So we will see many changes, and if you allow me later, I will tell to people, because they are here to gain some value out of this conversation, so I will share some innovative regulations, upcoming regulations that we expect to see soon.
I am looking forward to that. Right, now what incentives does Cyprus offer for new companies?
I think, Mari, that's yours.
Hold on, we're going to fix it now.
Hello?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I will just highlight for our audience the main incentives, and I would like to confirm what was said before. Cyprus is an attractive jurisdiction, and the government is making all the steps and measures to continue in this direction. Just a few slides, 1-2 minutes to highlight for the audience that don't know what we are doing and how we can help foreign investors. As mentioned, we are from the Invest Cyprus, the national organization for promoting and attracting foreign investment. Can we move to the next slide, please?
We have the remote somewhere. Hold on a second. There we go.
Thank you. The mandate of Invest Cyprus basically is threefold mandate: promotion, facilitation, and advocate reform. Meaning that we not only promote, but we talk to companies that are looking forward to establish and set up business in Cyprus, or invest in local ventures or in greenfield investments. We also advocate reform, meaning we analyze the legal framework, and we do make suggestions to the lawmakers for making the legislation where it affects foreign investment more friendly, in order for foreign investors to set up with ease and have their ventures grow out of Cyprus. Some of the incentives that we are offering at the present time, and why Cyprus, as you can see here, easy access to talent, very important. The latest round of incentives announced 15th of October 2021, which is applicable from the first of the year 2022, makes the talent attraction from non-EU countries possible. So companies from non-EU countries can set up easily in Cyprus with a fast-track procedure and bring also their key talent, their staff here in Cyprus. And we also secure a fast track for the employment permits of the key people that will be employed in Cyprus. So this is a very important incentive. Access to markets, we are at the center of, if we add European Union, MENA, Middle East, North Africa, very important markets. Just an example, Egypt, which is very close to us, has a population of more than 100 million people. All in all, we are in the center of a market close to 1 billion people. And with excellent relations with the countries in the region, being a full member of the European Union, as well as a full member of the British Commonwealth, and also excellent ties with all the countries in Middle East and North Africa. Excellent regulatory infrastructure, as already mentioned, the attractive tax regime that already exists, and the ease of access to financial markets. Moving forward, the low cost of doing business. If you benchmark Cyprus versus other EU jurisdictions, definitely there is a significant saving in terms of costs. And last but not least, the high quality of life. I think for those that are already here in Cyprus operating for some years, you appreciate the safety which is present in the country, and the high quality lifestyle offered to professionals and very importantly to the families. Moving a bit forward, but not staying much here, the new relocation incentives, you can see them on the slide. These are very important incentives that have been passed by the government. And I have to assure you that the government is working on additional incentives to make sure that we are staying competitive and keep attracting and helping and facilitating foreign companies to set up in Cyprus. Technology is a priority sector for us. Tech-related companies are very important for us, and we would like to work closely with the private sector and the government and the different bodies to create the vision, and is already being created, for Cyprus being an international tech hub. And that includes blockchain and the cryptocurrencies. And as already announced before, CySec, the regulator, is already inviting companies to use their innovation sandbox to test technologies and make sure that this will be at some point licensed, provided they meet the rules and regulations. Moving to the next slide. Here you can see our team, the so-called headquartering, business ventures relocation or setting up of offices team at Invest Cyprus. Any one of our colleagues, myself, or the whole team of Invest Cyprus is at your disposal of investors that are looking to come to Cyprus or are considering Cyprus or want to know more about Cyprus, but also to existing investors that are here. But we are also at the disposal of service providers to talk with the service providers, with investors, to help you grow, establish, and flourish in Cyprus. Thank you.
What a presentation, guys. What an answer. Come on. Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. You can tell how much Marios loves Cyprus and loves doing business in Cyprus. All right. Now, cryptos.
Andrea, before you go to cryptos,
yes,
I want to add here something, because what Marios says about the Cyprus government and Invest Cyprus and helping the service providers, I have to share something with you from practical experience. Actually, during the last month, we have been working closely with Invest Cyprus and the Business Facilitation Unit, and we are very happy to have registered a tech company here in Cyprus. Within almost 2 weeks, we had the company registered. We had it get the immigration visa permits. They registered the first employee, and we are open the bank account. So
that would have been my question.
Yes. So I would say people and Cyprus is giving incentives, and it has changed. The business model has changed. And let's say, because also of the COVID, I've seen it myself. Even the government has digitalized a lot of things. They are, you can do a lot of things in electronica and all of that. So they help people, they help the industry. Also, the banking crisis. And during all this year, all these factors that affected the island, we've seen the service provider and the government change the offering. And we are not only a fiscal island, as you mentioned initially, or an island that is for the sun and everything. Of course, we have the human talent, which is a very big asset. We have the infrastructure, and businesses see that. They see the safeness, the resilience of the economy, and we see technologies companies coming, all the Forex industries coming, and many other people that want to set up foot here. And there are a lot of opportunities. I'm very positive about the future. And I see that, like I said, the business model has changed, and we are giving a lot of incentives in many sectors. The growth sector of Cyprus has changed into different fields. We have the financial services. Now we are growing strong with the funds industry, which is another upcoming offering. The financial services has been always, strong here. And technology companies and many other sectors. So I'm very positive about the future. Yes.
Yes, very, very nicely said. Now, I'm stuck on cryptocurrencies, and Forex, of course. Are there any synergies between Forex firms and crypto companies? guys. What are the synergies?
Can I take this one?
There are any? Please do.
So there was a decision by SciSec to introduce this CASP framework we talked, but to protect investment firms from any unknown risks that cryptos might bring about. And for this, they have chosen to stipulate that an investment firm, a regulated investment firm, which usually are Forex companies, Forex businesses, cannot be a CASP, a crypto asset services provider. Although they did that, they, at a discretionary basis, said we can utilize group resources. So if a Forex brokerage wishes to also apply for a CASP, they should become a separate company, and they can utilize existing talent. What we're seeing is that the skill set, the disciplines that Forex brokerages have in-house are pretty much transferable into the CASP industry, into the crypto industry. There are some specific things that don't exist in the online trading world of Forex, but there are many more things that there are big overlaps. So there are synergies in marketing, there are synergies in maintaining a very robust technical infrastructure, there are synergies in understanding how to approach the different audiences. So we see in practical terms, there are a lot of synergies between Forex businesses and crypto services.
All right. Do you want to add anything, Ksenia?
Yeah, I agree with the statement made, and also yes, there are synergies. I believe the Forex industry, it has been traditionally here. The crypto is new, but I think, and also I believe also Christiana can add, because it's based on crypto on the blockchain. And it's the new trend, the new technology, the blockchain. It's not only the crypto, it's that it is based on the blockchain. And there are a lot of solutions for the Forex brokers through the blockchain. And we are going to see that more in the future. And I see, yes, the Forex brokers can learn and can adapt their offering as well. For the crypto, but definitely there are a lot of new things to learn from the blockchain technology.
Of course.
And here I will give if Christiana wants to add, I'm sure you want to add something about the blockchain.
Thank you. I agree with Nicolas and Ksenia. I would just add that, yes, I have been involved in such synergies. I mean, advising on the leveraging of smart technology. This is what Forex need. So last time we were here, we shared that it's not only about getting into the crypto market, but it's about leveraging not only blockchains, artificial intelligence and machine learning and all the relevant data. I mean, data is the oil, and we keep saying this. So they are doing it. Forex are doing it. So I hear some concerns on how Forex perform. I'm very optimistic because I have this experience and I see they are getting educated, they are working on synergies, and they're working on those we call interdependencies. These are IT companies that help Forex leverage technologies, and with regard to these companies, we will see some regimes coming because right now regulators are unable to supervise such IT technology companies that offer services to Forex companies. So what we will see is the filling of this gap with the upcoming regimes that we are expecting to see soon.
Very well said. Talking about soon, what to expect this year and onwards from the industry? Please
yes.
do.
Within the next 2 years, amazing changes will take place in relation to many regimes that will foster the Forex industry, will boost the Forex industry, and I'm very optimistic about this, as I said before. So what are these changes? First of all, we will see the AML6. AML6 is not yet in place.
You're scaring me now.
Is a proposal. Yes, AML6 is just a proposal at this time, at this point. We will see AML6 replacing not the AML5, but the AML4, because as you know, the AML5 amended the AML4. It didn't replace it. So the 6 AML will replace everything. It is coming up next year or within 1.5 years from now, I guess, I predict. So we will see AML6 with its 4 different legislative package. It's a package with 4 different legislations. So we will see the establishment of a money laundering supervisory authority in the EU. We do not have one now. So this authority will coordinate the national authorities. So it will be good because it is the first time we are getting established a money laundering authority in the EU. Also, we are going to see a directive, a regulation, and also with regard to transactions, we are going to see some other regimes that replace older regimes. So that's the AML6. Another thing is the Digital Market Act and the Digital Services Act, if you want to take note. So this is also in the upcoming educational training courses that we have covering this DMA and DSA, Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act. These 2 are coming in 2023. Then we have DORA. DORA is the Digital Operational Resilience Act. That will be coming very soon, and that is a great regulation that will also affect investment companies and generally the financial services industry. What else we have? I mean, we have the DLT pilot regime that is expected to be up and running soon. Why this may interest Forex companies? It may because of the fact that Forex are entering the crypto space, and when you enter the crypto space and when you want to register tokens, you want to register cryptos on venues, on market venues, secondary markets, this DLT pilot regime will capture you. Then you need to know about it as well. What else? Is the blockchain law? Of course, it's not here yet, but as I shared the last time, I've worked on this law personally with my team, and we submitted relevant changes and proposals and amendments. The reason I believe the government is delaying, I mean the Ministry of Finance is delaying this law, is because they want to see how meager the market in crypto asset services regulation is developing, because we don't have the latest and the final wording content. It remains to be seen. I mean, they're discussing capturing NFTs as well, and most of the people believe NFTs are utilities, for example. They may not, depending on where they are built. So maybe we will discuss this in the blockchain fest soon. But anyways, these are the most important legislation that is coming. And as I said before, together with the sandbox that CySEC is. And hopefully we will see the central bank joining CySEC, Mariamo, yes, in this effort on the sandbox establishment. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Very, very well said. Very well said. So talking about this, Mr. Tannousis, when are they going to join forces? The central bank and the...
Central bank and CySEC, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I know that they are discussing, they are looking into ways to offer solutions. We cannot tell because they will announce it when they are ready. But as Invest Cyprus, we assure you that there is very serious work done by both to offer solutions to the market and to help the market grow. And we expect it, as already said, soon. We are working also in that direction as facilitators, and we should be seeing announcements coming up.
I would love to mediate that meeting if it happens.
Well, it's challenging and we have to accept it. We have to accept that banking the way we know it for hundreds of years is changing fast. If we see the rate by which online payment platforms get clients, it's amazing, you know. So it takes some time. It's logical for the banks to be able to innovate, but they are innovating, and we are confident that they will be offering the solutions needed for the market to grow. And I have to also highlight here that there are also already solutions offered from alternative sources, you know, of payments that seem to work. But we aspire and look forward to the banking also solutions specifically for the blockchain and crypto markets.
Exactly. Right, guys, who wants a bottle of champagne? There we go, there we go. Right, it's bubbly, it's ice cold, it's fizzy, you're gonna love it. So, if any one of the panelists has something more to add, do it now, or we're gonna go to the Q&A. We're gonna start opening champagne bottles, guys. All right, so if the little helpers are here to help us with the microphone for the questions, there we go. Who has questions, guys? Who has questions? Come on, put your hands up. There we go, we have a question over there. And distinguished panelists, if the question absolutely amazes you, you have a bell next to you, ring the bell, give them the golden buzz, and our helpers will send them a bottle of champagne.
Andrew, you are amazing.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I have a question related to the crypto asset business providers. One of the most difficult issues that we face with our clients when they intend to establish their business in Cyprus, it's the banking issue, the account opening, basically. Now, we expect that the central bank will also cooperate with the SAISEC on that issue, because it's, apart from operational, it's also affecting their business at a great extent. So I would like to know what's your opinion on that issue, please.
Amazing question.
Yes, we have the first bottle of champagne, guys. I would have done it if you wouldn't.
But she should gain the bottle of champagne.
There we go, a bottle of champagne.
Yes. Should I reply?
Yes, please.
So yes, what you have raised is a concern. Is a concern, but as I've heard recently, there are some banks already accepting opening accounts when the AML manual is awesome. So if you have companies with awesome AML manuals on crypto, then you should dare to apply, because they will go through, and if they are satisfied with your approach, let's say on Zcash or Monero or Verge, and what you do with respect to that particular product, because as you know in the AML manual, you should list each one of your products, and then you should apply the risk-based approach on each and every product. Therefore, it's not a holistic approach. Therefore, you will see soon some of the applications will be not rejected, but they will be returned for these reasons, for fixing the AML manual. So, and some other documents, depending on where they are affected by the AML manual. So, this is why we advise companies that plan to register as crypto asset service provider not to use their AML documents that have already in place. They are not the proper ones. So that is the reason. So replying to your questions, as all of us are getting better in this drafting, because we don't know everything. I mean, we are educating ourselves. We are practicing on that. As the time passes and we get better, and all of us get better, then we will see the banks relaxing and they will open. I know a bank, I don't want to share the name, but I know specifically a bank that has recently opened an account for a crypto asset service provider. Thank you.
Oh, you're going to put them in trouble now. You're going to get them in trouble.
Christiana, you're very right. And it's something that I like the part that Christiana said. We're all going to become better in drafting better AML manuals that are going to make banks in turn feel more confident that we actually follow what we say in those AML manuals and procedures. But just to add, in the meantime, we are all using EMIs. So the stepping stone until we reach the banking acceptance stage is using EMIs. But I'd like to emphasize that Christiana's point on making awesome AML manuals is key here.
Right, any other questions, guys? Because I do have a question on this one. Anyone? There we go, there we go. Let's see if you get another bottle of champagne.
Yeah, good morning. I have a question about European Parliament is about to vote today, I think, on the proposal of crypto. Because I read in Twitter of Coinbase CEO that he said that we should not allow it because all the crypto wallets will be required to pass information about every transaction of every holder. So if I send, for example, 10 euros, the Coinbase or other wallets will be required to send information to the authorities. So even banks don't do that, I think. What do you think about that? Maybe you know more about this proposal. And is it good for privacy or is it good at all?
Very good question. Who wants to answer?
Does anyone want to reply?
I don't have a buzzer, but can someone keep it?
You want a buzzer? There you go.
Yeah. Champagne for you.
There we go. Another bottle of champagne, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. And it's only, what is it, 10 o'clock in the morning. Can you imagine by lunchtime? We're going to be wasted.
To be honest, I don't know about this particular vote taking place today, and I don't know the exact wording or what it stipulates within. But logically thinking and knowing how cryptos work, we will. I think what you described sounds very, very traditional. That works for, let's say, fiat money, evidence, and all these things. But where we're heading with crypto transactions is the know your transaction regime, because blockchain is public. Transactions are not anonymous. They have a pseudonym. We can still track everything you did online as long as we know the wallet they're coming from. So what I expect, and again, I don't know the exact voting and the wording used within, but I don't think that's a scalable direction, or that's the direction that EU is going to go. I think they're going to utilize blockchain technology that allows for full transparency of transactions. Pseudonymous, yes, but you can still link that pseudonym to an actual person through proper KYC, and that's how I would imagine it would go. Enjoy your champagne.
All right. Okay, 2 bottles of champagne already. Does anyone have any more questions, guys? No? We good? There we go. The gentleman over there. Our little angel is coming.
Hi. I've noticed that especially the bigger companies in the FX space They sort of, as they get bigger, when they get to a certain volume, let's say, they change jurisdictions and prefer to be licensed in other jurisdictions. My question is, and I've seen this trend, it's sort of a trend, it's not nothing, there's no mass exodus out of Cyprus, but it's sort of a trend in the big name categories. My question is there anything that Cyprus can do to, or CySec, sort of counter this, or any steps to make CySec licensing more prestigious as opposed to, the UK or other jurisdictions?
Xenia?
I will give champagne.
Another
anyway.
bottle of champagne. Unbelievable, guys. Luckily, we got 6 cases. Go on, Xenia.
Okay, so your question initially was about the trend of going offshore licenses, right? And I would rephrase it a bit. It's not about being prestigious. Actually, CySec, Cyprus, like FCA regulators in the industry are one of the most prestigious. So in terms of if you want to do banking or all of that, it's much easier to have in a regulated jurisdiction under MiFID, under this regulation. So it is prestigious, and a lot of people that are having offshore licenses, they have problems with banking, and they start
So comparing tier 1 regulators with tier 1 regulators.
So do you have any comparison? I mean, one trend that I would see is that, yes, the last couple of years, a lot of people surrendered their license because they were the traditional brokers, let's say, they were working on the high leverage model and all of that. But I think this model, anyway, it's becoming a history. It's becoming outdated because we see brokers that they care for their customers. They don't want to burn them because it's all about that, the high leverage. You take the clients and they, I mean, the idea is they take high risk and they burn very quickly. The actual industry, the serious players are differentiate their model, and they want their users to come and stay and give them a different experience, and the online facilities and all of that. So the model is changing, and what we've seen, if you're referring to the brokers that left the island, is because they were the traditional brokers that were call centers, or they were high leverage ones, which is not the model. It's not the trend. And we've seen also offshore jurisdictions starting to put leverage. So I think the MiFID regulation is very well under, it has a lot of history. It's about protecting investors, and a lot of offshore jurisdictions started putting measures in their legislation to protect the investors. So yeah, I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
All right. Now, the last question, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has any more questions on the first panel, legal and regulation. Any brave people? No? There we go. Let's see if the bell is going to ring once again. About regulation, okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is
morning.
Nicoletta. I have a simple question. We talk about crypto, about regulation, but why in Cyprus, if you would like to buy property or car and pay by crypto, nobody accepts? And second question, why on the north of the Cyprus, everything you can buy by crypto, and you also can exchange? How you explain this situation? Thank you.
Very interesting.
My dear,
Another
you
bottle
have
of
just
champagne,
got
guys.
a bottle of champagne.
4 bottles of champagne.
Thank you for your question, really interesting. So you are sharing with us that when you sell or you buy property, the other party in the contract do not accept crypto. There is no legislation forbidding the acceptance of crypto when you sell land or when you sell any real estate or any asset in that case. So since we don't have such legislation, I would say that depends on the two parties that are making the contract. So if they want to get paid in Bitcoin or in any other cryptocurrency that they like, it's okay. I mean, there is nothing to say that these guys did something wrong or illegal contract because they have provided for payments in crypto assets.
Can I ask you something on this one?
Yes.
So if, for example, I want to purchase a property in cryptocurrencies, and you and I do a contract, and I go to the bank, and I'll be like, I'm gonna clear cryptos through my bank account. This is the contract. I just purchased or sold a flat. Is the bank gonna allow my transaction to go through?
It depends on the documents you will be submitting to the bank. I mean, if they're satisfied with the
purchasing agreement.
money, yes, I guess yes. I guess yes. But imagine how such a transaction would be. For example, I agree with Marios to pay him in crypto. He will sell a flat to me. Yes? So I provide for that in my contract. Yes?
And
so
also the source of funds.
What Marios does, I mean, what I have to do is to transfer the required amount into Marios' wallet. Then it's up to Marios to decide whether he wants to cash these to fiat, or not. He may wish to keep them in his wallet for a long time. If he cashes them, then he will have to declare that with the tax authorities, etc., etc. So it's fine.
Just to clarify, though, if you're referring to Cyprus banks generally, for the time being...
You know I do.
Yes, okay. So just to clarify for the audience as well, is that for the time being, yes, the Cyprus banks, they have guidance from the central bank not to accept cryptos. Hopefully, we already discussed it, it will be soon. But there are other ways, as Nicolas mentioned, through EMIs, through wallets, that you can do your transaction. Until, the regulators are comfortable and the central bank is comfortable with this type of industry.
Right, we're going to have a banking panel, guys, which I will moderate later on. It's one of my favorites today. And we're going to talk more about it. Right. This was the first panel. We got 4 bottles of champagne at the first panel, guys. So let's give it up for Cristiana Aristidou, Xenia Neofitu, Mario Stanousis, and Nicolas Xenofontos. Absolutely brilliant panel. Guys, thank you for the first panel.
Thank you, everyone.
We're going to move on now to the second panel of the day. Sorry. I'm always in the way. They keep telling me this. So, right, I want to invite Mihaela Grigoriou, Senior Associate and Financial Regulation and Advisory at AGP Law, to join us on the stage, please. Mihaela. Kalimera, good morning. Okay, you didn't drink the bottle of champagne yet, did you? Not yet. Right, good morning. Thank you for joining us. There's your microphone. If you have a presentation, stand. Up to you. So, Mihaela Grigoriou, the stage is yours. You want that one? All right, no problem.
Thank you. Please.
Left.
Okay, so good morning everyone again. My name is Michaela Grigoriou, and on behalf of AGP, we are glad to be participating in this event here today, and we hope that you will enjoy our presentation. So the purpose of the presentation today, among other, is to provide you with insights on some of the most interesting subjects, I would say, that are currently concerning the industry. First of all, it's the restrictive measures against Russia, the relevant circular issued by SciSec, and of course the most talked about subject, cryptocurrencies. As we all know, on the 24th of February, hours after Russia invaded Ukraine, the White House announced a new round of sanctions against Russia, designed to damage Russia's economy due to its invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions imposed are targeting military goods, flights, luxury goods, individuals, oil and gas, and financial measures. I will not enter into too much detail on the sanctions because I'm sure that we all know more or less what has happened. We have sanctions targeting individuals, wealthy individuals, oligarchs, and there are travel bans and asset freezes. The US is banning all Russian oil and gas imports, and the UK will phase out Russian oil by the end of 2022. Now, there is a suspension from the Bank for International Settlements to stop using the services. The US, EU, and the UK have banned people and businesses from dealings with it. Some Russian banks are being removed from the International Financial Messaging System, the SWIFT, which is used to transfer money across borders. This will delay payments, Russia being paid for energy exports. The US and the EU have also imposed restrictions on providing credit rating services as well as access to subscription services in relation to credit rating activities. As of 15 of April 2022, it will be prohibited to provide any credit rating services and any subscription services in relation to any Russian national or natural person residing in Russia. This prohibition, though, does not apply to nationals of a member state or a natural person having a temporary or permanent residence permit in the EU. How has Russia reacted to the sanctions? Russia has banned exports of more than 200 products until the end of 2022, including telecoms, medical, vehicle, agricultural, and electrical equipment. Russia has also warned that it could shut off gas supplies in response to oil sanctions. In relation to the targeted restrictive measures imposed to Russia, SciSec requires actions and measures immediately all funds and or economic resources on the designated persons or on behalf of other persons associated with the business relationship. Furthermore, SciSec was expecting Cyprus investment firms to assess the risk arising from the targeted restrictive measures and where these significantly affect their operations, their capital adequacy, the funds they hold either on their own or on behalf of their customers, to inform SciSec by email about the measures that have been taken to address those issues by Thursday, 3rd of March 2022. Now, in case of any further restrictive measures or sanctions against Russia or Russian individuals in response to the crisis in Ukraine, all the regulated entities must inform SciSec as soon as possible and within a reasonable time frame. So sanction screening, protecting your business from high-risk individuals has never been tougher. And why is that? What makes sanction screening so important and challenging? Is it the fact that sanction lists are changing and updated every day? And is the responsibility of every regulated entity to comply with those lists and identify such customers before doing business with them? Failing to identify such customers can have a devastating consequence on their business. If you're looking for a way to strengthen and organize your company's compliance mechanism and policies, you should reach us. AGP offers a wide range of support services that will help your organization design and execute an effective approach to AML. We can undertake the preparation and establishment of the relevant sanctions policy and sanctions compliance program. We can assist you in designing an effective AML program to support your organization's compliance and regulatory obligations. And we can assist you in understanding best practices and guidelines in relation to sanctions, money laundering, and terrorist financing. Now, moving on to the second part of our presentation, we will talk about cryptos. Since their inception, cryptocurrencies have exploded as an alternative way to trade currency. Cryptocurrencies first emerged, as you probably know, in 2009, when the world's first decentralized currency appeared, the Bitcoin. The core idea behind the cryptocurrency was to create a secure and anonymous way to transfer currency from one person to another, and since then its value has skyrocketed and it's been heralded as a digital gold among its users. Cryptos offer many benefits, such as increased payment efficiency and lower transaction costs. Many stakeholders still do not understand cryptocurrency or its impact on anti-money laundering. That needs to change as cryptocurrency adoption continues to grow. The majority of cryptocurrency transactions are for legitimate purposes. However, cryptocurrency's place outside the traditional financial system gives it a unique appeal to criminals. As such, those in the AML world, they need to understand this asset class, its risks, and how to mitigate them. The complexity and inconsistency of the cryptocurrency landscape has motivated governments' efforts to develop a regulatory framework around the world. We can see on this slide some of the characteristics of cryptocurrencies coupled with their global reach, present potential, risks in the AML and CFT. First of all, there is the anonymity provided by the trading in cryptocurrencies on the internet. The limited identification and verification of participants, because as we all know, no KYC whatsoever is being applied on those. The lack of clarity regarding the responsibility for AML compliance, supervision and enforcement for these transactions that are across several countries. There is also the lack of a central oversight authority, even though most regulators have started implementing regulations and have started examining closely the idea of supervising those activities more closely. So the discussion is no longer one of whether cryptocurrency will survive, but rather how it will evolve and when it will reach maturity. Each of the 5 key market participants, which is merchants, consumers, tech developers, investors, financial institutions, and regulators, will play a critical role in this process. It's clear that cryptocurrency is more than a passing phenomenon. In fact, in our view, cryptocurrency represents the beginning of a new phase of technology-driven markets that have the potential to disrupt conventional market strategies, long-standing business practices, and establish regulatory perspectives, all to the benefit of consumers and broader microeconomic efficiency. Cryptocurrencies carry groundbreaking potential to allow consumers access to a global payment system anywhere, anytime, in which participation is restricted only by access to technology rather than by factors such as having a credit history or a bank account. Now, the legal status of cryptocurrencies varies substantially from country to country, one jurisdiction to another, and is still undefined or changing in many of them. Whereas in the majority of countries, the usage of cryptocurrency is in itself illegal, its status and usability as a means of payment or a commodity varies with different regulatory implications. What is more, while there are countries such as El Salvador and Cuba, which have recognized cryptocurrency as legal tender, there are also those that are not as open to the payment method. For example, China and Turkey are two countries that have banned cryptocurrency altogether, with the former declaring all cryptocurrency transactions illegal. Crypto hasn't only rocked the financial world, it's also shifting the cultural world as well, as blockchain technology has transformed concepts like ownership. Because data in a blockchain can be tampered or destroyed or forged, individuals have the opportunity to own a specific set of data. This ownership has given rise to the NFTs, the non-fungible tokens. The NFTs have grabbed headlines for their role in driving stratospheric prices for digital art. But beyond promoting crypto artworks, they are doing something much more exciting, minting new paradigms for the life and investment. Cryptocurrencies have been capturing headlines and investor attention, and for understandable reasons. Although there are now more than 10,000 different cryptos out there, early buyers of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other leading cryptocurrencies have made a lot of money. Uncertainty and volatility are common to the emergence of any new asset class, and that has certainly been true for cryptos. A lot of officials have acknowledged their significance and the potential role that cryptocurrency will play in the world's financial future. Cyprus has also made some strides in recent years to help realize the enormous potential blockchain technology has, specifically in the financial sector. As a way to introduce this new class, CySEC has also, in its role as the authority for the supervision of service providers with regard to crypto asset services providers, for matters of preventing money laundering and the financing of terrorism on the basis of the law, has introduced the relevant regulation covering cryptos. So CySEC last September has issued a policy statement on cryptocurrencies, specifically on the registration and activities of crypto asset service providers. And within 2022, we'll create the electronic register of crypto asset service providers. We have already, the first applications have already been submitted pending authorization from CySEC. And also, as my colleagues have mentioned before, the much anticipated DLT bill will legally define smart contracts, but will also help regulate records and transactions taking place through distributed ledger technology platforms. Our team is involved in the new technologies and virtual currencies, closely keeping up with all the market, regulatory and legal and technology developments in this area. We have the expertise to assist cryptocurrency and crypto asset businesses to implement their model with caution and legal compliance, including cryptocurrency exchanges, wallet providers, and so on. We are in a strong position to discuss the AML requirements and to provide advice as to which requirements are necessary with the preparation of the relevant policies and procedures, advisory, and the actual implementation of the requirements. If your business is involved in any of the services and activities related to cryptocurrencies, which includes, for example, offering trading of cryptocurrencies, exchanges, investing into cryptocurrencies, operating a cryptocurrency or crypto trading platform, will be most likely subject to the CySEC directive and the requirements specified therein. And we are going to have a closer look at the CASP registration in Cyprus. The applicable regulatory framework is comprised of the AML law, the CySEC directive for the register of crypto asset services providers, and the CySEC directive for the prevention and suppression of money laundering and terrorist financing. The registration as a CASP, which is the acronym for crypto asset services providers, allows for several different crypto business models, and there is innovation of new products and services in the world of blockchain and crypto-related technology. We have the CASP registration and notification issued by CySEC, where new businesses must submit an application to register with the CySEC before commencing any operations in or from Cyprus. Now, for any CASP that is established in the EEA area and is registered with another regulatory authority of that specific country, they must also submit a notification to CySEC and provide evidence in relation to their valid registration for each service and activity they provide. They must also provide evidence that they are covered by the framework that governs the AML and CFT regulations. Which businesses should obtain a CASP registration under CySEC? So businesses that are dealing with cryptos and they're active as an exchange or as a crypto wallet business provider, or they want to be active and proceed with an ICO, they should apply for a CASP registration with CySEC. And in this way, they can provide and they can exercise control in crypto assets. They can provide safekeeping of cryptographic keys and crypto assets. They can perform crypto administration, and all these together are provided by the CASP registration with CySEC. Our crypto assets team has been involved in the licensing and registration of several fintech projects over the years, and we had experience and developed expertise in this area. Our crypto-related services intends to guide crypto businesses into becoming supervised entities in Cyprus and other countries. Now, whereas we could get you a license, I have included in this slide 2 countries, and the reason being is that apart from Cyprus, they are 2 of the most interesting countries for someone to apply for a license there for the business activity with cryptos. So first of all, we have Estonia, which Estonia provides a service of exchanging a virtual currency against a fiat currency. So we have the exchange service here, and also we have the wallet service with the same license. So both activities are implemented in the same license. We have one of the lowest minimum share capital requirements in Europe, I would say, which is 12,000 euros. And also the procedure, it's very similar to the one in Lithuania, whereas Lithuania has a much lower capital requirement for those activities and that specific license, which is 2,500 euros. The activities that someone can perform in Lithuania are very much similar to Estonia and Cyprus as well. But one important factor is the time frame. The time frame is the big difference between those 3 countries. Whereas we have in Cyprus, we have a minimum time frame of 6 months for the assessment of an application. In Lithuania, there's 2 to 3 months maximum. So that's a huge difference in that. Generally, we are a law firm and we provide different kind of services like corporate, commercial, banking and finance, litigation. We have also the Department of FS Regulatory, which deals with global licensing. We provide also tax advisory and tax planning, real estate, immigration, and recently we have added another service, which is the relocation services for Russian individuals who are interested to move to Cyprus. Now, thank you very much, and I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the day. If anyone has any question, please feel free. Thank you.
Any questions, anyone? Right. Mihaela Gregorio, everyone. Let's give it up for Mihaela. Thank you, Mihaela. That was brilliant. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on with the next panel. But first, how do you find it so far? Is it interesting? Is it worth your money? Not the ones that got free tickets. Is it worth it? All right, wait to see what's coming, guys. Spoiler alert. We're going to have a banking panel. We're going to have alternative payments. And please don't forget that we have another hall where at 12:30, 1:30, 2:30, we're going to have workshops in the next hall. Okay? So don't forget to check the workshops in the next hall as well. Now, let's move on to the next panel. We have Tony Spiru joining us, Head of Operations at MetaQuotes, guys. Tony Spiru. There he is. Let's give it up for Tony Spiru at MetaQuotes. Tony, good morning. If you need the microphone, there it is.
I guess I'll use this one now.
All right. There's the remote control for the presentation, and the stage is yours.
Gosh, it's from here. So hello everyone and welcome to my presentation. For those who don't know me, I'm Tony, the Head of Operations at MetaQuotes main office here in Cyprus, Limassol. So I'd like to get started with a little background about our company. MetaQuotes was established in the year 2000, that's 22 years ago. And in our early years, we developed several trading platforms, and in 2005, we released the MetaTrader 4, which pretty much revolutionized the trading world and the brokerage industries alike. 5 years later, we released the MetaTrader 5, which at the time was a little misunderstood since it lacked essential functionalities. So we then decided to put 100% of our time, resources, and efforts into improving MetaTrader 5. And in no time, it's overtaken to become the most popular and widely used online trading platform nowadays. So in recent years, we've added all kinds of enhancements and improvements to MetaTrader 5, including our integration with Finteza analytics and marketing engine. We've added an ECN aggregator and matching engine. A couple of years back, we implemented a hedge funds system within the system. And just last year, we've added automations, finally allowing our brokers to fully automate jobs and actions within their MetaTrader 5 systems. I will actually go into more detail about automations within today's presentation. So the topics I'm going to cover are as follows. I'm going to present to you our advanced client onboarding, and then move on to our KYC integration with Sum and Sub, and then finally our enhanced automations. So let's get started. Now, I speak to a lot of brokers on a daily basis, and a lot of them ask me what I believe makes a successful brokerage business. And I always answer by saying that, in my opinion, it's all a numbers game. The more real traders you have trading, the more money you make. It's as simple as that. So we've added a very advanced onboarding functionality into MT5, which allows traders to open real accounts straight from the broker's terminals. And that's on any type of device, whether it's from the broker's browser or downloaded on a desktop version or through the iOS and Android mobile devices. And our system will collect all the information and data and documents from these traders through the built-in registration, and all this KYC and verification can also be automated within the process. Now, where a lot of brokers tend to go wrong nowadays is that they are way too concentrated in building up very large database of demo users, when instead they should be concentrating on getting a lot more real accounts from the set-go. And with our method, brokers can easily generate a lot more real accounts right from the beginning. And of course, this will lead to an increase in trading volumes, deposits, profits, and giving the broker a larger return on investment. So how it's working is very simple. Traders will be able to open real accounts straight from the broker's terminals on any device. And all the information will be collected from this trader as well as his documents, and they're all pushed straight to the broker's server. And best of all, the broker has no chance of losing any conversions this way, as everything is occurring on the broker's server instant. Nobody has access to any of this information. Not even MetaQuotes can view this data. And best of all, our clients do not need any kind of third-party programs or CRMs in order to manage or handle their KYC and onboarding, as everything is done within the MetaTrader 5 system itself. So this is what the built-in registration form looks like. It's very basic. The traders just access their MT5 and will be presented with this form where they need to input their personal details, contacts, emails, phone numbers, and so on. And our system will automatically send a confirmation code to these emails and to these phone numbers in order to check them and verify them. And this will prevent our brokers from receiving any fake information, which of course boosts conversions. And at the same time, the traders will be able to upload their passport copies, their ID cards, and also upload utility bills, bank statements, and all these KYC documents are stored within the MetaTrader 5 platform. Moving on, the traders can then provide more detailed information about their employment background, their educational background, their educational status, net worth, annual incomes, and so on. They can even provide information about their trading experiences on all different types of markets. Now, on one of our recent new builds, we've released the functionality to allow the brokers to create their own custom-made agreements and policies. And these agreements can also be made mandatory, meaning that the traders will have to read these terms and conditions first and tick a box in order to get their accounts registrations completed. Now, once an account is completed, what happens next? The MetaTrader 5 system will automatically create a client profile in the back end of the MetaTrader 5 platform. And it's from this profile that our brokers can then further manage personal information and documents for this client. And at the same time, the broker will be able to make a very detailed status report about the trader's journey and about their behavior. And best of all, some traders like to have multiple trading accounts. And in this case, the system will recognize this and put all the trading accounts all in one place within this client profile, making it very convenient for managers and our brokers to manage everything in one place. So the setup is very easy. To use our advanced onboarding functionalities, the brokers just need to go to the administrator terminal, allocation section, and create preliminary groups. And by doing so, this now means that traders can open accounts straight from the broker's terminals. The brokers can even create multiple preliminary groups in order to give new traders more choices in the type of accounts that they can open. This means a trader can decide if he wants a hedging account or a netting account. They can select their preferred leverages, their preferred deposit currency, and so on. And it's within this same setup that the brokers can also decide if they want to request KYC through the registration, if they want to verify the contact details, also to automate all the KYC. And it's from here that they set up these mandatory agreements and disclaimers that I mentioned earlier. And finally, we've added the functionality to enable depositing. So this means that traders can now make deposits straight from their MetaTrader 5 accounts. So it's extremely important that our brokers use our advanced client onboarding because it's very safe to do so. All information and data is secure. But best of all, our brokers will not need any CRMs or third-party systems to manage KYC and onboarding, as everything is managed through the MT5 system itself. It's very easy to use, as I've already proven, and best of all, it's free. We are not charging for this service. It's already available in MT5 today. And by using our methods, then you can generate a lot more real accounts easier with very few steps involved, which will lead to an increase in first-time deposits, trading volumes, allowing our brokers to reach their end goals a lot easier. So now moving on to the second part of my presentation, and this is about our built-in KYC solutions. Now, we recognize that a lot of brokers spend a huge amount of money, time and resources in building very large back-office departments with so many staff involved just to manage onboarding and KYC. But with our method, this can be avoided because what we've done, we've created an integration with MetaTrader 5 system to a third-party KYC verification company known as Sum & Sub. And it's because of this integration that now brokers can fully automate KYC checks and KYC verifications straight from their MT5s. This service is coming with a very low cost, and our brokers can verify accounts a lot quicker and easier. So how Sum & Sub works is very simple. They have spent many years building up a large database of thousands and thousands of documents from all over the world and from all walks of life and in so many different languages as well. And with a combination of machine learning and artificial intelligence, this basically means that they'll be able to check and verify documents in just a couple of minutes. And best of all, no mistakes are made since there are no human factors involved in any of this process. Setting up this KYC is easily done. Our brokers simply need an account and subscription with Sum & Sub. And then Sum & Sub will provide login credentials. The broker then goes to his MetaTrader 5 administrator in the integrations section, KYC tab, and just adds these login credentials there. Now they're connected for automated KYC. And it's within this same setup that the brokers can decide which countries and which client groups they want this service to work with. Once connected, then the brokers can manage their KYC in several different ways. For an example, the managers can just go to any client account and click KYC check. And by doing so, all these KYC documents from that client will automatically be sent to Sum & Sub to be checked and verified. If the broker wants this 100% automated, then in the very beginning, they just need to go to the administrator terminal allocation section and tick a box to have automation on KYC. So what's happening now? Every time a new account is created and documents are uploaded, straight away these documents are sent to Sum & Sub to be checked and verified. And on one of our recent updates, we've added some new triggers within the automations section of MT5, allowing our brokers to further manage KYC in many different ways. And I will actually present to you automations shortly. So, once documents are sent to Sum & Sub to be checked and verified, it only takes around 2 minutes to get results. And our brokers will receive convenient reports showing them the exact millisecond that documents were verified, the type of documents they were, and the status, and if they were accepted or rejected. Oh, and by the way, this report is received within the MetaTrader 5 manager, straight within that client account. So it's very convenient for the broker. So there are so many benefits of using this built-in KYC integration that we've made. It's a proven technology already used by industry leaders alike. And I've proven to you that it's very easy to set up. There's no complicated procedures involved, as it's a ready-made integration available right now. And best of all, our brokers will be able to significantly cut down on the amount of staff and employees that they need in order to check KYC documents and manage onboarding. Best of all, this service is coming in with a pay-as-you-go payment model where brokers do not need to pay any large initial cost for this service. Sum and Sub, they're charging just around $3 each and every time documents are checked and verified. So now moving on to the last part of my presentation, and this is about automations. Now, we understand that technology is moving at a very, very fast pace, and as technology progresses, we recognize that a lot more different types of systems have adopted automations. Some of the most successful companies nowadays are already utilizing automations within their processes, and I'm very pleased to inform you all that MetaQuotes has added automations within the MetaTrader 5 system, finally allowing our brokers to fully automate jobs and actions within their platforms. It's already available, it's built into MetaTrader 5. Brokers can use this today. And by doing so, they'll be able to save a lot of time, boost deposits a lot easier, and cut down on manpower. Because the brokers will no longer have to rely on their staff and employees to get jobs done. They can just get their system to do these jobs instead. And of course, because of this concept, costly mistakes can be avoided, because we all know that mistakes are always down to human error. And if you're getting your system to work like a robot instead, then of course human errors are completely avoided. Setting up automations is easily done. You just need to set triggers, conditions, and actions. And by triggers, I mean you pretty much select a specific day and a specific time that you want your system to do something. You can also set repetitions from here to get the system to repeat the same jobs over and over and over again. You can set up triggers based on other variables as well, such as client logins, deposits, stop outs, position opening, and so on and so on. Next step is setting your conditions, and from here you can basically make your automations a lot more detailed. So through conditions you can target specific client logins, you can target specific client groups, and you can set up as many variables as you wish from here to make your automations a lot more detailed. And finally, the most important part is setting your actions. And it's from here that you're telling your system what you want it to do. So I can get my system to automatically communicate. I can get my system to change symbol settings, change group configurations. I can get my system to make server restarts, and so on and so on and so on. What you need to understand is, considering the amount of triggers, conditions, and actions that I can set, there's absolutely millions and millions of things I can achieve through automations. I just set my rules, sit back and allow my system to work for me. So here's some examples of ways you can use automations in order to communicate with your clients. So in example 1 here, I've created a rule to tell my system that if any new account is just registered, then I want my system to automatically send an email with promotional materials and deposit instructions to this new trader. And of course, this will help boost deposits. In example 2, I've created an automation within my MT5 system to tell my platform that if anybody deposits more than $10,000, then I want the system to send an SMS text message to this user, inviting them to a VIP group upgrade status where they have better trading conditions. And at the same time, a $300 bonus will also be credited to this account automatically. Here's a couple more examples of ways I can use automations in order to manage my clients and the platform itself. So in example 3 here, I've created an automation to tell my system that if somebody does not log into their trading accounts within 1 year, and if they have less than $50 in this account, then I want the system to automatically archive in order to free up my server space. In example 4 here, I've created a rule to tell my system that if the backup servers go down, I want my system to force a server restart. If this is not successful, then the system will automatically send an SMS and email to my IT team, to my maintenance and administrators in order to get them working on it to get the system back up and running again. Now, I mentioned we've added some new triggers recently. So on one of our new builds, we've added a few new triggers based on KYC. So this now allows our brokers to manage KYC in many different ways. In example 5 here, I've created a rule within my MT5 system to tell my platform that if any KYC is received and approved through automations, then at the same time, I want my platform to change this trader's group from preliminary to real in order to allow him to start trading right now. In example 6 here, I've created a rule to tell my system that if any KYC is rejected, then I want my system to automatically send an email to tell this trader that his KYC documents are no good and to send better copies. And at the same time, my system will automatically disable this account for trade, as I do not allow him to trade yet, since the documents are not valid. So, it's extremely important for our brokers to use automations in order to take their businesses to a whole new level. It's the only way to succeed, and we're selling this product with a very low cost indeed of just $500 per month. Considering the thousands and thousands of jobs you can get done with automations, it's the equivalent of hiring thousands or even dozens of staff in order to get jobs done just for $500 per month. This is a complete bargain. And at the same time, brokers will save money in other areas as they will not need to use so many plugins anymore, as they can get automations to achieve these things instead. We're currently offering 1 month free trial period for our brokers to test automations. Now, if you're not already using automations, then I urge you to start testing it from today, because this is the only way that you're really going to understand the true value of this amazing product. So I hope you've enjoyed my presentation and the services that I presented to you today. We will continue enhancing our MetaTrader 5 with non-stop and regular new builds and updates, constantly adding new services into our platforms. And you probably realize that we give a lot of thought to the services that we implement and integrate and add into our system, as they've all been designed to allow our brokers to grow and take their businesses to a whole new level. Now, I do apologize that we don't have time for a Q&A, but I invite you to our booth, which is just behind this stage here, and I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have about the services that I've presented to you today. Thanks a lot.
Tony Spiro, everyone. Tony Spiro at MetaQuotes. Let's give it up for Tony once again, man. Well done, Tony. Well done. Thank you. All right, moving on, beautiful people, moving on. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a big fan of movies. I'm not trying to sell you Netflix or Amazon or Disney. One of my favorite movies is Charlie's Angels. Right? Some people know why. So in the next panel, we're going to talk about the future of the payments ecosystem. It starts getting very, very interesting, guys. Also, don't forget, next door, we have workshops happening every half an hour. If you want something a bit more exclusive, there's the place for you. If you want to be with a crowd, here is the place for you. So, the future of the payments ecosystem. Talking about Charlie's Angels, guys, I have the great pleasure to invite Victoria Soltes, CEO and founder at PSP Angels. Let's give it up for Victoria, guys. Victoria, please join us. Hi, good morning. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Right, Cristala Neofitu, non-executive director at Ecombix. There we go. Kalimera, good morning. Yep, there we go. All right, now, Maoz Tenenbaum, VP of Sales at Leverate, guys. Hi, Maoz, good day. There you go. And the last but not the least, Stavros Psilos, Managing Director at Neo Group. Stavros, Oh boy. Oh boy, okay. Were you at the football match? Right, okay. All right, so Stavros will help us in writing, okay? Right, I have the great pleasure to moderate this panel once again, because as I told you before, for 3 Bitcoins, you might get Mario Draghi. It's just me. Now, we're gonna talk about the future of the payments ecosystem, and this is one of the hottest topics, at least for me, because I personally had a lot of difficulties recently trying to open new companies and looking for payment solutions. So, first of all, I would like to welcome you and thank you for being here. And yeah, Victoria, open up, please.
Right. So first of all, thank you very much for the organizers and thank you for everyone who attended today in this very exciting expo. What I understand is that this is the first big expo after the virus. So now we have a really good opportunity to connect with everyone again, put a face to the LinkedIn name that we connected over the last 2 years. So I'm very excited to be here. And today's topic is about payments. And for me, because we are payment consultants, it's really close to my heart. For me, this is one of the most exciting industry to be in because everything is changing all the time. You know, the risk appetite of the banks and the payment providers are ever changing. Companies are growing. Companies are reaching out to new jurisdictions. So never the same day is happening twice. So from my perspective, I'm very excited to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. What is the future of the payments? And I'm looking forward to discuss all these details.
Well done. Okay, thank you, Victoria. Kristalla.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So we're all very happy to be back face to face, and the COVID era probably it's gone. And for the payments industry, it's the most exciting times because COVID has accelerated innovation. So we're now at the point that we are happy to come up with new solutions. We are here to discuss the new challenges about cloud and how cloud payments have accelerated the process of card issuing. As EComBX, we have a very high portfolio of EU-regulated Forex, and we are providing holistic solutions when it comes both to acquiring cards and issuing of client IBAN for clients' money. And during this period, we have seen that it's the most growing period since the incorporation of our campaign.
It is booming indeed. It is booming. Right, Maz, welcome. Nice to see you again.
It's great to be here. Thank you, Andrew, for inviting me. For me, it's a wonderful opportunity, you know. It's your experience with the traditional banking. Actually, I think this is the reason why we are here, aren't we? So
he said it, not me, guys.
Yeah, I just rely on what you said before, and I'm very excited to be here because I think the alternative payment ecosystem is exactly the reason why people are here to explore and understand the traditional banking against the new era of alternative payment ecosystem. And I think we'll have a great panel here, and I, of course,
looking forward.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies, for joining us.
All right, so I have a lot of questions, guys. I don't know about you, but I have a lot of questions about banking, about alternative payments, and what's going to happen next. So let's start with the first question. When did the alternative payments industry started booming, guys? When did you feel that boom overnight?
To be honest, I think alternative payment methods were always present because clients would like to pick their own way, in their own comfort, how they make the payment, right? So I understand the question, which is concentrating on that when was the big boom, most probably when other payment methods fail, then there needs to be an alternative. So that means that when the regulation or the technical aspect on other type of payments I'm looking at you, Visa and MasterCard kind of failed or doesn't go through, that's when the rise of the alternative payment methods are born, right?
When was
That's
that?
just
5 years ago, 3 years ago? When did you feel that boost?
I couldn't really put my finger on it because the alternative payment methods were always present, but it's really about the mass adoption for these alternative payment methods, talking about even crypto, for example. So they were always there, but how the people are using it and what they are using it for, that's what we are really talking about here. And I think at the last 5 to 10 years, when the compliance got a bit more and more in our daily lives, and we have more challenge of processing payments in a more traditional methods, I would say as the compliance get more and more strict on other payment methods, that's when the alternative payment methods started to boom. So it's always like that. There is always a need, and the regulation is coming up after.
All right, so in your view, what contributed, what triggered this rapid expansion of the alternative payments? The failure of the banks?
Yes, I wouldn't really like to say that the failure of the banks, because obviously the regulation is there for a reason. The regulation is there to stop people doing something that they shouldn't. So the alternative payment methods are not there to avoid these kind of troubles, but make the possible even more easy to happen. I wouldn't really say, and I wouldn't really point my finger on the regulator that yes, because the banking is failing, because the compliance is getting more and more strict. Yes, all of that, I agree with you. But I would not like to say it out loud in this kind of manner because it might give a wrong impression to people, because whoever is making a payment still want to feel safe. They want to feel secure. And this is the key word here, that this is just, as it is, an alternative payment method with all the securities and all the technical aspects, what could be added to that. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing in a different route.
All right, very well said, very, very well said. Now, Kristalla, if I may ask, is there a niche target audience for alternative payments? I mean, do you serve everyone, B2B and retail as well?
We do serve B2B, but what it's important to mention here is that we are adapting to customers' behaviors and expectations. It started from the retail, and then the business wants the same, seamless, fast, payments. They want to do it from any device, from their mobile apps. Either it's business or retail. We are focusing on B2B, but we see that the trend is across the board.
So everyone is more than welcome to join the alternative payments, B2B and retail as well.
Because it's all about the appetite of the customers, the new expectations that we have to face, and that's why innovation is important, agility is important. We are maybe sometimes we think that customers follow us, but the reality is we follow the trend, you know?
Yeah.
We follow what customers want, either on retail or on business level.
Right, very, very well said. Now, vamos, I'm going to pick on you. I have to. I can't pick on the ladies because I'm getting a lot of hate as it is, so I'm going to pick on you.
I'm ready.
Now, I know you're a big fan of alternative payments and you contributed heavily. What did you actually do to make alternative payment accessible to the industry?
First of all, I think you asked very good questions before, and you asked about when did it start, and the ladies here provided very good answers. At the end, you know, people are looking for alternative payment solutions because they have not so good experience with the current one.
Yes.
So I would say that, you know, it all started in 2015, I think, when the small, medium communities were looking for moving small funds from one to another without going to the bank, because it's very, you know, bank is very KYC oriented, yeah? So it's more difficult for them. And people were looking for simple life to transfer small, medium funds. You still cannot buy a house with alternative payments, but I think we are heading to there. Specifically, you know, when big enterprises like Microsoft, PayPal, you know, Tesla, you can, Mr. Elon just declared that you can buy a Tesla with crypto. So when the big enterprises started to offer to the public a way to buy commodities and even more with crypto, this is something that boosted the entire ecosystem for the alternative payments. Now, we are providing the entire ecosystem. So if today a person or an entity would like to have the entire ecosystem with alternative payment solutions, we provide them the entire. So if you want, for example, to open your own label exchange, crypto exchange, we provide them the entire ecosystem. And it's fantastic, you know, because if you go to the big exchanges and you ask them, okay, I want to open my own exchange, they will say, no problem, bro, just put here $300,000 setup fee and everything will be okay. But at our company, Leverate, we actually did it very accessible, seamless. So we are actually embracing the client with everything they need to become a real exchange. So this is one of the ways we actually helping the alternative payment ecosystem to grow by offering the exchange and the wallets and the entire holistic solution and become actually offer buy and sell cryptos. This is the best way to do it, just to make it accessible.
Yes, exactly, and make it possible, guys. This is the most important thing.
Yes, and if I may add something that my company is an independent payment consulting company. So the benefit of that is that we can have an independent, non-biased opinion about the different solutions which are out in the market. And what we see many, many times that the clients are looking for methods which might not fall under regulation as of yet, talking about, for example, crypto. So they see that how easy is to transfer money, how great is that we are not tied down by the KYC, how great is that I can transfer money anywhere and there is no regulation on my neck, which is everything is vanilla and dandy as long as it works. And when it doesn't work, that's when people start to cry out for the regulator. Oh my God, I don't get a payout. Oh, unfortunately, I cannot access my money. And when they try to raise a concern, that's when the regulator comes in the picture. So that's also a very, very important aspect to understand that whatever is easy, it's good for a certain period of time, and after that it might become a burden. So the regulator should be treated more like as a friend and work together when we are talking about alternative payment methods or any other kind of payment methods, whatever is touching the funds or the assets of anyone, people or customers, because sooner or later this will be the regulation which saves you from all those traps and that, you know, dangers out there.
Yes, please.
May I add, especially on business level, the businesses want to do their own risk assessment. It's not all about trying to bypass any regulation. Regulation, it's an added assurance for businesses that things will go smoothly down the line. So let's not have the wrong impression that regulation is there to stop us from doing business. Regulation is there to add further assurance that business is going to be done.
And how do you see the regulators? How open are they in working with the alternative payment methods?
PSP2 so far works very well in Europe. And I think there is a room to grow. And what is very certain is that traditional banks, if they want to retain business, they need to cooperate with fintechs. They need to cooperate with alternatives. They need to become more innovative.
Yes.
So this is, let's say, a room for cooperation between traditional banks and alternatives. At a certain point, the next level is to have fully digital banks.
And how do you see the banks? Are the banks open in working with you?
Banks they provide a wider scope of services. So when we're referring to banks, we don't necessarily say only payments. So, but the payment platforms and the fintech platforms, they're so innovative, so they're providing more and more financial products and banking products. So at a certain level, there has to be cooperation.
Yes, very well said. Now, payments and alternative payments. How many types of payments, of alternative payments do we have there? I mean, is it just the standard copy-paste from the banks, or you guys add a bit more spice to it?
Well, we work with almost everyone on the market, so we have everyone and everything. Our job is to pinpoint that what works to who and how and why. And that's what we do. We consult about what is the option out there and what is your possibilities to get accepted.
All right, and to play it fair, what are the differences between alternative payments and the standard payments? What are the advantages, let's say?
I can say, you know, just if you, in reality, try to open your own bank account and you will see how many questions and what exactly you need to bring in order to do it. How long it took you to open an account in any of the online solutions like crypto, I don't know, Binance or Coinbase or any other regulated crypto solutions, for example, it's like a few clicks away.
Yeah, in KYC, including 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah. So at the end, the traditional banking must change, of course, and they are doing it, by the way. In Israel, for example, you know, banks, one of the biggest banks in Israel, they start to offer a wallet. So all of a sudden, if I want to transfer small amounts to you, up to, I think, $1,000, I can do it via the app. And this is the way how they change. But because of the experience that people are still having with the banks, you know, they are all, you know, the public is moving to alternative payments. This is why the ecosystem is growing. And this is why the enterprises are joining the game. And I think at the end, it's like the banks, the traditional banking and the alternative will go back to back. I mean, they will always look at what's going on in the alternative payment solutions, and they will embrace it in their conservative way. And this is how we are going to see the traditional banking is leaving aside along the alternative payment solution.
So let's name 3 advantages. The first one is it's very fast. Yeah, it's much faster than traditional banking, yeah? What's the second one? More user-friendly?
Customer experience as well, seamless.
So user-friendly, very simple, very easy to understand. What would you say is the third big advantage alternative payments offer versus standard?
Price.
Cheaper.
Price, definitely. I don't know if you heard that was the huge beef between Amazon and Visa a couple of weeks ago when the Amazon wanted to push down the prices of Visa and Visa didn't want to agree. So this is when we see that the merchant, the online businesses now have the say in it, because there are certain things that we couldn't change. Interchange prices were not changeable. It doesn't matter what's your volume, what's your size. But this was the first time, I would say, in the history when we could see that someone is challenging Visa and MasterCard for, come on guys, I'm giving you a lot of business, give me a better price.
Yeah, fair enough.
But we need to give some credit to the old traditional banking.
Yes. Of course.
And this is something we shouldn't forget so fast. It's the fact that, you know, crypto and alternative payments are not safe as bank, right? I mean, just yesterday you read about the $600 million that was stolen from a blockchain, and the bank is giving you a more reliable banking experience, so your money is safe. And I think this is a big issue, you know.
It is, because your money is so safe, sorry to interrupt, that sometimes you can't even touch it, is it?
That's right. I agree with this. But
even
you know,
the price. But even the price is going up nowadays, even in crypto, because I don't know if you have ever lately transferred any kind of Ethereum from one wallet to another. A couple of weeks ago, the gas prices were so shocking, I decided to just might as well just transfer the traditional SWIFT network. So yes, the prices are should be cheaper in the alternative payment methods, but sometimes the ease of payment, you know, as Crystal said, it's very, very important, because I don't mind paying an extra 2 cents or 3 cents on my microtransaction just to have the nice look and the feel and one touch of a button, and then maybe the speed, because it's also important. For example, when we are transferring money, as my colleague said, with the wallet app, I wouldn't mind personally paying extra for that.
You know, Andrew, from personal experience, 2 months ago, they hacked to my wallet and took 4,000 euros. Now, I very quickly opened the account and deposited the money, and very quickly saw it gone. So this is another way to look that, you know, nobody can claim it's for my bank account. Nobody can hack my account. And even if they do, the bank will always take responsibility. But when I open an account that, in this case, it was OpenMask, it's not their fault at the end because somebody was doing phishing, but the money is gone, and that's it, you know. Nobody's taking responsibility on my lost funds.
Yeah, but this doesn't happen very often, right?
You know what? It's the more you read in the news about they hacked 600, I don't know, 1,000 Bitcoin were stolen, and this exchange was hacked and so forth. I read a lot about hacking crypto solutions rather than banks, that somebody actually took money from a bank. So this is, you know.
So let's say this would be a tiny disadvantage of the alternative payments, yeah? That sometimes, on very rare occasions, some hacks happen here and there. But these happen for the biggest exchanges, for the biggest crypto exchanges as well.
I agree.
Okay, so it shouldn't be a turn-off.
It's not a turn-off. I'm just saying that I think the entire industry and the ecosystem, they observe, they study, and they understand how to make our life better and how to make it safer and more reliable. And this is a progress. It's a process that we need to go through.
And also the education of the clients as well, because many times the client doesn't even know, oh, it's an EMI, oh, it's a bank, oh, it's a payment institution. They don't know what's the difference. Why should they? Why would they? And they might not even read the footer when they open an account with that very EMI in whatever jurisdiction, and only they realize that the funds are gone when, oh, by the way, where I kept all my millions was an unregulated exchange, was a non-custodial wallet, was some kind of a dangerous place to keep my money. What the customers see many times, and I'm talking about experience, that how easy is to open an account, how quick is to open an account, and then they might have bigger trust than they should towards these kind of providers, because you know what they say, if it's too good to be true, it usually is, right?
Yeah.
So what I usually say to my customers, that yes, it might be a pain, yes, it might be very painful to answer all these stupid little questions of what was the color of the underwear of your dad, kind of things, but if someone is putting that much of an effort and energy to do the compliance right, that means that your money is more secure.
So how can we tell the good from the bad? What are the first signs that we might be dealing with a less regulated or unregulated alternative payment or exchange?
Well,
because in case of Forex companies, we know. At the bottom of the website, disclaimer, registration number, and everything. How can we tell if an alternative payment, if a PSP or exchange is not as regulated as the other ones?
Technically the same footer. And since we are working with high-risk people, many times I see that there's a client who is super high risk and they want a Swiss banking, private banking experience. So you need to adjust your expectations to what you are. I mean, if the higher the risk you are, the higher the risk your payment institution will be, right? So you do need to have that extra pair of eyes on the transactions. The technology might be a bit iffy because whoever is taking those clients, there is a reason why they take them, because obviously they don't have that much things to lose. So the higher the risk you are, the higher the risk of the options are out there for you as well. And you need to keep that in mind.
All right, fair enough. Anyone wants to add anything on this topic? No? All right. Now, what's the most common pain you felt on the clients that come from traditional banking? What were they complaining about when they came to alternative payments?
I think you described it in the beginning in the best way. You know, how...
Me?
Yeah.
I never did such a thing.
No, you know, how easy is to open a bank account, or how easy is to transfer funds? What's the experience? And the fact that the banks, you know, they are very KYC oriented, but at least you have a guard. When with the alternative payment solutions, you are the guard. You are the KYC. You are the compliance officer. I mean, you are not as a trader, but as a broker. So you need to make sure that the client's funds are safe, and you need to trust. And I think this is, at the end, this is the way we start to the new era of the alternative payment solutions. I don't know if this is something you will agree with me, but...
Any other pains of the clients apart from the good old, it takes me 3 weeks to do the KYC for the bank?
Yes, I mean, I had a friend who used to work in a bank a long time ago, and they told me that was an eye-opener moment of my life. And he said that, you know what, 90% of the world's finances are still running on Excel. And he was right. And I'm sure that many things changed since then, and the new technologies came across. But what we see is that bigger banks and larger payment institutions with the traditional history have a so-called legacy system. It's not that easy to change. It's not that easy to add new parts of that software. It's not that easy just to develop an app like that. So that's why many times, and mainly in Cyprus, I see on my personal banking experience that I'm logging into the traditional Cypriot banks and it still has like 3 colors and not payment friendly, user friendly at all. Now it's changing, but that's also something that that we need to understand, that new payment providers have the new technology, and it's much easier for them to innovate and start something from fresh than change the old system for 50 years, which God knows what code breaks what aspect in case that we change this, you know, row or button, then the whole system freezes, and now have like, I don't know, 600 billion running on this system. So what I see is that these new alternative payment methods have the luxury of this technological innovation advancement. And this is something which is very unique and very good. And obviously, when you're coming from a traditional banking experience, then you're asking yourself that, oh, come on, how comes that my, you know, Bank of Cyprus doesn't look like Revolut? No, that's the reason, because that legacy system is very hard to change.
And,
yes.
And the main focus of electronic money platforms, for example, it's e-commerce. So you understand that the people that they choose this type of fintechs, they're more, they know about technology. They're not more digitally enabled as businesses. So they feel more comfortable with the EMIs, let's say, rather than using the banks and filling forms and sending them in paper. So
yeah, they're more tech savvy, more towards technology.
Yeah, they're more tech savvy. So there is, they go hand in hand. Yeah.
And what I wanted to ask you, is there a time when the alternative payments will stagnate, or they keep improving like a living organism?
Not
they
at
keep
all.
improving and adapting?
Not at all. I think it's a constant innovation, constant development, and the people that are software developers, they belong to the generation that they don't want to go back.
Not only that, I think that, you know, the new era, it's really a new era. We are not aware of this, but we are, I think, in the beginning of a revolution. And, you know, at the end, our entire life, I think, will be inside the blockchain. So this is also related to the Web3, you know, everything will be managed, not only money transfer, but the entire life will be managed inside the blockchain. So your post, your social network, your banking, and everything, you know, imagine that everything, you have a token. You will have a token, and your token will be unique. And with this token, you will be able to very simply and easily manage your life. And this is, I think, this is the future.
I agree with you, but how do I explain this to my mom or to my grandmother?
Very good question. I think that many of the organizations are still embracing the 80 years old, you know. They give you this inside the small disclaimer that this is the range. And I think, you know, our life today, I hope, are getting extended over 80 and above. And I think that we will need to change because like you said, I wish your mother a long life, and I hope she's able to also enjoy this this very easy because they will be very accessible, very simple. And this is, I think, when we reach this level, then I think we will reach not only the understanding that this is now a safe arena, it's a safe place, because if your mother will be able to understand, then it means that everything, the entire ecosystem is accessible, safe, and easy to use.
Yeah, the biggest challenge I had with my mom was persuading her to open a Revolut. Because she didn't get the difference. She was like, okay, so I have 3 cars already. Why do I need this one? I'm like, Mom, please do it for me. You will understand later. I'm trying slowly to get her to not necessarily to trade cryptocurrencies, but to understand the difference. And now I'm trying to persuade her to open an account with an exchange and be like, keep $1,000 there for a month. See how it goes. Versus keeping it in your bank. And we're getting there slowly.
Your mom is really advanced if she's opening anything on an exchange, so congratulations for you.
Luckily, she lived in America most of her life, so she's very up to date with technology, but it's still hard to make them understand why they need this.
I think it comes to force as well, because I remember a long time ago, unfortunately I'm that old, that when my mom stopped receiving money in cash as a salary and she started to get it on an account, and she started to complain that, oh my God, why do I need a plastic card? Why do I need to withdraw money? And a long time she was just using the card to withdraw in cash and live like nothing happened. And time after time when she built trust to that payment methods, that yes, paying with card is safe. If I'm ordering something from the internet, it will come. It's not just something that many people are talking about, that, oh, I'm paying and they disappear with the money. There is a thing called like chargeback, for example. I've got rights to call back my money. That's when people start to build trust and see around them, then the peers are using the same method. For example, Revolut, I downloaded it because my friend has it too. That's when the mass adoption will actually take place. And for example, how you showed your mother how to use that and how to open an account, then later on she will show to her friend, and the friend will show to her friend, and every time that they go out for a coffee, no longer paying with cash, but sending money to each other in Revolut. And that is the future, how the mass adoption will eventually take place.
So the day where we're going to see 5, 6, 60-year-olds trading cryptocurrencies in a coffee shop, that's when we know technology is at its best.
That's true.
Basically, what we say is that we adapt with behavior of the people, but people adapt with new behaviors as well. So it will happen eventually.
It's already happening. Right, I think we made some people curious. Guys, do you have questions for the esteemed panelists? Anyone? Remember, we have champagne bottles, guys. We have another 5 cases of champagne in the back. No questions.
I think you have a question, but you cannot ask.
He
You can
can't.
text.
Oh, man.
You can text the question.
All right, so guys, if you don't want champagne, I'm going to tend you with a cup of coffee. It's free. Who has questions for the panelists? Right, no one wants coffee. See if you give them free coffee.
Actually, it's a compliment, you know, that everything was so clear.
Exactly, that we couldn't explain it any better. Right, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. We have a question over there. Let me help you because I'm closer to you than my colleagues. There we go. You're not just doing it for the champagne. No, okay, good. All right. There we go.
Hi. Hi. Very interesting indeed. Now, I just had a bit of a question. Andrew touched on about basically like being a novice, not knowing about the blockchain. I just wanted a bit more information about that. You know, as you say, you know, people just don't know about it and don't understand it whatsoever, really. So, just wanted somebody maybe just to give us a bit more detail on that. You know, and yeah.
What blockchain is?
Yeah, and just explain. You know, really, just explain. If you can.
Big.
I can do it very easily, but
well,
do you want me to do it?
Yeah, no, I can answer. You can continue if you like. But at the end, the blockchain is a place, is a central place, or decentralized place, as you can say, that all the transactions at the end are going through there. So instead of using the bank to manage your transactions, everything is there in the network. and at the end, I don't know, this is a very, very basic, I don't know where you want to take it.
This
but
is how I would, yeah, this is how I usually explain it to my students as well. It's a big database, well, where all transactions are being stored, and it's a public database. Okay, this is it, and you eliminate the word trust from the equation. Okay, because now, for example, with banking, you need to give them a lot of paperwork to one guy, yeah, that will eventually say, okay, your funds are legit, I'm going to approve it or not. On blockchain, you have multiple independent validators of the transaction. Once they validate the transaction independently, your transaction is set and it goes on the blockchain. So the blockchain is basically the public, huge database where all the transactions are being stored.
And as opposed to the banks,
Yeah.
you can actually see it. You can see exactly what's going on inside. This is something, of course, you cannot do with traditional banking.
No, brilliant. Thanks.
All right?
Thanks a lot. Yeah,
All
no.
right. Any other questions, anyone? There we go. We have another question there. Let me help you. Cheers. There we go.
My question is addressing the issue with the banks not accepting transactions through Revolut or other cards of this sort. Like the Bank of Cyprus, they're blocking transactions through Revolut. What can be done?
We're going to have the banking panel for that. But
maybe I can touch
yes.
touch a bit of that, because we are working with different payment institutions and banks, and what we see is that since the regulator is giving you a penalty if something going through on your account, you don't trust anyone. It doesn't matter that someone else is regulated and someone else is doing already the KYC and someone else is already doing a good compliance job. I don't know you, I don't trust you. So what we really see that even though that there are two payment institutions under the same regulator, let's say, for example, in the EU, under the same method of payment, which is, for example, the SEPA payment, the single euro payment area, still there is no trust between certain jurisdictions and certain countries. And not so long ago, there was some scandal about some banks which was accepting some funds from Iran, and they shouldn't, and they put the country on the gray list for that, even though that that country and the whole banking system, the central bank who is regulating all that banks, all those banks in that certain country, is in the EU. They are still banking and payment institutions who are not accepting funds from another payment institution. So it's until it's my sovereign right to say, do I trust it enough to risk a penalty for those kind of transactions? Many times what we see is that I'm not going to risk my whole operation for that one transaction. Rather to reject it and not take it on than actually face a penalty. And the other interesting thing on that is that you are not only having a penalty or any kind of financial means in case that you are you're processing transactions that you shouldn't, but there are a lot of problems with the reputational damage, because nowadays everything is, the social media and online. So even though that the transaction is legit and not illegal, many times through the reputational damage, the compliance says, no, I would rather not take it. Certain jurisdictions, certain verticals, for example, medical marijuana or any drugs or adult entertainment is facing these kind of problems. They are legal. Everything is by the book. You can have the best lawyers writing the best legal opinion. Still, the compliance might say no. And they don't even need to validate why. They don't have to tell you, you got rejected because. And and when we dig deeper, then that's when we see a lot of, it makes no sense, but they still do it.
But you know what? One of the very annoying things is, what harm can someone do that trades 500 euros a month on a crypto exchange?
Well, the amounts can be very insignificant. Let's say the AML directive describes very clearly what means illegal financing. And mostly, either we want to admit or not, most terrorist financing in the world, it's happening through very, very small amounts of transfers, even 10 euro transfers, not 500 euro transfers. So everything, it's a risk-based approach, basically. And you have to do the ongoing AML to know where you're getting the money, where do they lead. It's not an easy process. And when you're in this business, you need to understand that you are responsible not just for your business and for your clients. You are also responsible for your state, for your community, for everything. There is an elevated responsibility on these organizations because by default, they are fraudsters out there, and they are trying to find any possible way to bypass, the regulation and to commit these illegal activities or offenses. So the reason is not because the amount is small. It means that there is no suspicion of illegal activity.
All right. I'm looking forward to the banking panel now because we're gonna have a lot of things to talk about. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Victoria Soltes, CEO at PSP Angels, Kristalla Neofitu, Maus Tenenbaum, and Stavros Psilos. Right, we're not gonna have a lunch break, guys. We're gonna have a workshop happening here on the stage. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a lot of things going on. Thank you, Maus. Always a pleasure. Ladies, thank you so much. So we're gonna have a presentation, guys. We're not gonna have a lunch break. So let's see, who's gonna do the presentation now? Is it Bram? All right, let's give it up for Bram de Jonge, Head of Customer Support and Ad Operations at AdRoll.
Good afternoon. Let's talk a little bit of advertisement. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of people here in this entire hall that would be interested to grow their platform, grow their brand, get more customers in, make more money. I was supposed to do a workshop, so I need to rush a little bit through the session as I currently only have 25 minutes instead of an hour. I have the clicker here, thank you very much. I want to kick off with a quote from John Wanamaker, probably one of the founders of digital marketing, well, marketing and advertisement as we know it at the moment. It was the first person to place an ad in a newspaper. He stated, "Half the money I spend on advertisement is wasted. And the only problem is that I don't know which half." And I'm pretty sure that anyone in this room that has issues or that is running any kind of marketing has similar issues. Actually, we know that 9 out of 10 people that are doing anything within marketing have kind of no clue how to properly attribute the impact of your marketing investments to the results that you are getting. 2 steps back, AdRoll. You might know the brand, you might not, but generally speaking, AdRoll is an advertisement platform. We do programmatic display advertisement for about 37,000 customers globally. It ranges from small SMB companies in the retail space to the big enterprises. And we also have a good portfolio of Forex companies that are running with us. What do we do? Display ads, images, if you put it very, very broadly. But we do that on web. We do images on desktop, on mobile, in apps. We also have integrations with Facebook and social media. We have the capability to drive dynamic emails based on former intent. And we also do programmatic video based on whatever intent signals you have available. Then something about myself, why I'm standing here. I'm currently the head of customer support, but also a team that is delivering internal support, mainly optimizing campaigns for our customers. As you can probably hear, I'm Dutch, so you're stuck to this beautiful Dutch accent for the next 20 minutes. I don't have personal experience dealing with our Forex customers. I will be very blunt there, but I do have a lot of experience working with big brands within the EMEA region. A couple of examples, as it is live streamed, I'm not allowed to name brand names, but think about a low-cost airline in Ireland that is doing a lot of flights towards this island here. Also think about an American and a German brand, very big in sports shoes and apparel, that are heavily competing against each other. These are the kind of customers that I've been working with, and the learnings from these big brands are also applicable to your industry. And that is what I'm going to talk about. This will not be a session to pitch AdRoll. If you want to know more about our platform, visit our stand, come have a chat with us. This is going to be about a couple of the pain points that I've seen in my 10 years experience, and that could hopefully help you to build a better marketing mix and get much more results out of your marketing campaigns. Omnichannel marketing. We first have to start with taking a look back into the development of the shopping experience, and especially the shopping experience online. What we used to see 20 years ago is that marketing was perceived as being relatively easy. A couple of steps in a linear kind of process where, you know, if I have one touch point here, it will be followed up by another touch point, and then boom, we have a conversion. That has also led that currently marketing departments are extremely siloed in many cases. It is a display department, it is a search department, it is an email marketing team. They're all focused on their individual KPIs, and they don't really look at each other. Well, currently, it's no longer that 20 years back. Instead of the 5 touch points that are needed in this example in order to get to a conversion, we currently see that you actually need 56 touch points, 56 marketing touch points in order to get to a conversion. Instead of a linear process, we are much more talking about a growth loop, as you can call this spider web of interconnected touch points that ultimately leads to a conversion. So the big change that is needed within marketing is to make that shift from multi-channel siloed marketing into a omni-channel marketing, where we put the customer experience central and build our marketing mix around it. As stated here, omni-channel marketing, the practice of providing a seamless, high-quality customer experience across all of the channels that you're using. And why do you want that? This type of marketing, making sure that your marketing mix fits to the customer needs and their experience, will give much higher engagement rates. And on top of that, engaged customers also spend more, about 9% more, not once, but at every transaction that they make within your platform or brand. All these data is retail-based, but of course, it's still very applicable to the Forex industry as well. Engaged customers that you get in your platform are ultimately, if they trust the brand, if they trust the platform, willing to make more transactions, invest more of their money within your platform, and that is exactly what you want. And then on the defense side, it is also known that engaged customers, or not engaged customers, are extremely likely to simply move to competition. So winning the customer is not the only part, it's also defending. What has also led to a massive change in online marketing is the fact that many, many more people are currently online and active in a digital way. And especially in the e-commerce section, due to COVID, we have seen massive, massive growth. 10 years of e-commerce growth within just 3 months after the COVID pandemic hit. That means that the potential market of prospects is significantly larger than a few years back. But it has also led that, generally speaking, it is much more tricky to get a customer in. It's more expensive. The acquisition cost to get a new user into your platform or adapted to your brand or willing to buy your products is simply much more expensive than it used to be a few years back. And that's where the changing environment is coming in. It is important to understand that we're talking about many, many more marketing touchpoints that are needed in order to convert a customer or a visitor into a customer. We also need to understand that there is extreme competition, not only from your direct competitors, but also from other brands that are out there. Maybe the same user is also looking for shoes or for a nice holiday trip to book. All these brands and companies are competitors when it comes to your marketing efforts. And at last, there is an intense fight for attention. There are so many brands out there that currently want to advertise. So it is important that you stand out. And this leads to 3 core areas. The stools might be a little bit in front of it, but it is important to understand your data, but also track the right data. And it is important that you're working on attribution. The capability to properly align all of your marketing investments and understand how they are interconnected to each other. And at last, the customer experience. From point A to point Z, you need to manage your customer experience and make sure that it's aligned to the goals that you have in place. And are many companies doing this at this moment? You might have guessed, but nope, they are not. People are lagging behind. Generally speaking, marketeers are kind of living in the past. If you would look at how we are tracking data within the marketing world, 20 years back, when AdWords was around, it was very easy. The click was the easiest way to track, and we also knew that the search engines have one purpose: get people out ASAP. Click, lovely measurement. But marketing evolved, especially digital marketing, and we moved into a KPI area where we did understand that volume of clicks doesn't really matter. It's about the end result. And currently, we should be living in the impact area, where it's no longer about KPIs of siloed marketing channels. It is about the holistic story that is having an impact. And you need to think about incremental revenue instead of driving proper reports and great KPIs. It is, and that is not what most companies are doing. Most companies are still living in the click area. It's like you would start now a new business and you equip your entire office with computers running Windows 98. Or it would be similar to going to a supermarket and willing to pay with golden coins because you still live in that old-fashioned, long-away source of truth. Why is this important? As already stated, there are many more people digital at the moment. Good for the Forex industry, 60% of all transactions worldwide are already digital. But on the other side, we also still see that 44% of marketers are using a last-click attribution model, which is weird because there are plenty of studies that prove that this is in the world of display advertisement, showing images on the internet, there is zero correlation between clicks and driving revenue. Zero correlation. But in the past 10 years, there has been many more kind of examples that prove that we need to make a bit of a change. It's not only that study from Nielsen that is showing that there is no correlation between the clicks and the revenue, it's also the bigger brands that have stated publicly that they have been over-investing in digital because they didn't really understand what was driving the proper incremental revenue. But it's also the big players, Facebook, Google, both companies that have a clear incentive to stimulate clicks, you would say, in order to drive their business model. But they have been stating for the past 7, 8 years that last click is not the way to go. Clicks is not the way to go. Many customers that purchase might look at your ad, don't click, but still purchase, and that ad did have an impact in their decision. And why does that matter? I have seen many companies, big and small ones, that are too heavily focused on that click optimization. What you see here is a bit of an A/B test that we have done for customers, where we focus on a click-based KPI, last click CPA, $50 as a target. We optimize towards that, but the other half of the visitor base, we have been optimizing for incremental revenue. We don't care about the clicks. We don't necessarily care about CPC, CPM. The only thing that we want to do is target people that won't be converting if we don't target them. And what you can see is that it is easy to hit the KPI of $50 CPA in this case. We did do that, but at the cost of not driving any additional dollar in incremental revenue. Actually, this campaign is making a loss. We are targeting people, the reporting looks amazing, but the dollars spent are not bringing in additional revenue. Where if you would say, I'm not going to stick to that bottom funnel kind of approach, I'm not focused on clicks only, but I try to look at the entire picture. I try to drive incremental revenue. That's where you see that the click-based CPA is through the roof. It's double the target. So many marketers would turn off the campaign. Where if you look at the incremental revenue, it is 80K more revenue in this example as compared to the click-based targeting. So the message here is, forget about clicks, forget about just impressions in general, forget about the KPIs, work on the customer experience, because that will ultimately lead to that incremental revenue. To visualize that, and this is a very basic example of a couple of customers that we have been running with, typical retargeting ad. A lot of products in there, there's a little bit of movement, looks a little bit aggressive, and there's only a logo. That's it. This ad is probably the best click-based converting ad that is around. It has extremely high click-based returns. The problem is that there's absolutely no branding in there. Well, the visual aspect of display ads is much more important than getting that click out of it. Visually, everything is the same. It's boring, it's not interesting, it's not standing out, it's not focused on the unique selling point of the product. Where if I would start to add in a bit of additional visualization here, highlighting a USP of this particular product, namely that they are liquid repellent, smell repellent, stain repellent, and we merge that into an ad that is much more visual, utilizing a bit of video in order to grab the attention, focus on the KPIs of this product, and just a little nudge towards the purchase and the product itself. This ad has a significantly higher incremental impact. It is driving more revenue, but this ad was also one of the worst performing ads when it comes to click-based data. At last, within display, clickers are not the people that are driving your revenue. Only 60% of all display-driven revenue comes through a click. And to make things worse, half of that group is actually responsible for 85% of all of the clicks. So there is a very small impact being measured, and that small group is responsible for the vast majority of the clicks that you are measuring on. Of course, the question of incrementality leads to attribution. And attribution, I see it as a technology. It's in that sense comparable to a blockchain, where it is a technology philosophy that you need to adapt, but the specific technology that you want to integrate and how it actually works, that is up to you, that's up to the platforms you decide to work with, etc., etc. But the main thing is that you need to make a move from KPIs and just click impression tracking, setting the KPIs, a little bit of cross-channel measurement towards a algorithm-driven approach, data-driven approach, an algorithm that is trying to collect as many touch points as possible and giving budget recommendations on the entire picture. Because in the end, an attribution platform and model will allow you to properly see where the credit is due, what channels are having what kind of impact, and how do they work together within the entire customer journey. And then at last, an attribution model is not static. It will evolve. It is based on many, many, many variables, and it will continuously change. There is no status quo. Anyone still using last click, I would say you are targeting the wrong people. You're targeting people that are mostly already converted. And that makes sense, because a last click model is giving the incentive to marketing platforms to only focus on the very last touch point. All of the other touch points don't matter. And the moment one click gets in, all of your marketing channels are stimulated to kind of hunt down that one visitor, because they know two things. That visitor is a clicker, and two, I'm not the last touch point. So I need to hunt them down in order to make sure that the reporting is proving that I have made the impact and not the competitor platform. It's one of the reasons why you are sometimes spammed for ages by retargeting ads. Because that is a defense strategy from a platform by simply buying up all of the impressions after a click to make the chance of another platform to step in and kind of capture the last click impossible. But it is a bad and horrible customer experience, because they are seeing the same ads over and over and over and over again. And that's because it's not about targeting site visitors with the highest probability to convert. It sounds right, but it isn't. Because those are the people you don't want to target. Those are the people that are going to convert anyways. So you want to focus on the people with the highest probability to potentially convert and really convince the people that otherwise would walk away to convert and start using your product, service, etc. It would be like if I would go 50 years back in time and give a marketeer a big bag of money and give them two options. Look, you can target anyone in the street and try to get those people into the store. Or you have this big bag of money and you can target anyone that is queuing up to check out. All marketeers, I'm 100% convinced of that, will go for option one. They will go out on the street and they will try to get people in. But especially with last click attribution, what the marketeers are kind of stimulating is to go for this guy, the person as close to checkout as possible, because that is what you're being reported on. And the woman here, or even the guy afterwards, is not yet relevant. It's only relevant when this person is getting very close to the purchase stage. And that is where you want to step in and go in aggressively. Wharton University also found out that this has kind of caused an ecosystem where marketeers are currently cheated out of money. The reports look great, but the marketing platforms are getting the wrong incentive, And therefore, you are wasting budget, probably more than half of your marketing budget, on campaigns that are not driving incremental revenue. And that's a bad thing. We still have time? Perfect. Yeah, as mentioned, this is an hour-long presentation, so rushing through it a little bit. So why do brands not adapt? What is what I've seen that is kind of preventing brands to make the right decisions? It first comes to the person that sits on the money, the CFO. And many marketeers are kind of restricted by the CFO because their department and their campaigns are being seen as a cost center and not a revenue driver. The COVID pandemic made that extremely clear. The moment that there is a little bit of panic, the first thing that is going to be cut are marketing budgets. And if that is the case, you know that you're in the wrong position, because marketing should be driving revenue, meaning if business goes bad, you are going to intensify the investment in marketing because you need to get that engine running faster. But that's not the case. And what we see, if you look at these numbers, let me actually turn those around. 2 out of 3 CFOs have no trust in marketeers that they can make proper financial decisions or that they can drive revenue in the long run. 93% of CFOs, based on this study, also don't understand how their marketing investments correlates with the ultimate growth of revenue of the company. That is a big problem. As stated, I don't have the solution to this, but if you recognize this within your company, it is an area to start looking into. Then also within the marketing departments, there are a couple of issues. And it's mainly seen with marketing departments that have a lot of tenureship, where there is an old school CMO at charge that is way too much focused on short-term goals, not willing to invest in the tools actually needed to start looking into attribution, to track the right thing, which is directly related to experience. We have always been doing this. It has always been working. So why should we invest? Why should we take the risk and make a bit of a move into a new area? These are the companies that are running with attribution models that are 20 years old. These are the companies that only look at clicks and don't understand what is actually needed in order to drive additional revenue. Another problem is time, especially if you are on an old school attribution model and you're looking into getting to an advanced data-driven attribution model. It takes time to make the step. There is a bit of overlap required, at least 6 months, maybe even longer, where you will see less results because you're adapting to the new model. And it might be painful because you are investing in something, you're seeing worse results than before, and many companies kind of stop. And that has a lot to do with their mindset. A lot of companies have incremental thinking as the baseline. You can see it in monthly kind of targets or quarterly targets, where it is very important to make very small steps upwards, which will still stimulate growth. But ultimately, it is not making that extreme exponential growth, because in order to do that, you need that exponential thinking within the company. You need to be able and willing to take a bit of a risk and take a bit of a hit and actually then get to the disruptive technology and disruptive status in order to grow your company. To sum up and move forward, the 3 key areas that I try to talk about here is we have seen that the marketing landscape has changed. There are many, many more touch points within a customer journey, and it is important to understand that they are interconnected. They are not siloed, and they work together in some shape or form. And it is important to collect the data and analyze the data in a holistic view. Additionally, it is important to look into attribution and invest in attribution. There is a lot of competition out there at the moment. Acquisition costs of one new user are significantly higher than 10 years back. And at last, it is the customer experience. Don't follow the same strategy as all of your competitors are doing, because you will look the same. You need to make sure that you stand out. It is very tricky and expensive to get attention, so better get the best out of it and really position the USPs of your company and your brand instead of just doing what everybody else is doing. To conclude, it was my opportunity to put in a picture of penguins. Not that I necessarily like penguins, but I thought it made sense here because we have been following behind a lot, speaking of marketeers generally. And it's much better to lead the way and to kind of take the risk and try to reshape your marketing department to actually lead that group and make a change in the long run and work on incremental revenue. Thank you very much.
Right, let's give it up for AdRoll, everyone. E-commerce marketing that makes you more money. Now, how many times do you hear that when you spend money on marketing?
Always.
Very nice presentation. Very, very well done. Are we done?
I think so. Any questions? Or?
Right, if anyone has any questions, guys, now is the time.
Or meet us at the booth.
Or he did it so nicely that you don't have questions. This is, you know what they say, if no one has questions, it means your presentation was amazing.
Do I then earn the bottle of champagne?
Come again?
Do I then earn a bottle of champagne if there are no questions?
If no one asks questions, what can I do? But for 0.000.1 Ethereum, I'll give you one. Right, we're not doing this. Right, let's give it up for AdRoll, everyone. Well done, very nice presentation. Now, we're gonna have another panel starting in about 15 minutes from now. So let's take a 15-minute break, because I know some of you want to go outside and have a smoke. So, 15-minute break. Please be here in 15 minutes. And we're going to talk about cryptocurrencies, guys. Cheers. It's not? No? Ah, okay. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the next panel in about 2 minutes from now. So let's try and gather around the stage. 2 minutes from now, we start the crypto panel. I can see we're taking selfies. Let's do a mic check, see if the mic works. All right, the mic is working. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the quick break. We're going to continue for the day with a very, very interesting panel. Crypto integration in the Forex and financial markets. How cool is that? And I'm going to invite the moderator of the panel, Xenia Neofitu, to join us on the stage. Let's give it up for Xenia, guys. Xenia, welcome. The stage and the mic are yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a pleasure to be with all of you here today.
Yep.
and hang out with you, and looking forward to tonight's party as well. So I'm very excited about this panel, which is about crypto, a very hot topic. And we are very lucky today to have a distinguished panel of experts to talk about this indeed very hot topic and tell us about their views and how the market, how it will evolve, and their insights about the space. So let's give them a warm welcome applause to this. Thank you. To this, I believe it's going to be the best panel of the day, which is the hottest. So before we start, I'm going to give everybody a moment to introduce themselves, and tell us a few things about what they do and their experience in the market. So I'll start with you, Jan, since you're next to me.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. My name is Jan Robert Schut of Crypto Academy, the Netherlands. I'm co-founder CEO. I'm a crypto trader. And I noticed that there was a lack of knowledge for the novice investors. And so that's why I decided to write the book, Crypto Trading for Ambitious Beginners, in Dutch. I sold 5,100 books already since November. Translating soon into English, it's already ready. And of the proceeds, I donated 2,000 euros for Ukrainian organizations, which I felt an obligation because I was there in November. And I want to support that. But today I would like to also share my insights with these great panels. Thank you.
Thank you. Andreas.
Hi everyone, good evening. Thank you for being here. I hope we meet your expectations on this panel. My name is Andreas Mathikolonis. I've been involved in this industry for the past 7 years. I work at Konota Investments. It's a family office investment firm, and Sengotar Fund Management, a Swiss-based investment manager. We do direct investments in companies, private equity, if you're interested, if you need money. If you have a blockchain project, you can also come to us. And we also have a crypto fund. I can talk about it more if you like. So in general, my day-to-day activities are related to blockchain technology, digital assets, and fund management. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for coming. My name is Aris Ioannou. I'm currently a full-time MBA at CIIM, and I have also just launched CoinAvalon. CoinAvalon is a blog in the space, in the crypto blockchain technology decentralization. And the goal of me starting this blog was to basically spread knowledge based on my knowledge and experience within the space, and rather focus on the ecosystems that are emerging in this space rather than the markets. In terms of my background, I've been living for many years in Switzerland, and in my last role I was VP in functional architecture in Credit Suisse, more precisely in the compliance digitalization space. And I also had a brief, I worked briefly into the research industry in IBM Research and EPFL. And my background education is technology, and now I'm doing my business degree. Thank you.
And Andreas Livadiotis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andreas Livadiotis, and I'm the founder and CEO of X Valley Technologies. We have developed an in-house proprietary trading platform for Forex and crypto trading. We also offer CRM, liquidity bridge, social trading, MAM trading, and all the components you need to run a brokerage. We have a complete solution.
Thank you so much. So without further ado, I will start my questions. Our title today is Crypto Integration in the Forex Financial Markets. So I will start with the first question. How can the Forex industry leverage from the emerging markets of crypto? And I'm going to ask this question to Aris, which I know you are, apart from blockchain enthusiast, you are also a business architect, and you are involved a lot in the digital transformation. So I want to share your views about how can they leverage, how can the Forex market leverage from the crypto industry?
From my experience also as a DeFi user the past few years, I believe that the first step into this integration, or let's say of the industry to leverage these emerging markets, would be to integrate with decentralized finance and have access to these new markets, new pairs, new products that are emerging in the industry so that they can enhance their product offering and basically provide their clients with, let's call them more exotic pairs that you cannot find from centralized service providers. And the reason that you have these cases where pairs do not exist in centralized service providers is because this world is not just what we exchange in the markets, but it's rather ecosystems. There are projects and teams behind these projects where they build decentralized applications, and the tokens have utilities. and the utilities, they serve a purpose within this ecosystem. So if you want to have access to these pairs, you need to go at the source. It doesn't have a lot of meaning to have liquidity in centralized service providers, where basically you need the liquidity on chain, where the people buy and sell these tokens to use the utility of the function of these tokens. One example would be you have a lot of launchpads. The launchpads basically allow you to have access to initial DEX offerings, public offering within the crypto space. And their token serves a purpose where if you are a holder, you are allowed to participate and get an allocation into the various public offerings. This is happening in a decentralized environment. So it doesn't have a lot of meaning to have these tokens listed on exchanges in centralized environment when basically you need them within the chain where people buy and sell them in order to participate into these protocols. And this is just one example, the launchpad, but you have way more things that are coming, like GameFi is coming up now. Now a new trend, it's called SocialFi, and all these things live into the decentralized world. So if you want to have access to these tokens, you need to go at the source, which is basically DeFi. And personally, I believe as we move forward and as this space, DeFi, expands, we will have more and more cases where either liquidity you find only on chain or you have more liquidity on chain. So by having an integration between their systems and the decentralized world, they can enhance their product offering and offer their clients more products, which it's more difficult to get access to on their own.
Great. So there is a lot of scope from the Forex industry, and it can, there are synergies, and they can leverage both markets. And the Forex industry can enhance their product offering a lot. And you also mentioned the decentralized finance, which I'm going to address now the question also to Andreas, which is, I know you're a lot into DeFi and you're talking to many events as well, but I know you're also researching into this subject, and you are also a blockchain enthusiast and looking into these things a lot. And tell us your views about the solutions and decentralized finance as well.
Definitely, thank you, Xenia. I very well agree with my fellow panelist, Aris. DeFi stands for Decentralized Finance, for those who are unfamiliar with the term. DeFi are financial products and concepts as already exist in the industry. However, they are connected with the blockchain. They are built on blockchain. So it's built on code, essentially. So if it's built on code, that means it's on the internet, and Forex companies can leverage this opportunity and use products that are already developed by other teams, and most of them are open source as well. And they can bring the functionalities of these different products into a centralized place that has been developed by themselves. So you don't, basically Forex companies do not need to reinvest something new. They do not need to have a whole in-house IT team that usually is happening to develop new products. Yes, this is possible, but for a start, can leverage on existing products and bring them together under their own umbrella. And this is important because the average user out there is not able to use these decentralized products, don't know where they are. Most of the times we hear about scams, that they lose their money. Most of the time it's a problem of the user, because the user does not understand. So if a Forex company leverages on this opportunity and bring these products in-house under their own brand name, they can create a safe environment for the user, an environment that they are already familiar with, and they can start using the products. And of course, Forex industry will be able to get involved and build further on what they have. So essentially, to wrap up this question, Forex companies, they can leverage what's in existence, get familiar with the industry, because only recently this has started to happen. And it's not only about using or launching a crypto exchange, as most of us see around now. There are many other products there. Look into them, do some research, see how it can be integrated into your current operations. And I'm sure as you go along, you'll find more and more ways. Thank you.
Great, great, Andreas. And I couldn't agree with you more that the users should educate themselves. It's an exciting space, but definitely they should educate themselves and be aware of the risks as well as the opportunities there. And coming now to the practical solutions, Andrea, you have a solution. You're the founder of X-Valley Technology, and you give solutions to Forex brokers with different products. And I want to ask you practical questions. How can the Forex brokers receive crypto funds?
Thank you, Ksenia. Great question. As a broker, you can use a crypto payment gateway to receive funds in any form you like, fiat or crypto. You can receive bank to crypto, fiat to crypto, or from crypto wallets directly. Using a crypto payment gateway as a widget or as an API integrated to your existing trading platform is very easy, and you can use your existing system as is to integrate a new payment gateway. Also, it's possible to be integrated globally and used in any jurisdiction and accept very low transactions with very low fees. As well, you can use a custody solution, a third-party custody solution, depending on the jurisdiction and the license. Or you can also use a self-custody solution where you will store the cryptos. Also, you can store the widgets in a secure environment using multi-signature wallets or private keys and have daily backups. Using a crypto payment gateway as well can give you multiple channels like issuing invoices, paying your affiliates, and so on. And all that, you can get it from X-Valley.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna continue with Ian, and you mentioned before that you support all this situation with the fund in Ukraine and all of that. And I want to, before we get into more detailed questions about the crypto, which we are very experienced in, I want to ask your views about how did the current situation affect the market, the turbulence in the Ukraine and everything.
Yeah, the thing is that when Russia attacked Ukraine, you saw very much volatility, uncertainty in the market. From my own experience, also my clients were very afraid, of course, what's happening. But also for Forex brokers, I work with 10 Forex brokers. Some brokers did wide the spreads because of the uncertainty. Some brokers did not do that. So also for the brokers, whether the market is certain or uncertain, always offer good spreads for the retail clients, because if the retail client cannot trade well, from my own experience also, I traded with one product, the DAX, the German DAX index, and it was not good. So there was very much uncertainty, so people were afraid. And people backed off. But also, what you see also that with the crypto market, if the crypto market went down as well, in line with the stock market. But now we are at the pre-level of the invasion. So that means that the market is elaborating everything very quickly. But if you want to be a good investor trader, always try to analyze well, be objective. For the retail side, and of course the brokers need retail and also big institutional investors, but always be careful with offering the services when there is not good. So always offer good markets, that is my opinion. And nowadays, now you see there is much more relief in the market, and so the people are looking forward for solutions, and that's good because now we can progress forward. And yeah, that also with the cryptos actually. First there was a panic, but later not, because the cryptos were being used by Ukraine as well for receiving funds. I also donated in crypto. So there was a very good mean to use crypto to finance or to get access to funds. And so that's a good positive thing.
So I mean, the turbulence, when there is turbulence in the market or there is a lot of things happening, this fluctuation, let's say, of the prices, etc.
Yes.
It creates for the brokers possibilities, opportunities for profits as well.
Yeah, but the thing is that I spoke to many brokers, and many brokers firms, they said, no, we see a decrease in risk appetite. And that is, okay, you cannot manipulate, you cannot manage the market. The only thing what you can manage as a broker, offer services, offer webinars, also education. And I think also education is key, also webinars, real-life trading. I'm trading all the time live. What I noticed when I put a webinar online, live trading, because people want to see, hey, what are the opportunities, where do I have to focus on, how can we manage risk?
Exactly, and
Thank
we're
you.
coming back to the education of
you.
people, and this is something that you do very well in the crypto sphere as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go back again to, and we elaborated a bit about the blockchain and how it, or the crypto industry. I'll take it a more general one now about the blockchain and how it can leverage, how can the Forex market leverage from this industry. And I'm gonna ask again the question to our panelists about to give us a view about what are the opportunities here, what are their opportunities in this market, and how they can leverage further. If you want to add more on this, because this is a core of our panel as well.
Digital assets industry is growing every month. I remember when we started 3 years ago, it was so difficult to find service providers, to even brokers to deal with crypto or custodians. 3 years down the line, almost 4. Yes, it's still early, but there's so many and you can conduct business properly. Even now we have regulatory environments. So if we go a bit back, we discuss about DeFi, and this is very important. It's an aspect and an area where there is a lot of potential, and many financial products will shift there. And this technology will shift, will change, will alter certain ways of doing business or finance and integrate this new technology. And we see this, that every time we see a new technology, there is progress essentially. So we already discussed about DeFi. For example, there are a method that we can use this opportunity is to tokenize assets. So I believe previous panelists maybe discussed the concept of NFTs, non-fungible tokens, which means essentially taking an asset and registering on the blockchain with certain characteristics. By doing this, you can create securities, as we know securities from the traditional markets, on the blockchain. And by doing this, you can leverage the value of this asset and use it on new products that are coming out. For example, there are platforms like Aave or Melt, built on different protocols, where you can borrow or lend against your assets. So let's say I'll give you an example now. You're going to have many questions, but let's take it as an example for now. You have a house, you go to the bank, you put it on mortgage, you get some money back. If you tokenize this asset and you put it on the blockchain with a certain evaluation from a certified entity, you can borrow against the value on blockchain, so you don't need the bank essentially. So this is a way of leverage and use this new emerging technology with finance. And all these things are under DeFi umbrella. And of course, there are more opportunities, and I will let Aris discuss a bit further on this.
Thank you, Andreas. I will stand only in a small topic that Andreas touched, Aave and lending. And what I want to say is that opportunities doesn't come only by the new things that we are building, but rather the industry has a lot of knowledge in this space. So what they can do, they can basically get their existing knowledge and just transform it or implement it into a different way. One example would be automating the different trading strategies. And to give one small example, one very basic strategy that is transformed on the blockchain is basically the arbitrage trading strategy. So what people do on the blockchain is instead of putting down their own capital, they leverage the various lending platforms. They get a loan, they perform the arbitrage, and then they give the money back. And what these platforms are giving you is what is called flash loan. Aave, that Andreas mentioned before, they give you a flash loan. A flash loan is basically a capability that allows you to take as much capital as you want. You can take 1 million, 10 million, maybe even 1 billion, without providing any collateral, as long as you are going to return the money within the same block. Because the time on the blockchain is measured in blocks, not in time, the real time, then if you do that, it's like you don't change the state of the protocol. So what people do, they go, they get a flash loan, they get the money to perform their arbitrage, and then they're returning their money back to the protocol. And I believe there are going to be a lot of more opportunities where you can get your existing knowledge and just transform it with the new technology and also combine it with these new products and offerings that are building into the new decentralized world.
Definitely, and this new, and the blockchain itself, it can give much more automated solutions as well to the Forex industry, and by developing much more sophisticated products as well. And definitely, the Forex market is much more liquid than the crypto because it's been around for so many years. The crypto, it's a fairly recent one. So we see that there is a liquidity problem as well. And I'm going to, again, address a practical question first to Andreas and then the others to comment about how can the brokers get liquidity within the Forex for spot or physical crypto pairs?
Exactly, Xenia, that's a huge problem for Forex brokers. You need a liquidity aggregate or bridge to connect to 20, 30 exchanges to have deep liquidity. And to do that, you have to constantly monitor different APIs, changes in their APIs, updating the code, optimizing the code, and running constant development on the different exchanges you want to get the liquidity from. So at XValley, we offer just that. We keep a liquidity aggregation of 30 exchanges. You can get to an existing system that you have a fixed API, the financial exchange protocol, or web API, or REST API, whatever you prefer. And you can trade 3,000 pairs. You can start from 1 to as many as you want. And in this way, you can offer to your clients access to many products that Aris and Andreas already mentioned, and add on top of your existing infrastructure, the Forex infrastructure as well. Thank you.
Jan, you want to comment about this spectrum, or shall I rephrase a bit different my question? Yeah. Would you like to
Can
comment?
Can you rephrase the question?
Or I'll ask you about I'll ask you on a different level about the current about the leverage for the clients, and I'll take it with the EU sphere.
Yeah, the thing is that I think that to put DeFi to the centralized exchanges or centralized Forex brokers, it's a good idea. But I'm doubting if that will be the solution, maybe in 3, 4, or 5 years. But at the moment, when you want to let the people, the retail investors, let access to the cryptos, first you have to start with BTC and Ethereum. These are the main two pairs in the world. There are more than 18,000 pairs of coins, and that means that Bitcoin and Ethereum together, they have 60% of the total market. So if people are not aware to trade or are not allowed to trade in the BTC or Ethereum, yeah, then it doesn't make any sense because you have to make it mainstream. And I think the CFD and the Forex brokers have a nice key in their hands because they are regulated, so it gives more trust to the retail traders. But then the retail traders must have the opportunity to trade BTC and Ethereum to start with. But when in the European framework, legislation framework, if the leverage is only 1/2 or 2/1, that means that if a trader wants to trade Bitcoin, they need to put, let's say, $25,000 on the table. No retail trader will do that. So that is the point. Increase leverage, I would say, for the crypto, and also for Ethereum the same. And that is the first, also my question for the regulators, also to take a look at that. If you are, if you want to go with the time and to let flourish the business, please take a look to reviewing the leverage in a more favored way.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Okay, so we discussed about different, about how can this new technology, the blockchain, can help, and how can the Forex industry leverage from this technology. I want to ask now, what are the risks? What do you foresee? I mean, how you see the risks in this industry and for the Forex as well? And I will ask all the panelists to comment on this one. Yeah, Jan, you can start first. Yeah.
That was no, the biggest risk I think is lack of knowledge, because blockchain is not one quick fix that you do in the garage. So you need a good team of specialists. And what my colleague also mentioned, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You can buy this technology from other partners. But what I see in a DeFi, for instance, the biggest risk is vulnerability of security. There are many hacks of decentralized exchanges, also from blockchain protocols. For instance, Shiba Inu has been stolen many years ago, and these guys, the hackers, are now multi-zillionaires. So security, that's the biggest risk. You have also with IT always on the front door is open, but the back door you have also to close very well. But I'm not an IT specialist, I'm just a trader.
Very well. I very much agree with Jan. Education is key. Like every new technology, there is its need of constant education. And once we see, in order to see adoption, people need to get educated first. I will say the risk. Jan briefly mentioned the regulators, so I'll stand on this. I'll take as example Cyprus. Cyprus introduced crypto registration a few months ago. So basically, a company can register, apply for this registration/license to handle crypto. However, they cannot open a bank account. So this is still a gray area. If you have, if the bank realizes that you are dealing with digital assets, they will close down your banking accounts. Now, this is a problem, especially in Cyprus. So what companies should look into is that if they are going to get involved with the industry, they need to make a proper planning and due diligence of the jurisdictions they would like to get incorporated and do business. So it's very important at this stage, until everything is fully regulated, to understand what we are going to do about.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with both of my panelists here. where I want to stand is a bit on the lack of knowledge, where it's not just to have a team of experts in place, but also a team that is going to constantly learning because this space is constantly evolving. Today we're talking about DeFi, but what's already happening is some other new trends or subsectors of DeFi, like GameFi, SocialFi, PreFi. So yeah, find the word and put Fi next to it, and it's going to happen. So it's not just having the knowledge, but also having people to acquire the knowledge and follow the trends. And on the technology side, you have on one side the hacks, but at the same time you have bugs because the code is so rapidly written and innovation happens so fast that you also have situations where you have bug in the code. And we had in the past many cases where the funds were logged into smart contracts because of a bug, and no one could retrieve the funds because not even the developers could shut down the network, so they changed the code. So that's another problem of the technology, not just the hacks, but also the mistakes from the development team.
You have all raised very good points that are totally right. So the only thing I will say is do a proper due diligence to the products that you're going to offer. If you're going to offer a DeFi product, if you're going to add a new pair that is very new, nobody knows who is behind, do a proper due diligence to the services you are adding. Add as much as you can, but be careful because in the details you can get in trouble.
Exactly. It's you have to know
What to put.
Your client, or you have to know your product, everything. So you kind of anticipate as much as possible the risks. If you don't have any, I mean, I can open up. I think I'll open up the floor now, and then you can, you can tell us your final views. But now I'll open the floor for the audience to address us any questions to our panelists. Yes, we have the first gentleman there. Do we have a microphone? Yes.
I'm going to borrow your microphone. There we go. I'm going to do this one. There we go, the first question.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I have heard too much talk about regulation and risks and stuff like that. And, I wonder, since I'm relatively new to the blockchain business and the crypto business, actually I know very, very few. Okay? Andreas, I think, talked about the NFTs and stuff. So my question is, based on your last round of discussion, let's suppose that you might get in trouble and all these things that you said. Let's suppose that I use NFTs. Let's suppose that I make some kind of contests. There are some contests, stock market contests or Forex contests. But if you offer money to the winners, you are illegal in some jurisdictions. So if you offer them, say, NFTs, can this circumvent the legal issues that and get you? So it lets you free of all those trouble by offering NFTs, which is nothing tangible. It is something like thin air. I don't know. Of course, I'm new to this business. That will set you free and do your business as usual.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I'll start on this one.
Remember, if you like, sorry to cut you off, if you think the question is worth the golden buzz, the gentleman will receive a bottle of champagne.
There we go.
There we go. We need a bottle of champagne here for a very good question, guys.
Excellent. So, as we said before, you need to treat everything case by case. In this case, I want some of that as well. Wait, I'm the one giving the answer here. Right. You have utility tokens where they are used as utility to do functions within the concept of the project. Similarly, you have NFTs that they can take a role. However, both NFTs and tokens should not classify as securities. So that's where you need to stand. It depends what you are going to give to the client. If you give them something that qualifies as security. For example, if you give them a token that will pay them dividend of your business, I'm just giving a simple, straightforward example now, that classifies as security. So in order to do this, you need the legal framework to be in place and also to be in a regulated jurisdiction. If you give them a token as a reward that can be used in your platform, let's say to decrease the trading fees, this is an utility token, so we are still on the gray area.
Say I give them the NFT called Nicholas, which is tradable in some kind of exchange.
Okay, if you give them an NFT that is called Nicholas,
right,
and it does not qualify as a security because there is a test, it's called Huawei test, which came of a case in the US regarding what's classified as security or not, it should be fine. Because like I'm giving you a printout of a photo, yes? Or I'm giving you something that it doesn't really have any value unless you create a value for it. So exactly, it's tradable because can be exchanged on the blockchain. So if you in the future, let's say you become very famous and someone wants to buy the first NFT you created, okay, that's like collectible. So that's totally different. Exactly. So it depends on what's happening at the specific moment of time, essentially. But it's always good to be prepared about the future because you don't know what's happening. And we've seen many, many cases, especially with SEC, coming back of things that happened 3, 5, 10 years ago. Okay, not 10 is too much. But, chasing up just to, scare people or to get more money out of unclear business, let's say. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any other questions, guys? We're heading for the last question. There we go. You want a bottle of champagne, don't you? Imagine if I bring tequila.
Thank you. I would like to ask you how to avoid the crypto scams, because we all know this market is full of those. And I don't know, maybe some rules for newbies? Thank you.
Very good question.
Can I go for it?
There we go, another bottle of champagne, guys.
The first
this is
one.
Unbelievable.
Well, scams are always all over the place. It's not necessarily for cryptos. What you have to be aware of, advertisements. In the Netherlands, we have John de Mol is a media tycoon, and they misused his profile. But you have to be stupid if John Mol says you have to buy this because you will get a zillionaire. Also, Elon Musk advertisements, if the advertisements are too good to be true, don't buy on that. But if you are looking at projects, for instance, always take a look at the project. Okay, what is the added value of the project? So if there is good, so the added value, you have to take a look at the team. How is the team constructed? Is it a good team? What is their experience? Always check the due diligence, the background on LinkedIn, so social profiles. And also check on Medium, for instance, the publications. And the repositories also, the technical details. I don't know which website it is, but you can check it. So if a project is not active on anything, you cannot even know where is their jurisdiction, where they are from. I also made a mistake. I also did participate in ICO, in a scam, but I learned from that. Also, I wrote this also in this book, Crypto Trader for Ambitious Beginners, with more detailed analysis. But to be short, just do a very good due diligence, and don't. And if you want to invest, anyway, if it looks good, only do a small portion of your capital. Not go all in one project. Yes?
Can I add something
on
that? So what worked for me when I was a beginner once was basically to find groups of people that I can trust and share information. Because what happens is you have scams every day. Even with NFTs, there are situations where you might buy an NFT that we discussed before, and within the code, within the smart contracts, there are ways to steal your money. Or there are many situations where they can create an artificial website which looks identical to some other website, and you connect your wallet and go on. Or other type of scams is they give you an airdrop, they give you free tokens. This happened to me, they give you free tokens, and when basically you click on them and open them, they steal your money. So the best way to avoid these kind of things is try and surround yourself with people that are in this space that you can trust, and before touching anything like this, just ask your group. I mean, there are many groups in Telegram or in different forums that you can ask and exchange knowledge, and I think that's the best way to move forward, especially if you are going into the cutting edge of DeFi and so on.
All right.
Yes, we finished, I understand. We don't no more time. Everybody is anxious to go, or we have more time for no?
We're actually 10 minutes into the other panel.
Okay.
So unfortunately, we can't take any more questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank
our
you, everyone.
audience and our speakers.
Amazing
and,
panel, guys. Let's give it up for
see you soon.
Xenia Neofitu, Andreas Matikolonis, Ian Robert Schute, Andreas Livadiotis, and Aris Ioannou.
Thank you, everyone. Any questions, just approach us anytime. Cheers.
See you soon. Right, a lot of people interested in cryptos, but wait to see what's coming, guys. Wait to see what's coming. Now, the next panel, it's about banking in 2022. Many people are avoiding the topic. Many people are talking about it behind closed doors. Well, I'm going to do it on the stage today. So there's no secret that since cryptocurrencies and NFTs went viral, standard banks had a lot of struggle keeping up with the compliance procedures, AML, and with the people's desire of trading cryptocurrencies. I believe all of us had our fair share of trading cryptos and dealing with standard banks, right? They love us and we love them back. We saw that things can get really complicated even if you try and trade $100 on a crypto exchange with a standard bank. But the reason we're here today is not to say how bad the standard banks are, is to try and find solutions and common grounds and see how we could do better. And for this, I have a man that over a period of 20 years has launched and managed a number of businesses worldwide. From European-based trading entities through GCC-focused asset management companies. And his last venture was the formation of the Middle East's largest investment firm, ADS Securities. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one and only Philippe Ganem, founder and chairman at Squared Financial. Philippe, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you for accepting the challenge, because it's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge.
See, I'm here for you.
All right, so in this panel, we're going to talk about the obvious. Yeah, how difficult it is for people to trade cryptocurrencies and do business with standard banks. I'm going to share a short story with you. A couple of months back, I opened a new company. All right, in Cyprus. And I like to think I am a public figure, especially having a YouTube channel, and moderating these kind of events. Now, I had difficulties opening a bank account. It took me a while. I did it eventually, but I had difficulties. So, I want to start by asking you, right, because I know you have a lot of experience with banking. How do you see standard banking versus the modern banking in 2022?
It's a large question to answer because there isn't any definition yet, in my opinion, in terms of standard and modern, because evolution is happening as we speak. Today, you have a few evolutions that we have to take in consideration is hardware and software evolution that are allowing banks to mutate into more sophisticated And hence why we have a result of EMI licenses that are coming on board, more sophisticated entities that have implemented new technologies that are allowing people to open accounts. Now, you will feel a difference, and we are feeling that difference between big banks asking certain customers, so their software is telling them that those customers are not viable or they're not making enough money from those customers, hence like UBS or others, which are cutting customers from individual to institutions. Now you have the lower end, the middle banks are gradually or evaluating or disappearing or consolidating. Now what is going to come on board is those new sophisticated companies that have implemented softwares and systems that will allow people to open accounts online, corporate, and for individuals. And I know that a few companies are trying to do that. So definitely the standardization of banking as we know is going. We saw that it doesn't work. Certain countries neighbor to us have collapsed. So from capital control to banking completely destroyed because the standard banking of the way they used to work cannot work anymore. From credit, from prime broker, from personal loans. And the big element that is changing is compliance. Regulators, we are criticizing in general regulators. It's an easy thing to criticize regulators. But I think that we have to put in perspective the demands and the pressure that those regulators are having from business owners and from customers complaining or being scammed. We were talking about scammed or issues, and hence why it is important not only to have a conversation with regulators, but also it is important for regulators to spend into education, to educate their staff, and to upgrade their technologies to enhance their systems.
And what could we do to work more closely? Because you said we should work together. What could we do to work more closely with the standard banks, in your view?
First of all, you have to see if they want. This is one thing. Certain banks, standard banks, have arrived to a level where the gap is so big between your reality and their reality. They cannot upgrade their softwares. They're too heavy to upgrade their staff. They have issues that are long dated that they cannot deal with. So some banks are approaching and some banks are selling themselves. So if you have some banks that have enough data, it's all about data today. And more of those banks will grow if they understand how to mine their data and to understand how liquidity and information is important to surround it of technology and education. If you spend on technology and education, this is where you're going to have a bank that can communicate to its people. It won't be able to communicate to customers if it doesn't upgrade its technology. If you want to go more in details, you cannot. The number of consumers is only going to increase. Yes. Your children, my children are consumers, are clients. You have about 2 billion new humans that will most probably become digital consumers. How do you deal with that? You can't deal with that as you are today, hence why you need to upgrade the technology, to educate the people to start having a conversation with its clients.
I know you deal with banks at the highest level possible. And I feel that the banks started like a crusade against cryptocurrencies, against small companies, against online companies. What's the bank's view of cryptocurrencies, Philippe? Are they evil? Do they see cryptos as evil?
Not all banks are fighting. Let's be realistic, say, not all banks. Certain banks cannot deal with it. Certain banks, the management and the mindset, so you could go, I live in Geneva, and there are streets in Geneva that differentiate each other, okay? You have one street, which is the standard private banking. They don't want to evaluate technology. They're happy, they have their customers coming in. There is no conversation to have with them. But there are other banks that are taking in consideration that cryptocurrency is coming on board. Real currencies like we saw today in the news, yuan, possibly the euro, all of those are going to be tokens. It's not possible for us to deal with the expansion of the economy if we don't tokenize currencies. And this is where you will have a cross between Bitcoin and euro dollar, or Bitcoin or Ethereum with dollar yen. This is where we're going. We're going to go where a much more digitalized industry that will only expand because the users will be much more.
You know what I'm curious about? Very curious about? If when the countries issue their own tokens, their own coins, yeah, apparently those coins will be backed up by the government, if I'm not mistaken.
I doubt. Some of them, they tried. Possibly they will. What will be tokenized, certainly, you will certainly have an expansion of the NFT market. This is the next evolution for IPOs, in my opinion.
Even more than this?
Much more.
Oh my God.
What we're seeing is nothing. The others and where the blockchain technology and this new virtual world will take us to places we've never been before. Medicine, infrastructure, banking, name it. This is the new magic. Technology was the new magic. This is where it's going.
So this is like the internet was back in the, what was it, the 90s?
It's the light.
The dot-com bubble.
Much more than the internet. It's the light. This is where we're going in terms of evolution globally, a much more faster economy, much more faster. The only thing that will not be streaming yet is your body, for now. But we're already streaming between
the avatars.
I had the dispute on CNBC last time regarding the explanation of the NFT. How do we make money? There are two ways. Of course, the valuation of those companies. And the second thing is you will have live promotions in a parallel world of a live economy that will be live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a live world parallel that people will grow and know only about it. Like our kids today, we used to turn pages.
Yeah.
Huh?
Now
Today
we
they
just
do
swipe
like
the
this.
screen, yeah.
Tomorrow they will do further. And this is what is the new economy coming. New consumers, sorry.
But are we ready for this, Philip? Are we ready for this rapid expansion into the metaverse, for example, into building avatars, into buying virtual land? I had an interview a couple of weeks back about buying virtual land and dressing up your avatar. And it made me chuckle, to be honest. It made me laugh because I was like, guys, who goes to work if we're busy building an avatar? Is the world ready for this?
So I'll answer you in a cautious way and a brutal way. The first thing is, since COVID, we got digitalization implemented in our life much faster.
Yes.
So people that were not using digital assets or were not using instruments got to use them because they had to survive. They had to go to do their tests, they had to fill up their forms. All of those are new consumers we didn't know about. Now, on avatars and NFTs, those are markets, and I say it again to our consumers, and I've been saying it to all our consumers, could be on the trading side to the crypto side. Learn it, get to know it, take your time, be informed, educate yourself, or you will lose, or it's a toss of a coin. So there are lands to buy and nice marketing things to do. If you don't understand it, just don't do it. But this is part of the parallel economy that is coming on board, which is not new. We had a parallel economy. A lot of the stocks we're trading and the valuations we're facing are parallel and virtual economies, in a certain way.
All right. Now, back to my initial question. And you mentioned it earlier on, education and cryptocurrencies. Do you think the bank personnel needs more education and information about cryptocurrencies?
From the banking people that I've met in my career, a lot of them want to learn. A lot of them pushes their companies to teach them, for them to learn much more on what are they actually selling, because a lot of people are coming into a bank, integrating a place and focusing straight. And this is where we need to spend on education to be sure we educate our staff. Of course, you can always do better. So can I say that the whole banking industry is undereducated? No. But you certainly have people that would like to be more educated, yes.
And how can we help them understand that many people, mean no harm if they just want to trade a bit of crypto. Like we were saying earlier on, what harm can I do if I trade 300, 500 euros a month on Binance or Coinbase? Do I deserve to get a call from the bank manager or someone telling me, listen, what you're doing is not really okay? Then why my transaction goes through when I'm trying to deposit?
Look, certain companies allow you to trade crypto. Work with them. If the bank that you deal with is not friendly with crypto, wait until they become friendly or just go somewhere else, because it effectively, certain compliance departments are quite brutal in just shutting you down as a customer because you dealt with crypto. So do they need education on crypto? Do they want to have education on crypto? Certain people do. What I would advise is that regulators and central bank push education through those banks and explaining them how they can enhance their softwares and their systems to be able to be receptive to crypto users.
Right. I don't know if you were here because Nick asked a very interesting question earlier on. Now, is this issue with banks blocking average people from doing business with crypto exchanges, does it come from the central bank or it has to do with every bank in particular?
We lived in a very volatile world of news regarding crypto. One day China closed it down, one day India opened it up, one day India closed it up, one day Dubai opened it up. So it's a bit confusing. So it is, again, very important for central bank and regulators to pass through the information through regulated entities of what they can sell and buy and how do they express it to their customers. And at the end is of the risk of the bank. Some banks do not feel comfortable, but I'm sure that compliance softwares and investing into compliance inside banks and institutions will allow you to onboard more customers that will trade crypto, because they will trade crypto, that's it.
Even the banks will have to trade cryptos
They
eventually.
will hold in their portfolio, which they are, some of them. You know, you have a lot of banks that today have open desk for that.
Right. Now, regulation.
And it's profitable because the spreads are quite large. Compared to the foreign exchange spreads, the spreads of a crypto is quite important, and it allows you to build big companies again.
Very well said. In terms of regulation, let's say a global regulation will be issued, yeah? And cryptocurrencies will be regulated on a global level. Do you think the banks will finally accept the fact that some people like to try and make a bit of profit speculating on cryptocurrencies? Are they going to open up?
Now we're focused on cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
It's not, again, this is not the only thing that I look into. Customers want more product to trade. There is going to be more instruments coming on board. Technology is again allowing you to have more instruments that will be traded. So crypto or others, new things are going to come on board. So today it's true, you have a lot of tokens and coins that are coming on board that are scams or very dangerous that you trade on. So am I for this new technology that is coming on board? Am I for blockchain or tokenized currency coming on board further on? Of course, yes, I believe it's safer. We can control it better. We can understand where it goes. And we can expand international, how do we say, markets. And it will give another layer of profits for us to be able to spend much more time on education to have a better world. The tipping point of having an elevated economy, because you said something very right. Are we ready? The only way to be ready is to spend into education, and the way to spend into education is to spend into technology to push that education through.
Yes, very well said. But do people want to learn? Because if you get 10 people, if you line up 10 people...
They want to make money.
Exactly. And you ask them, do you want more money? They will say yes. Do you want more power? Yes. Do you want longer hair? Yes. Do you want more education? No. And I had an education company. I tried. Once I left the financial markets, I started educating people on what financial markets really are and what they have to offer. And I was surprised when I saw that people are not really interested in going that deep into education. They want to know how to protect their funds, fair enough. How not to get scammed, fair enough. But if you ask someone, do you want to understand truly how to create portfolios, how to work with all asset classes, how to mix, you know, heavy technology with heavy knowledge, they're going to say no.
This is a problem of majority. It's a highly educated people don't want to be more educated, or certain people are interested or not. But this is, again, the work of sophisticated institutions to be sure they nail the way they send the correct message, which is indirectly education. When you talk about stop losses, when you talk about margin calls, when you talk about crypto wallets, when you talk about the use of your platform, this is already the first and second layer of education. Deeper is their choice, but you have to do a job, which you're doing even yourself, and any of those entities that I'm reading around this, this area today where we are, this expo, is they're trying to push a message, and this message is educative. How further can we go? This is where we have to invest and spend money on.
Yeah, how do you see the banking in the next 20 years? The standard banking system, what's your view on it? How is it going to look like?
Already, it's going to be much more simplified. Artificial intelligence is going to allow us to study precedents in names, in users, and a discussion of global data between all softwares, which will allow you to implement in your bank a compliance or a CRM system that will allow you to go faster into implementing and onboarding customers. So today, the standard banks are spending into CRMs, are spending in compliance. They're evaluating their technology. Some of them will be consolidated. They won't be able to last. Some of them will need to consolidate. And leaders will be people that will have their own platform, their own technology, or at least white label sophisticated platform where they can put their touch of services in it that will allow customers to use their software.
You have a lot of hope in the future of the standard banking.
You know, I've been 22 years in that industry, and when there were no expos and this, and since 22 years, I had more than 1.2 million customers that traded. Now it's small, but in that time it was big. And I was always optimistic about this industry. I helped to found a financial center in Abu Dhabi, and we built two extraordinary companies. And today, what I'm really focused on is on, of course, Squared Financial. That will be, in my opinion, one of the leading online trading banking platform in that industry. I hope so.
Very nice. So we can find common ground between banks, demand, and innovation.
You will find, yes, of course. You will find. It's happening. People are working very hard to establish those kind of institutions. You have very positive founders. A lot of money is being invested in that industry. Big numbers. I think some of those people know what they're doing, yes.
All right, you're giving me my confidence back in the standard banking system.
Don't go to one bank, but you should go generally to do yourself a homework where you will be pushed back, and if you're pushed back, just go to the other one. Not all of them will accept your idea of banking, so it is your duty to try what is there, read what the information they have, look at some of the reference, so much social media, social discussions that are happening about this bank or this bank, get informed, and then choose the right bank. Open one account, two accounts, then you'll see how it goes.
I saw how it goes. Luckily, I managed to open one. Now, do we have any questions from the audience, guys? Because we have more champagne bottles. Are you here for the champagne? All right. Let me get the microphone. Where's the microphone? There it is. All right. Let's meet halfway. Oh, there we go. All right.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you for your speech. I love your questions and your answers. And my main question is, are you not afraid about CBDC according to the banking sector? Because actually, CBDC could be private banking killer. What are your expectations, predictions about CBDC effect in your sector and banking sector? Thank you.
Nice question.
I don't see it a threat. I don't see it a threat, and I don't think I can elaborate more on the answer. One thing that I can tell you is that private banking is mutating into electronic banking. And it is important that banks offer enough product to have assets under management to allow customers to allocate some of their portfolio, could be crypto or their real portfolio, into robotic trading. Some of them would like to be going there. So private banking is really evaluating. But again, certain customers do like to have still a contact with humans, but it will be difficult on the broker side, but most probably on the banking side. But again, banks are being very hungry in terms of deposits if they want to have a conversation. So it will be very difficult for you to have a conversation with a banker if you come with a small deposit. This is where I'm saying about technology, where technology will be, the robots will be able to answer you the majority of your questions and fetch for the right answer for you.
All right. One more question, guys. There we go. We have one more question there. Now you see how I felt at the previous expo.
I should give champagne. This is the objective.
If you are super
you like
impressed,
champagne?
There we go. We have a bottle of champagne there, everyone. There we go. Now, next question, please.
Hello. Thank you
Hi.
for your speech, Monsieur Ganem. I don't drink champagne. I prefer coffee. Thank you.
All right.
NFTs are here to stay. For example, there was a small picture icon digital that was sold for 92 million. Also, game companies, Ubisoft, Electronic Arts, they are integrating into their games. So we have NFTs not going anywhere. However, I'm going back to the point you mentioned before that governments will make euro, for example, or the US dollar, they will become competitors to the crypto. You did mention that, is that correct?
Tokenized.
Not competitors.
Not competitor, no. Tokenized.
Good, because I believe that at the end of the day is who has the control. I mean, yes, they will become tokenized, but they will not compete directly through the existing or new cryptocurrencies, because it's always about the control. That's the reason why they thrive, because they are not under any specific government, somebody else, or maybe none has the control. This is what my statement or question.
Thank you for the question. What I would like you to be aware is that the control will be the control of those entities that are actually brokering exchanges. So this is the main control or regulation that will happen. But again, it's a very immature market. It's very new. We need to know more precedents and incidents that need to come to allow us to do a better job. And so it will not be a competition, but maybe users will be more comfortable into a tokenized euro to do what they're doing in terms of transaction. Now, in terms of the crypto took the job of cash. You know, cash had a big element of paper money, and you still have countries that will deal with paper money. As you wanted to talk about the truth and talk about it bluntly, you still have transactions or commissions or black market, if you want, that was in cash. This cash is disappearing. So crypto, not all of it, but some of it, it still works on those dark pools and unregulated exchanges. And this is where the regulators are looking at, because this is what is happening. But how much can they control? It's still going to be very challenged, because we as humans, and some of us, we still want this uncontrolled market.
May I add something on the topic?
He wants coffee.
Go.
Coffee.
Okay,
Coffee.
We make it happen. No problem. Coffee is on me.
No champagne. No champagne.
On the same topic, if governments and countries will issue their own coin, their own token, that I believe is the first sign that we're going to get rid of the fiat currency at some point. Is that correct? I know it's a tough one.
As long as you have this dark side and this decentralized, democratized, and this is something I believe in, it will take time, yes.
But there is a sign. They're trying to adapt. They're
They're
trying
trying to adapt, but I think they will focus more into to regulate those entities to do a better job in compliance and understanding their consumers than just pushing it away from that.
All right. Okay.
That's the reality.
Philippe, it was an absolute pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for
Thank
Philippe
you.
Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Founder and CEO at Squared Financial. Philippe, absolute amazing panel. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for accepting the challenge. All right, now we're going to move on with the next panel. Right, so banking, this was the banking. Okay, we're going to talk about hedging, risk, and liquidity, guys. How to save on execution costs, because sometimes the spreads are sky high and the commissions are sky high. So for this, we're going to have with us Francois Nembrini joining us. Francois, bienvenue.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. The stage is yours.
For welcoming me here today. So I think, yes, the clicker is here. I think the idea is to discuss how to save on execution cost. So I think the basic approach everybody is using is to basically get an aggregator and put all your liquidity providers into that aggregator and basically negotiate price with all the liquidity providers and try to get the tightest spread possible. And negotiate about $6 commission, $5 commission. My spread in your dollar shouldn't be 0.2, it should be 0.1. You know, maybe you give me a rebate on this or whatever, etc. So this approach is indeed the right step one to how to save on execution cost. But basically, by only focusing on these aspects of the execution, you're missing the big picture. The question that you need to answer yourself is, how do the banks make money out of retail brokers' hedging flow? If you think that they're making a couple of dollars per million out of a spread of 0.2, you're completely wrong. They make over $100 per million out of retail flow. The basic principle, which I'll give you through the algo that we developed, which is called Minerva, is basically the difference in spread between an institution and a retail broker. So let's take a currency that has spreads that are a bit wider than usual. Let's take cable. So the retail broker community with good flow sees like a 10.7, 11.3, let's go at 0.6 spread. Okay? Now, do you think that Deutsche Bank New York, when they want to trade cable, sees 0.6? The answer to this is no. Deutsche Bank can only trade on the reference markets, which are for cable, Reuters matching, or EBS markets, because nobody in his right mind wants to give a cable price to HSBC London or to Deutsche New York. If you want to get a run over, give a price to Deutsche Bank. They have armies of quants that spend their entire days trying to take all the juice out of their book. When they trade, this is where the market goes. When Deutsche buys, it goes up. When Deutsche sells, it goes down. When HSBC London has a quarter yard to do in cable, don't stand in front of it. The end result, nobody wants to play with them. They see a reference price in something like Reuters matching, probably of 2 pips in cable. Reuters matching does not even quote in 0.1s. They quote in half ticks. So the question is, okay, there's a difference in spread. People with AKA good flow, people from retail broker community, see a very tight spread, and banks, institutions, high-frequency trading firm, aggregators from top-tier banks see wider prices. Nobody wants to price them. So how do we do an arbitrage between the two situations? You need to take a passive approach to your hedging execution. Instead of going to buy at 11.3, what you do is you put a bid in at 11. You're saying, I have an interest to buy at the mid. And you need a system that's going to take this bid and display it to the institution. And we can actually add quite a significant markup to the situation. Let's say we take 0.5 into the situation. A 0.5 markup is very healthy. So we have somebody who wants to buy at 11.3 from the retail community, puts an 11 bid in, so potentially saving 0.3 on his execution, the broker, aka me, making 0.5 out of this and showing Deutsche Bank 10.5. Deutsche Bank was seeing 10 before. So for them, selling at 10 or selling at 10.5, there's no question they're going to use that price. So here we have a scenario where basically the institution will trade on that 10.5, saving half a tick. The retail broker that used the 11 instead of the 11.3 saved 0.3 on his execution. And basically, the institutional broker intermediating the transaction can make a lot of money out of this because there's a big difference in the prices. AKA institutional broker, very happy to give you a rebate on the situation. So the basic approach of the entire retail community has been interesting, and aggregation has certainly evolved over the years, but people have failed to ask themselves the basic question, how do the banks make money out of my flow? This is how they do it. And the question is, if you see tight spreads, it means you're leaving money on the table. Nobody's giving you a good spread if your flow is tough to handle. If your LP is not regularly complaining about your flow, that means that you're leaving money on the table. The only way to know that you're not leaving money on the table is to have an uncomfortable relationship with your LP. If your LP is always about to cut you off, that means that he's not making a lot of money out of you, probably losing money. That means you're doing your job properly. If you never hear about your LPs, and if they're very happy with the flow, if they take you out with big smiles, that means you leave money on the table. This is where you need to think about taking a passive approach to your execution. You need an algo to do that, and I'll be happy to discuss with people on the type of technology you need to put in place. But this is basically how the retail community needs to think now about saving on execution costs. Going to your prime providers and try to negotiate $1 less is a waste of your time. Think about which flow you have that has what's called a good attrition curve, aka what's the time decay of the trade after you trade, and should you take a passive approach to your execution. This is how the banks do it. This is how they make all this money out of your flow. And these days, with aggregation technology being everywhere, with technology being a lot more available to everybody, it is time for people to think about segregating their flow into B-book, which you guys know how to do better than me, A-book execution, we got to get this stuff out of the door immediately because the market is going that way, and stuff where you have time to execute. You need to have a new option into your hedging strategy, which is how do you do basically this. I would like to take questions if anybody has any. So, yeah.
I live here, I was like, okay. Yeah. Otherwise, I would have taken.
I'm saying like the broker, how is he making the extra money by giving the client the requested price and then getting the mid price for himself, therefore making the difference. And sorry, and I forgot I was going to ask the second question actually. Yeah.
So when you have a customer trading on your B-book, you basically give him 11.3, okay, and you book this, right? You don't touch it. Yeah. In an A-book scenario, the client wants to trade, let's say with a markup at 11.5, okay? So the customer trades at 11.5, you take your markup and you go trade with the LP 11.3. The LP replies to you immediately, right? That's how the workflow goes into an A-book. Now, here what we're saying is we're not saying keep it in your B-book and keep it forever. What we're saying is if you have a good attrition curve, if in average you have no market impact, if in average you're making money for the LP, if you're giving him 30 seconds, 1 minute, take that 30 seconds for yourself, take that 1 minute for yourself, and try to match into an institutional system. This is not trivial technology, but this has been, now that people have aggregators, now people have API execution, now that people hedge their flow in a bit smarter way than it was 5 or 10 years ago, you can have actually a machine that sits after your bridge that basically fills the client if the market is there. So there's a price check, making sure that 11.3 is the right price. You fill your client, and you give yourself 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes to execute that trade. You put an order at the mid. Then you need an algo that's smart enough that if the market goes to 9.10, he's going to put the bid at, 9.5 or whatever the mid is at this time. So he's moving with the market to maximize the profits you can make. And then you need a distribution into an institutional environment. So I can show you how you do it with us. So sorry, so back, I need to go front. So institutional brokers, such as us, have prime brokers with like NatWest, or let's call it RBS, or Citibank, UBS, those type of guys, okay? Now, what we have is what's called an intermediary prime broker. This is not a principal prime broker, so you don't need as much money as you would if you wanted to trade and have cash with them. This prime broker allows me to intermediate between two banks. Two banks have a credit line with NatWest. I can have the two of them trade together, and I can access the entire world of institutions through my prime broker at NatWest, okay? Now, there's multiple margin houses, and here we took 2 examples, that have also prime brokers on a principal basis, right? So FXEM has RBS, and HRP, Hidden Road Partners, at UBS. Those banks are connected in the background to settle the trade. So you put your cash with a prime or prime, and basically you take the system. He's going to give me the mid-order 11 bid. I'm going to send it to the institutional marketplace, and in terms of clearing, the trade will end up with your margin account at the margin broker, and the trade with the institution will be given up to the institution from NatWest. Okay? So the clearing aspect is a margin account for a prime or prime that allows this type of technology, and a distribution into, let's call it an institutional ECNs. You probably heard of Curnex, Hotspot, Fastmatch. I was global head of sales at Fastmatch for a while. And EBS, Reuters, those type of platforms that the banks are using. If you want to have this order displayed to a wide community of traders, you need to go to the institutional market, which does, probably, I don't know, like 100 or 200 yards a day of business or something like that. So that's the basic workflow. And I'm very happy today I'm in Cyprus because the only time I was coming to Cyprus was to see a couple of banks that are around here, and I never really had a product to sell to the retail broker business because you see such tight pricing, right? So as a broker, this sucks. Like I cannot make any money out of you, right? It's like I take a price, aggregate it, and I'm going to make $3 a million. Like on a trade from a big hedge fund on 50 million, maybe I make like 0.3 or 0.4 on 50 million, right? So why would I bother to go here? So I always came, see a couple of banks, have a couple of drinks with all you guys. I used to work at FXEM, so I enjoy a couple of drinks here and there. But I never had a product. And so I'm very happy we were able to develop this because maybe that will start discussions, and you don't have to work with me or whatever. But this starts an interesting discussion about what you have in your book. You have an A book, you have a B book, you need to have a C book. You need to have a passive hedging book where you will increase the money you're making on your book, and you will act as typically like a bank would do. A bank has what they call, not the B book there, but like where they do nothing, pretty much. They have a book where they want to hedge fairly quickly, where they try to work the orders, and they have a book where they say, this is shit, I need to get it out the door immediately, right? You guys have 2 books. You need a third one. And so I hope that this product, hopefully people will come with competing product better than mine, that we can actually have discussions about this. The best way to do this is to look at trade data and do the attrition curve. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds after you trade, what's the average impact on market, right? Are you seeing the market direction and it goes your way immediately? If you're seeing tight spreads, it's unlikely. But if you have like a flow that after 5 minutes is kind of positive to the LP, take your time, execute passively. Any other questions? Okay. I think I'm done. What do I do with time-wise? I'm good. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure to be here, to have something to hopefully say that you find interesting, and I hope to have discussions with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Right, Francois Nembrini, everyone. Thank you so much, Francois. Amazing presentation. Right, now, we have a bit of a situation. The lucky owner of the car, MYY, Mike Yankee Yankee 728. Can you please move the car? We also have KYA 458. Please move the car. MHA 306 and MBA 099. All right, now we're done with clamping cars. Let's move on to the next panel. The next panel, again, is going to be moderated by yours truly. We're going to talk about marketing and social media in the world of investing. Because I don't know about you guys, but I saw Forex companies advertising with football teams for the last 10 years. And I want to ask them, why? Why don't you advertise with MMA? Why don't you advertise with another sport? And for this, I'm going to have the head of customer support and ad operations at AdRoll joining us, Bram de Jonge. Go on. Welcome. Laura Slaveta, partner and director of marketing at 120 Advertising. Laura, welcome. Thank you. And the last but not the least, Stephen Pearson, CEO of Sports Media Gaming Limited. Stephen, nice to see you. All right, so marketing and social media in the world of investing. I love it. Right, first of all, please introduce yourselves and say a few words so the guys that don't know you yet, shame on them if they don't, get acquainted. And then I'm going to start asking you the annoying questions that I have prepared. Right, let's start with the ladies.
Okay. Hello, I am Laura Salvetta. I'm partner and director of marketing in 120 Advertising. And I'm looking forward to being on this panel with these exciting guests today. So thank you.
Hi, my name's Stephen Pearson. I'm CEO of Sports Media Gaming. I have a 30-year background in global sports marketing and sponsorship.
All right.
And good afternoon. My name is Bram. Bram. That depends a little bit on where you're from, how you would like to pronounce it. I will listen to everything. I'm currently the head of customer support, but also ad operations. Support is with our direct customers. Ad operations is fully focused on optimizing campaigns and creating campaigns and strategies. I do all of that at AdRoll, which is a programmatic display advertising platform.
All right. So now that we know who we're dealing with, the high caliber, let me start by asking you guys. So far, we saw FX brokerages advertising aggressively with football teams. Why?
I can take that one. FX Pro were the first major Forex company to start advertising in football around 12 years ago. And since then, it's really ramped up over the last few years. Probably about 70, nearly 80% of broker investment has gone into football sponsorship above anything else. And now just about every major team around the European leagues is sponsored now in some shape or form by a Forex trading partner.
Because at a first glance, I get it. Exposure, a lot of soccer fans or football fans.
It's huge televised exposure. It's the relevant demographic. The average football audience is male, 25 to 45 years old, so it fits very perfectly with the online trading demographic. There's an opportunity to make a global one-stop shop just by sponsoring one football team by the nature of the media exposure that comes with global television and digitalization of sports these days.
All right, I get it.
So a number of years ago, I worked for a brand who also had a Manchester City football sponsorship. Thank you to Stephen for that one. And it was very interesting with regards to building brand awareness and obviously gaining credibility through all regions, really. So that brand was actually brought from Asia to Europe, let's say, and it really did well from that sponsorship. However, and maybe you can touch on this, is from an acquisition and kind of conversion perspective, I think football sponsorships sometimes can be questionable. And I'm not trying to be difficult.
All right, what makes one football sponsorship different to the other? Is there a difference or they're all the same?
There's many different types of football sponsorship. First of all, depending if you're sponsoring a team, you have the opportunity, obviously, to appear on the front of the shirt of the team, the sleeve. You can become an official partner of the team. So it depends on really the type of sponsorship you have, and is also reflected by the cost of that type of sponsorship. If you look at the current market over the last couple of years, just to put some financial perspective on that, I would say that plus 500 sponsorship of Atletico Madrid is probably still the biggest single sports sponsorship in your business. They were paying around 12 million euros a year for that. So, you know, it's quite a big investment.
And from a marketing point of view, do you remember at the Super Bowl a couple of months back, Coinbase had one of the best adverts in the history, that QR code. What is your take on something like that, without saying anything else, just the QR code?
I think the pandemic revived the QR code, which I think if marketing, I remember being asked to put a QR code on something, a leaflet or something, before the pandemic, and I was like, really, guys, does that really work anymore? It's so old school. And now look at us. Now look at us. We're using it nearly every day for so many different reasons. Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah, I think the ad in general was amazing. It's a good example of how you can do something differently and grab attention. I would be really interested to see the results as well, because I'm not sure about yourself, but I wasn't fast enough to actually pick your phone and then scan the QR code. So the results might be very bad, but I think the signal of how you can use marketing and stand apart and use a bit of branding in order to put yourself in a different spot and really make sure that you grab that attention, especially at, I mean, Super Bowl, that's extremely hard to make sure that you are the brand that is being remembered after all of these extremely expensive ads that are being displayed there.
No fancy wording, no fancy pictures, no nothing, just a blank screen with a QR code on it.
Simplicity is sometimes very good.
Wow, all right. Now, in terms of advertising, right, because I'm struggling a bit with advertising, I could use your advice. Is a regional targeted strategy better than a one-stop shop global?
It completely depends. It completely depends on your goals. I think generally speaking, it is perfectly fine to use a global strategy in a very simplified manner. The main thing that you need to ensure is that, do you position your unique selling points? Do you have that little bit extra in order to stand out? Of course, it is language-wise, for example, definitely recommended to localize your content if you want to be that more specific. But if you are restrained on budget or on capacity and resources, it's perfectly fine to go with a relatively simple global approach. Use the data learnings and then figure out if there is a specific niche market, for example, where you want to invest those additional resources in order to get localized. But then again, it really depends on your goal. If you only want to penetrate the Greek market, it doesn't really matter to target locally or globally, of course.
And your budget as well, I suppose, yeah?
Well, you can target globally with a small budget as well. It's all a matter of proper segmentation and making sure that you target the potential audience that you would like to reach. And if that is extremely narrow, perfectly fine to go global, of course.
I would say that a more personal approach, and especially since the pandemic, people really kind of got used to working remotely and working autonomously, let's say. And so the more personalized that you can be in, especially when it comes to, let's say, Forex and crypto, the more touch points that you can have that are really, really relevant to who you're speaking to, I think that's what's going to benefit you more and get the best results. Obviously, from a brand perspective, you should, yes, have one global message, and that should be, how can I say, I mean, that needs to be consistent on across all channels, you know?
All right. I heard that the last couple of years were the best years for marketing companies. Is that correct?
With the pandemic, you mean?
Yeah.
I think if I'm again talking from a sports sponsorship perspective, obviously the sports teams were not too disrupted, I think, by the pandemic. You know, football matches were still in the main taking place. They didn't have fans in the stadium, but if you're sponsoring a football team, you're interested in the brand exposure through television. So people are spending more time at home. The audiences were up. I think in your business, the brokering business was doing well also. So there was more money coming from your side into sports as a result as well. So I think it was like a win-win all round.
All right, fair enough. What sort of budgets are we talking about, guys, for advertising on a football stadium?
Okay, so I mean, there's a huge cost difference depending on if you were to sponsor the front of the shirt of Barcelona, like Spotify did. That deal's probably around 70 million euros a year. Plus 500's deal I told you was around 12 million a year with Atletico Madrid. You can become an official partner of a team like Manchester United for around 5 million, but then you can go right down and sponsor a lower level league team for around 50,000 euros. So there really is a huge difference and options for all budgets.
So it starts from 50,000 up to 50 million.
And more.
Oh boy.
And I mean, what's happening now, of course, is with all of the crypto brands pouring money into sponsorship, it's really driving up the price. And you know, the price is just continuing to accelerate.
All right.
But I think the exposure you get from football is just huge. You know, like those numbers may sound huge now when we're talking about them, but there's nothing that beats that kind of exposure than football. You know?
But not everyone can spend minimum 50 to 100 grand just for a show off, basically. Is there a difference between the sponsorships that the FX brokers are investing in now than to the previous years? Has that changed in any way? The type of sponsorship, the style of advertising?
I don't think I'm the right person to answer that necessarily.
I think again in sports, the football market now is quite saturated. So brokers are now looking for ways to stand out from the crowd. We've seen quite a few brokers move into sports like rugby, golf. Formula One, which was very popular with brokers 10 years ago, became less popular as brokers wanted to move towards football where the social media reach was higher than Formula One. But now what we're seeing is a reversal again because thanks to shows like Netflix, Drive to Survive, it's really redefined the audience of Formula One again, and it's reaching a much wider and younger audience than it was before. So sports that went out of fashion are now coming back into fashion again, I would say.
I think maybe it's more important to kind of touch on let's say, sponsorship is always a huge part of any broker's marketing budget. However, possibly there's other ways to spend that money, and that might be influencer based. And as we know now, that's such an effective means of engagement for any kind of brand. So I think TikTok, something like engagement is around 18%, and all the other social channels come a lot lower than that on the scale. I think what's going to be interesting, what's coming now, considering the fact that the Y gen, so our millennials, which let's be real here and say that's all the way up to age 41, because people kind of tend to think that that's a lot younger audience, but it's not. I think the whole metaverse, Web 3.0, crypto, NFTs, these are all marketing buzzwords that people really need to be including in their strategy, and thinking about how the Y gen, what their consumer behavior is. They want to make their own decisions. They don't want to see an ad and buy something. So they're very influenced by influencers or people that they aspire to online and through these channels. So I'll give you a quick example. Sorry, I'm taking up too much time.
No, it's fine.
But I see a lot of affiliate marketing on TikTok now, and it's kind of these beautiful women dressed fabulously and sexily walking around their fabulous house, and then it's obviously invest in crypto. So that's and you want to be her, you know. And if you don't want to be her, you want to be paying for her, you know. So I guess
that's one of the reasons why I don't have a TikTok account. I know I'm losing a lot in terms of marketing, but I'm not a beautiful, sexy woman, you know. So I'm trying to adapt. Talking about adaptability, how can a startup brokerage advertise and compete with the big boys without these astronomical budgets? Because guys, I'm mind blown about these budgets. What can a startup do?
I think it's about trying to be creative. I think for a startup to try and find a point of difference, to look for a market and focus on one market, then necessarily maybe thinking global straight away, really focusing on markets where other brokers are not present.
Really, show me a market like that, because they're everywhere.
Well, I think what's happening is more markets are opening up. So we're seeing, for example, more brokers going into markets like MENA, India,
Latin region,
Latin America, and then even in Latin America, you can break it down again per country. And so I think it's about looking for a unique opportunity in one market, and then really one thing that even big brokers sometimes fail to do with a big sponsorship is activate it properly. So if you really focus on finding something and working the sponsorship and making activation and PR and driving everything you can, I think you can really create a return on investment.
I think it doesn't really matter how big or small the budgets are and how big the company is. It's much more a practice of understanding what the value of your product service is, and being able to translate these items into a message that is reached. Stand out, but it's also simply a matter of showing what you're adding on top of everybody else that what they are doing. And with that respect, back to the former question, I've absolutely no clue about sponsorship. That's not my cup of tea. But in terms of digital advertisement, I think what a lot of marketers currently lack is that branding understanding that old-fashioned traditional marketers did have in terms of branding. I mean, there's a purpose why I'm wearing a t-shirt showcasing AdRoll. And that's simply because it is increasing the probability by 6 to 8 times that people in the audience will recall the brand name at some stage, as compared to people not wearing the brand name. But it's all about, I'm not sure how many marketeers are currently listening, but if there is simply no marketeer, then this is not helpful, and I could have better turned on the suit, because it's a waste of the branding. So for small companies, big companies, it is important that do invest in branding and make sure that you understand that it is an investment and there is no conversion machine. You can't expect results right away. And if you do that, you're probably going to completely waste your advertisement budget in the short term, because you're too much aimed at getting those quick results, quick reports, and you're not building brand image, and therefore you kind of kill the fuel for your engine in the long run.
That's what happened to me a few months back. I learned the hard way. Is that yellow writing on a black background or blue background still working in attracting clients and leads on clicks?
I have no clue.
Anyone knows?
I think it depends what region, depends on what the whole design is. It could be anything.
No, I'm looking for some free tips here, man.
Okay.
Throw me a bone.
Wear a t-shirt.
Okay, that works.
You can buy this one.
That works.
Look, I would 100% agree. I think you have to consider brands. It's the start of any funnel. It has to be considered. Yes, we are so acquisition driven when it comes to Forex and crypto. However, if you want any kind of sustainable company or any kind of long-term strategy, it needs to be included. I think you also need to be very responsive in your marketing. So what I did see recently was a metaverse client
Oh my God.
who actually came out with videos straight away of their NFT characters from a game, which one was slapping the other one, you know? And that is fantastic marketing because it's just responsive, but it has to be fast, you know? So you need to be able to do that. So yeah, with regards to you're saying what can people do differently, why are people not looking at the metaverse and Web 3.0? It is the future of marketing. If it's not considered in your strategy already, it should be. I'm not saying put all your money into that yet. However, you need to be playing around in that space.
I'll tell you why I don't do it. Because I'm too busy doing physical stuff and traveling and, you know, raising kids. Someone else's kids, I don't care.
But
just
if you
raise
think
kids.
about 34.8 billion users per day, I mean, million users on Roblox per day, that is bigger than the whole population of Poland, okay? It's just below the population of Ukraine. Well, things may have changed now. However, let's be real, and that's per day. How are we not looking? And I think it's 69% are X-Gen, and 70% of users are millennials / Y-Gen.
I'm afraid.
So those are our people. That's who we're talking to, and we're not there, guys. And it's all blockchain, crypto,
And NFTs.
NFTs.
The ugly ones. Because some NFTs are ugly, guys. I'm telling you, they're really ugly.
I think my main concern with the metaverse would be that if there is one concept where it is possible to pretend that you're someone else than you actually are, then it would be that virtual world. So it can be, I don't know, but I can imagine that it will be much more tricky to actually find the people that you want to reach there. So I think there is a huge opportunity, but it will be even trickier to get to the right audience and speak to the people that you actually want to speak to, and that can unlock that value that you're not reaching at the moment.
But if you consider that their credit card is automatically attached the minute that they're in any of those worlds, that's just a monetizing opportunity, I would say. Yeah.
All right. Now, what sort of ad campaign or advert impressed you, guys? Can you give me an example of a recent one that absolutely impressed you? Apart from the one I mentioned.
The QR code.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very impressive advert. I think the deals that have impressed me the most recently or stood out for me the most have been, for example, what brands like eToro have done, where they've just literally gone and done sponsorship deals with about 27 football clubs all at once. So they're really trying to buy the space, where every time you will switch on now a football game, you will see that brand. So that for me has been a memorable campaign, even if not necessarily a creative one.
All right, that's a lot. That's like monopolizing the market.
Monopolizing the market, absolutely. Yeah, because
all right.
I think they're trying to stand out from the crowd, basically, and they're doing a good job.
Yeah, but this doesn't necessarily mean they're super creative. It means they have a huge budget.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, I agree. It doesn't mean that they were creative at all, but
they're doing well.
They're doing very well.
So it works for them. Right. What campaign impressed you?
I know this sounds awful, but I'm not impressed at the moment with what's happening out there. I think because I think about it in a different way. For example, the affiliates through TikTok, I think that's super impressive because I've seen so many brokers try to be on that channel and they're giving financial news statements. Nobody wants to watch that. That's boring, like finance tips on TikTok. No, thank you. So it's all about using your channel and using it properly, I would say. And so that's what I would say. I don't think there's any big fancy campaigns that are very impressive at the moment.
And definitely no financial advertisement and product placement on TikTok.
I think Binance are doing a great job at the moment from many perspectives. From PR, they just seem to be viral in an aspect of how they're contacting people, how they're trying to get people like publicity in many forms. So that's interesting, I guess.
All right. Bram, what impressed you?
I don't necessarily have a favorite. What I really like are campaigns where it is not the campaign itself that's impressive, but the product or the service. For example, the example in the presentation, a brand that is making beautiful business shirts, but they are liquid repellent. That is something unique, and it fits a specific purpose. And in that case, if you just showcase that, it is already doing the selling. You don't need something fancy around it. And as another example, what I like are sometimes taglines. There is a local Dutch company, so I won't name the brand name here, but their tagline is just by being simple, you become special in the end. Yeah. And I think that is definitely something that is true. People really try to grab attention by doing a lot of weird, fancy stuff, which is not actually selling your unique selling point, and which is not showcasing what you do differently, what you have to add. As a platform, as a service, as a company, as a product, etc.
All right. Now, brand ambassadors, do they still play an important role for companies?
It's a growing trend for brokers to work with brand ambassadors. It's if anything increasing. I think it gives the brand its own unique personality. This is why brokers like working with ambassadors to actually really, give themselves identity, if you like, with that one person. It's an area you have to be extremely careful about, obviously, to make sure the due diligence, there's no skeletons that will come back and bite you from a marketing perspective. We've seen examples in the past of brand ambassadors going bad. Tiger Woods, Maria Sharapova, all of these things that they look very good on paper, and when something like that goes wrong, you're into a totally different game of PR crisis management rather than getting the best from the deal. But brand ambassadors is certainly a great way for brokers to work with, be it like a current big name star or be it a former athlete. There's, again, a big price range difference of the type of person that you can work with.
So I still have a chance to find myself a couple of sponsors. Thank you. All right. Now, with the incredible growth of esports, okay, and in the pandemic and everything that went on, metaverse, yeah, we learned to live indoors, basically. Can Forex brokers start to tap into this market more effectively, like 3D webinars and events online in a 3D environment? You think that's the next step with Forex brokerages?
I think there's so many ways that we're going to be seeing marketing and how brokers are going to be active in those worlds and those spaces. Obviously, meetings is a no-brainer, but I'll give you just some kind of quick things. I think that there's been brands who have built experiences within the metaverse, and they've used traditional forms of marketing, which is how we work now, is that we drive traffic to our website. Yeah. So likewise, I think marketers are going into the metaverse, they're building an experience, and they're actually trying to drive traffic to that experience. And if you are not a huge brand like Gucci, Polo, Snoop Dogg, whatever, and all these guys are active in the metaverse, you shouldn't do that. That's not going to work. However, I can very easily see, let's say, a broker possibly incorporating some kind of rewards into gains that are already very active and trying to gain audience, because the audience is there. They're already using those worlds, and their credit cards attached, and they're already spending nearly kind of 15 to 20 quid a day. And you're going to say, oh, it's younger audiences. But however, we're so smart now with our metrics that we can just be selective with our audience, So why not reward those people in those worlds that they're in now and try and get them to convert as clients? And they're the future anyway, So, yeah.
All right, makes sense. Do you want to add something?
It's very tricky. I mean, esports, also a very specific question and probably a small piece of the entire puzzle. But I think for marketing, what is important, marketers should be creative. And for, I think, the past 10, 15 years, marketers have been seen as someone that needs to keep a campaign up and running and is looking into the KPIs, and as long as you're hitting that, that's fine. Yeah. And we completely forgot about the concept of traditional marketing.
But don't we all, man? Don't we all do that?
Well, you shouldn't. it is important to be creative, and the most important part there is being able to adapt. So if the environment is changing, don't stick to your working strategy from 5 years back, but do adapt, do look into other ways, which could be indeed brand ambassadors. I think the best example at the moment is you see all of the power that customers are having. That's the best brand ambassador you can have. All of these reviews, how powerful that is and how much brand value and revenue a review is driving nowadays. You need to adapt to that. And as long as you adapt to whatever the next stage is, you will do fine.
I just on, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I was just going to, just a quick one on that. They're saying that obviously the kind of the age group that we're targeting, which is 25 to 45, let's say, those people are so highly influenced by reviews. I can't remember the percentage right now, but the purchasing power of a review can be a lot higher than anybody famous or anybody in a fancy suit. You know. So, sorry, go ahead, Steve.
No, I was going to say if we compare, say, the crypto companies talking about esports in 2021. They were investing at such a heavy pace into esports. In fact, there were over 30 major sponsorships done by crypto brands in esports. And from my background in the sports, it's the fastest ever take-up of a sponsorship I've ever seen. And if you compare, the audience is pretty similar from crypto to Forex. I'm surprised we don't see more Forex companies investing in esports. I think one of the reasons is, even though the audience is very attractive, it's not got that same cachet as taking your clients to watch Real Madrid play football in a stadium in Spain. You don't really have that sense of the client entertaining side, if you like. But it's definitely a very relevant market and growing and becoming also very expensive.
It is, and maybe their marketing teams are not that well educated, like AdRoll, for example, to be creative all the time. Right. Questions, guys? Do you have questions about marketing? Does anyone want? Okay, okay. As soon as I wanted to mention champagne, I see your hands up. All right. So we're going to have more champagne. We're going to drink more champagne, and we're going to have more questions. I have a question over there. If anyone can help me, please. If not, I'll do it. Right, I'll do it. No? Okay. You got to threaten these guys, you know? Right. There, the gentleman with the brown jacket. Thank you so much, guys.
With the fabulous suit, I would say.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to mention that you are such a lovely presence, and it's an honor for us to listen to your advice as experts, so thank you for being here. My question would be, we all know that an enormous percentage of the Forex clientele does not speak English, unfortunately. So how would you address that public? And if I were to hire you into my marketing campaign, how would you go local and why? Thank you.
If I can take that one. So I think it's so important not only to also have a partner campaign running in parallel with your general campaign, let's say, but also to adapt to many languages and make sure that the message is adapted to the region that you're speaking to. There's a lot of, and Google Translate does not cut it. Yeah. That's what people need to really understand, you know. But there's actually a lot of different platforms that even will deliver social media clips, which are technical analysis based, and they will be adapted to the languages that suits you. So it can be that fast. I would say from a marketing department side, that's why a lot of departments, that's why a lot of brokers outsource to marketing agencies, because they need that support. So even if they're doing all the internal hard work and first, let's say, creatives in-house, you need to put it out to your agency so they can adapt, let's say, your banners, for example, into different languages and adapt the messaging accordingly. So, yeah. But I think you also need, this is where people block as well. It's fine bringing in leads that way, but you also need your sales to be in tune with that. So they need to speak the language, and they also need to be giving the same message. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
come speak with us at the stand, I would say. But first of all, very good that you're already aware that there are different languages that you need to support. So it's absolutely not that tricky to get campaigns on country levels. And I would, back to one of the first questions here, do adapt to the local languages that you have identified are important for your customers. And it is definitely possible to split it out and have separate campaigns up and running based on the language that you're speaking. And yeah, on top of what you just mentioned, do invest heavily in getting proper creatives and a proper message and proper ads. It's often overlooked, but you can have an amazing campaign, but with horrible ads, it's not going to perform. It's the message that is the key. So if you know that people don't speak English, then you shouldn't run English ads, of course.
Right, very well said.
It's like if you're gonna do display it right. You know, don't make the words hang off half the banner. You know, it's gonna.
And use those yellow letters because I know they work. Right. Any other questions about marketing? How can you make more money in Forex and advertising? There we go. Thank you.
Hello. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was a really eye-opener, those informations that you are giving us. My question is for, as a startup broker, if we will be focusing, for example, for one small region or a country, is it better to use more sources for marketing, like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and whatever, or just focus our budget just on one source with more aggressively budget spending to get what we need.
Generate the hot leads that you need, yeah? The live traffic. All right.
Who do you want to reach?
Which country?
And what kind of users, or what is the customer persona that you're looking for? Point here is that the magic of marketing is not in the amount of channels that you're adding in there. So if you're going for an audience that is within the region you're targeting, not using TikTok or is not on high penetration, leave that be. Focus your concentration on one channel that you really master. But many touch points are nowadays required. So it does make sense to diversify a little bit, to really make sure that you touch people at multiple moments within their entire journey. That takes a lot of time. And it's up to you to investigate, like if they are on Facebook or Twitter or potentially other websites and in what kind of category they fall in. And you adapt your marketing strategy based on that. So start with figuring out who is it that you would like to target, what channels are they using, where are they online, and what kind of platform systems can I use in order to reach them at that moment with my message.
Yeah, for your areas, I think Facebook and Instagram work really, really well for the areas you want to target. I can tell you from experience. If anyone wants to add anything
Yeah, I'd
more.
also say webinars are key there, and even though education is lacking, let's say, from a perspective, but I think webinars working with local IPs is so important for those regions. And yeah, I would completely agree. You need an integrated marketing approach, but you need to be very specific in the channels that are active in those regions.
We've done marketing sponsorship deals in those regions. Nigeria was a good example, and also an upcoming market. We had a broker who sponsored Victor Moses, the Nigerian football player. There's famous people there like Kanu, so there's ways to reach that market quite effectively. And also in South Africa, of course, you have other key sports there like rugby and cricket, which are very popular, where you can come and do something on a low level with sports like that.
And I can tell you what not to do. Do not advertise winter gloves in South Africa or Nigeria. It's not going to work. Yes. Right. Ladies, gentlemen, one last question if you have. There we go. You want a bottle of champagne, I can tell. All right, let's see if you get it. Guys, if her question absolutely blows your mind, ring the bell, like we're just opening the New York Stock Exchange.
Hello, thank you so much for this discussion. There are many companies that are kind of supporting, like supportive business for Forexes, and I represent the one of them. And how we were like reaching our clients is just the direct mailing actually, just B2B sales. We like go to know some people in conference. We do our homework and reach out with a offer or something like that. Are there any other ways that could help us to generate leads, like B2B leads, in terms of the like inside the Forex industry? Maybe we can like go, I don't know, to get some publicity in some journals or something like that. Maybe you can advise what could work.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll give you an answer as well, but let's wait for the panelist. Go on.
So B2B marketing obviously is so relevant for any service providers. I would say LinkedIn is obviously such a key channel for you, and also there's some clever companies who can actually take the C-level execs that you need and get those leads for you in order for you to contact them directly. So I'd say, of course, you have to do email, but it's not necessarily enough. You have to attend these events and make sure that you speak to everybody at these events. But how about, as well as PR, okay, and we're going to talk about product developments, new, I don't know, technology within your company, something like that. So PR around that. But how about if you are such a pretty girl and you profiled yourself as a thought leader for your company, and people actually came to you in that sense through LinkedIn? That's also an opportunity.
That's a strategy.
Or TikTok, I don't know. Yeah.
Right? Just make sure you don't turn it into what other people turned when LinkedIn introduced the stories. We started, next day I started seeing stories doing this. From industry professionals, guys. Don't do that.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I think also for lead generation, often the mistake that is made is that people think that you need to go for a particular role, title, industry, or whatsoever. But you can also turn it around. You can make the leads come to you by using just old-fashioned traditional media or a larger branding campaign, branding your overall agency, and then try to get the leads the other way around. It's not always about, unless you have a very clear picture of what kind of person, what kind of role, what kind of company you would like to target. It's perfectly fine to also turn to conventional targeting. Go a bit broader and then try to narrow it down by getting these visitors to a proper website that is guiding them, and where you can have a little bit of a filtering system already in place based on the content on that website in order to do the filtering for you, instead of just trying to get as many email addresses as possible, for example, and then burst them afterwards.
Or do Will Smith on it. That's it.
Yeah, please don't come on the stage and slap me.
I think if you become a Formula One sponsor, everyone will want to come and see you.
All right. And now I promised I'm going to give you an answer as well. One of the tools that might work is joining interviews. Yeah, we can do them online. You can do them online with people like me that have a media company, a small TV channel, and just attend those events. They will not bring you leads immediately, a million leads, like there you go. But it will help you build an image, a reputation. So that will give your future clients confidence that your company is transparent and your company is willing to go to interviews and talk to people, even if they're not CNBC or BBC or God knows. Yeah, that might work. It's continuous brand awareness and advertising. Does it make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I like the idea. Join a community. That also really works. Just throw in knowledge within a community. Don't pitch your company, but just try to help people. It will build your own brand within that community, and that is extremely powerful if you then try to get the leads in and actually explain what you're doing.
Awesome. Laura, did you like her question?
Did I like all of the questions?
Yeah,
yes.
She did. So, if you ring the bell, we have a bottle of champagne going right there. There we go. We have another bottle of champagne, guys. Right. Okay. So, our little angels, little helpers, the lazy ones, please bring us a bottle of champagne. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we had an amazing panel. and it was a real pleasure. Lara Salvetta, Partner and Director of Marketing at 120 Advertising. Stephen Pearson, CEO of Sports Media Gaming Limited. And Bram de Jonge, Head of Customer Support and Ad Operations at AdRoll. Let's give it up for them because they made a real effort. Thank you so much, guys. Amazing, amazing panel. Yeah, drop it over there. It's fine. Thank you. All right. See you soon. No worries. I'll see you when we open the bottle of Jack Daniels. Right. We're going to continue with a keynote session that talks about the challenges of real-time cross-server investment systems. It gets very, very complicated, guys, but very beneficial. So let's welcome Victor Ivanov, Senior Business Developer Executive at Brookery Solutions. Victor, welcome. There's the remote, there's the mic, the stage is yours.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Victor Ivanov, and I'm Senior Business Development Executive at Brookery Solutions. Our company is a turnkey technology provider for brokerages, multi-asset brokerages who use MetaTrader platform. And today I would like to talk about specifics of operating advanced investment systems and working with multiple trading servers. In business perspective and from technology point of view. So I will talk about reasons for having multiple servers, types of investment solutions, and also about types of multi-server and about challenges of cross-server technologies. So to begin, I would like to talk about the primary reasons of brokers to introduce trading servers. Multiple trading service, I mean. The first reason is a large client base. So the more clients you have, the more load it creates for the infrastructure. And also some of the trading platforms, they have 30 bits architecture, which also makes some limits for the capacity and force clients to have multiple servers. Also, modern trading platforms, they allow to work with larger capacity, but the idea of splitting of the infrastructure is still relevant in this case as well, because instead of pushing the software to its limit, it's much more efficient to organize and to spread the infrastructure among different clients to have an ability to fine-tune the software and make some settings for different clients and scenarios. The second reason is different jurisdictions. So brokerages that operate under different jurisdictions, they may face the need to adjust some settings based on the regulatory requirements. And in this case, it's not always possible with native technology, native settings of trading platforms, so they need to install some extra software, which can lead to the additional server load for such companies. So in this case, it's also a very useful thing to divide the load between different instances of one service and divide the load between all these infrastructure to avoid, let's say, to maintain stable performance of the infrastructure as a whole. The third pretty much important thing is a low latency for order execution. So most brokers work with global clients, and if they have a single server, some clients from distant regions, they can face some delays in order execution. So in this matter, there is also very useful to split the infrastructure among key clients' locations. And the last one is white label business. So in case you, you provide as a brokerage the white label service, the amount of clients can rapidly grow. With every new brand, you will have a lot of new clients, and some of your B2B clients can also want to implement additional technology, which can also lead to the server load. To make up our session more focused, let's quickly go over the different definitions which you can come across while searching for an investment technologies. And familiarizing with such technologies will allow us to foresee some challenges that and prepare for potential challenges that may occur with cross-server technology. So first one is social trading. It refers to investment solutions which allow traders to share their trades with the network and get commission back. So another type of such kind of solution is a PAM, so it's percent allocation management module. And in this case, the aggregated funds of investors, so it allows brokers to build the investment system, investment fund, let's say, based on their MetaTrader platform. And it helps, so the idea is that aggregated funds is stored on one aggregated account, and money manager use this account based on the, so to manage the trusted funds. And the last type of such kind of investment platforms is MAM. MAM, or multi-account management, is conceptually very similar to PAM, but it allows real-time copying. So the idea is that multiple trading accounts on MetaTrader can be connected to a single account, and this MAM manager is responsible for all the settings and for, so he decided everything about the copying, and clients can only choose the amount of money to invest and the risk ratio. At the moment, most of the investment solutions are designed to work with a single trading platform, trading server. And if you want your clients to have an access to the single application, you will definitely need the multi-server technology. There are, and let's talk about benefits of multi-server technology, and it's especially crucial for investment systems. First one is a better user experience. So in general, it means one access point for all the clients to the whole service. So when you introduce any new service to your clients, they are interested to know how to, mostly interested to know how to set it up and how to check the results. And imagine the situation if you have if brokerage have two MT4 servers, and every MT4 has its own instance of investment platform, and client who uses servers find another login page, go there, and so using their MetaTrader credentials, and the access will be denied because service is wrong. So it's definitely not lead to client user, the better user experience. Another reason is equal access for all clients. It sounds pretty easy, but in fact, you can't reach it without the multi-server technology. For example, the MetaTrader 4 user would like to invest into some popular money manager who use MT5, but without multi-server PAM software, it will be not possible. And also brokerage can face the, let's say, complaints from the clients regarding the restrictions for making profit. And the third reason and third benefit of multi-server technology is easy setup. So brokerage's team, staff are in love with multi-server technology because, you know, for sales, it's a great opportunity to track all the activities inside of the service. And for admins, they are happy to make all the settings in one place and to control the whole system in one place. Then I would like to take a few words about terminology before we dive into the comparison. So the term multi-server is presented in solutions description of multiple technology provider. But in fact, it may be a different meaning inside of this description. So first one is multi-server. Usually means that technology is able to connect and work with different servers, like in case of two MetaTrader servers. And also, we sometimes face the multi-platform technology, and it means mostly about connection of different platforms under one service. For example, MT4 and MT5, or MT4 and CTrader, something like that. And the key advantages here is that such technologies allows brokers to connect everything to a single application where they can configure and monitor all the attached systems and instances in a single place. But whenever there is a need to establish a communication between two servers, we enter a field of cross-server technology, which can transfer data from the server from one server to another. Again, it's very crucial in this case, the ability to transfer data between different systems and platforms. It may seem very, very similar to multi-server technology, but the challenges are completely different. So now let's move to the main challenges, which may and the main topic of my speech today. And in our company, we are constantly working on the development of the new technology, including cross-server, social trading, and PAM. And we always keep asking our clients, what challenges do you face, what risks do you see, and how we can handle it from our side, how we can assist you. So we collected all our experience that I'd like to share with you so you can prepare your technical and business infrastructure for cross-server solutions deployment. And the first one is different frameworks and technology kind of reasons and kind of challenges. So one of the major obstacles in this process is the difference in frameworks between MetaTrader 4 and 5 versions. The contrast in internal infrastructure, data collection methods don't allow developers to easily transfer data and records about trading from one platform to another. So the goal of technology providers is to find out the most efficient way to transform data from MetaTrader 4 and 5. Another area of improvement will be hosting. And in addition to the contrast in platforms, architectures, the operation between two MetaTrader servers may be complicated with extra delays. For instance, a brokerage provides cross-server copy trading service between two MetaTrader 4, for example, servers. And one is in London, for example, and another one is in Tokyo. So the whole system, the whole process looks like placing the trades in London, then the LP in London will need to confirm this trade on London MetaTrader server. Then the social copy trading software process this trade using all the restrictions, all the filters, and all the scenario which was set up before. And then Tokyo server get this trade, and then Tokyo server need to approve and process this trade over LP, and only after that, trader will see this trades inside of their trading terminal. So such an extended process requires brokers to fine-tune their infrastructure and consider the dedicated internet software connection. Sorry. In the case of cross-server trading execution, any instability of communication and delays can bring to the negative feedback from the clients. In addition to technology challenges, some specific business issues affect the operation of cross-service solutions. Money transfer is one of the key business challenges here because for cross-service solutions, because, for example, to transfer investment from one server to another in PAM, or to transfer commission from a follower on one server and a provider on another server. From the technical point of view, it's just a simple withdrawal and deposit operations. But in fact, it's not a bank transfer. So accounting team should has to be taken, so it has to be taken into account from the accounting team, actually. And overall, there is a lot of work for accounting with all this process. Speaking of, because additional data source complicate the broker bookkeeping process, especially if the broker operates under several jurisdictions. So main thing here is to decide what jurisdiction will be involved in the whole process and how to organize internal funds transfer and what data may be needed for compliance and reporting. So in conclusion, I would like to say that it may seem a daunting project, but in case of the right preparation, launching of cross-server investment system does not necessarily have to be complicated. Let's sum up what do you need to pay attention to in this matter. So first one is what trading platform will you use? How many trading servers should be connected to the service? Where are the trading servers allocated? How big is the latency between these locations? What regulations will be involved and how will clients' funds will be processed? And despite all these questions and challenges, the popularity of trading is growing, the amount of traders is growing, the amount of servers is growing, and and we can do, all we can do here in this case is to prepare for the transition to cross-server technology, which will become the driver of business growth in the nearest future. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Right, do we have any questions, guys, for Victor? No, it means he did an amazing job and he explained it really, really well. And it means you also don't want champagne, so it's good. Right, Victor Ivanov, everyone, Senior Business Development Executive at Brokery Solutions.
Thank you.
Well done, well done, well done, well done. All right, now we're going to have a big surprise for you guys, which is going to start in exactly 60 seconds from now, after the intro. Let's see if we can get everyone together in the same room, because the next panel is going to blow your mind. Let's go with the intro, please. Right. Now, for the next panel, we're going to have the co-founder of Finexpo joining us in an exclusive event. And we're going to talk about the synergies of crypto, GameFi, NFTs, and Forex trading made simple and combining them. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the one and only Andrei Berchinkov and Alex Kardash. Right. Andrei, добро пожаловать. Как дела? Алекс? Так.
Раз.
Right. Андрей, рад видеть вас здесь. Добро пожаловать.
Спасибо. Моя презентация будет на русском языке. И так лучше я буду выражать мысли и все, что связано с этими бизнесами. И помогать мне будет Алекс. Он будет дублировать и переводить мою презентацию. И если кто-то что-то не поймет, будем обсуждать. Это презентация не классическая презентация, а в виде fireside чата. То есть хотим общения, хотим больше вопросов, если вообще у кого-то еще остались, потому что я смотрю, аудитории совсем мало осталось.
All right, so we're going to have Alex Kardash to help us with the translation. We're expecting a lot of questions on the project, guys. A lot of questions. And if you want more champagne, feel free to ask the questions and prepare to be amazed. Alex, please.
So our presentation will be in the Russian language, and I'll help translate because it's easier to express your thoughts and explain the business properly. So yeah, I'll be translating. If you don't understand anything, ask questions. I'll be happy to explain. And yeah, let's get on with the presentation.
Right?
Да. Вообще, есть ли люди, которые интересуются крипто бизнесом здесь в аудитории?
Is there anyone here who is interested in crypto business?
I think all of us are. Everyone is.
I agree.
Right.
Никого, я смотрю, да, или есть?
Есть.
Мы хотели бы рассказать о некой идее совмещения криптобизнеса и форекс-бизнеса. И хотели бы, конечно, посмотреть, как люди из форекс-бизнеса воспримут эту идею. И хотели бы увидеть интерес к этому.
Alex?
Yeah. We would like to tell you about our idea of combining Forex business and crypto business and see what you think about it, see how you'll react, and if you think that it's a great idea, that would be great. Questions are welcome, so yeah, there are advantages and disadvantages that we're about to tell you.
Мой опыт в Форекс-бизнесе уже больше 20 лет, и опыт в криптобизнесе в районе 7 лет.
Yeah, Andrei's experience in the crypto business is about 7 years, and in Forex business, he has over 20 years of experience.
Изучая последние 7 лет криптобизнес, особенно последние года полтора GameFi и NFT, пришла идея, что этого не хватает в Форекс-бизнесе, и что эти два направления могут очень синергетично работать.
Learning about the crypto business, especially GameFi and NFTs, Andrei has come to the conclusion that it's something that is missing from the Forex business, and it could help complete it, and it could help bring it to new heights.
Ну, начнем с криптобизнеса, который GameFi. Это сейчас очень модное современное направление, которое вовлекло в себя очень много людей с колоссальной аудиторией азиатского, европейского и американского рынка.
So starting with the GameFi, which is a massive thing right now, it's very popular, it's a modern thing, and it has a lot of people in it, a lot of people willing to give money, a lot of people willing to invest, and especially from the Asian region.
Но существуют проблемы именно GameFi и NFT бизнеса. Он построен так, что люди инвестируют в него, и он быстро развивается, и в дальнейшем при очень большой генерации токенов и инфляции происходит колоссальное падение ценности этого бизнеса.
While the GameFi and the NFT business is great, it has some faults, mainly the large generation of tokens and the large inflation of the tokens and their price dropping
and that's why the business suffers. But it has a way to be solved.
И на этом эти бизнесы очень сильно страдают, именно GameFi и NFT.
So that's how the GameFi and the NFT businesses mainly are suffering.
Им не хватает доходной части. А именно доходную часть, как я вижу, могло бы обеспечить в этом направлении именно Forex бизнес.
So yeah, the GameFi and the NFT business, they're lacking income. And the way Andre sees it, the Forex business could help bring the income to the crypto, GameFi and NFT business.
Но в Forex-бизнесе тоже при создании его есть свои недостатки.
But Forex business as well, just by itself, has its own disadvantages.
Поэтому мы хотим поговорить о преимуществах и недостатках обоих сторон, и это все компенсируется, если их реализовать вместе.
That's why I want to talk about the advantages and the disadvantages of both sides, the crypto business and the Forex business, and show you how those two can combine in order to synergize and complete each other.
Как вот вы видите на этом слайде, значит, крипто, GameFi, NFT бизнес имеет такие преимущества, как большое количество инвесторов и плееров, и игроков, создание ферм и пулов, что обеспечивает большую ликвидность, токенизация, то есть выпуск токенов и торговля на бирже.
So as you can see on this slide, the crypto business has its advantages, which is the large investors and players in the crypto business. A lot of people are very interested right now in learning about it. So there is a huge influx of players in the crypto business, and it just keeps growing. You can create liquidity pools with the money that people are investing, which is a big advantage for sure. And the tokenization and trading is also an advantage for it.
И также в криптобизнесе колоссальные возможности по рекламе, которые просто приносят бешеную аудиторию, очень большую аудиторию.
And also the crypto business has many advantages in advertising, which bring a lot of people, which supply a lot of money, because Forex business, as you can see, lacks in advertising. So this is a big advantage for the crypto business.
И недостатки только то, что нету реального у проектов и компаний дохода, которое могло бы поглощать избыток ликвидности в токенах.
So another advantage is that there are real earnings, but it is not enough to, buy the tokens back and keep the tokens price up. It's just not enough, and Forex can help with that.
Рассмотрим вторую часть, и это Forex бизнес. В нем, соответственно, есть доходная часть. Как вы все понимаете, и все вы знаете Forex бизнес, в нем очень большая доходная часть, сам Forex, бинарные опционы и, возможно, еще какие-то игровые проекты, как лотереи, как игры.
So here we have the Forex business. As you can see, it has large income from the lotteries, from the Forex itself, from the binary option. It has a lot of money going into the business.
И весь этот доход может с большим, очень быстро поглощать избыток токенов, который генерится криптобизнесом.
And all of these earnings can help quickly get rid of the issues of the tokens just inflating and there being too much of them.
Но для создания Forex-бизнеса, соответственно, существует у небольших и средних компаний проблемы, которые такие как нету ликвидности, не нужно лицензирование, нужно где-то искать пути, где рекламироваться. То есть их совсем рекламы, соответственно, очень мало возможностей.
So yeah, but the Forex business has its own issues in creation. So the liquidity is missing. There is not enough liquidity in the business, and that is definitely an issue. And yeah, also, let's see. It is very difficult to advertise the business because it is actually being blocked by many different places where you can advertise it. But the crypto business is actually being advertised more. So if you combine those two, it could be a big advantage for both businesses.
И если эти два бизнеса объединить, что все недостатки одного закроет преимущество другого. И это будет настолько создаст такую синергию, что это будет очень, если это Форекс-компания, то это с колоссальными преимуществами, в отличие от других компаний.
So our conclusion with this is that both of them, they have their advantages and disadvantages, but if you combine them together, they can synergize, and the advantages of one can cover the disadvantages of the other one, and it could be a very good project and create a lot of great opportunities.
Поэтому можем просто описать преимущества, которые получает проект от этой синергии. Первое. Колоссальное количество криптоинвесторов, которые еще никак не задействованы в Форекс-бизнесе, и их привлечение очень простое.
So yeah, these are the advantages of both businesses being combined and synergized. So for the Forex business, you have a lot of crypto investors, a lot of people from the crypto market coming to the Forex market, and obviously that brings a lot of income.
Рекламные возможности возрастают сразу в разы, и это просто тысячи подписчиков, десятки тысяч, а может быть и сотни тысяч.
So the advertising is also multiplied. The advertising options are multiplied for this business, and that brings like tens or hundreds of thousands of people.
Пулы ликвидности, которые наполняются с очень большой скоростью и которыми может пользоваться Форекс-компания, просто колоссальные. Можно взять любой проект, который фермерства или стейкинга, и это десятки миллионов долларов.
The liquidity pools that are created from the crypto market are massive, and they're created almost instantly, and you can have millions and tens of millions of dollars to help you with your business.
Токенизация самого проекта или Форекс-бизнеса, что еще не реализовала ни одна Форекс-компания, ну, кроме Нага, только она немного как-то торгуется на бирже. Токенизация приносит очень большие возможности по увеличению капитализации компании, и просто это то же самое, что в виде акций, только никому никакие проценты, просто в торговле на бирже и очень большие привлечения инвестиций и новых инвесторов.
So tokenization of the Forex business has its massive advantages, and actually not many companies have accomplished this. So yeah, it brings a lot of value, and it's like shares, but you don't have to give a percentage to anyone, and it's just going around, and your company is growing because of the tokenization.
Прибыль проекта или компании со всех игровых бизнесов, с Форекс, с лотерей, с бинарных опционов, дополнительных каких-то игровых возможностей.
So the income from the GameFi or from the Forex, from the binary options, from the lottery, and from the financial gains also brings a large income.
Дополнительный доход с продажи NFT очень высокодоходная вещь. Я видел, как сотни тысяч NFT продавались за 10 минут, и это приносило компании $2-3 миллиона за 10 минут.
Furthermore, there is even more income in NFTs. Andre has seen how NFTs were sold in 10 minutes maybe, and they brought the company 2-3 million almost immediately.
И самое главное, что весь этот проект или бизнес получает максимум лояльных инвесторов, которые зарабатывают на проекте, получают игровые возможности, и очень позитивные будут отзывы.
So yeah, the most important thing is that the business or the project gets a lot of investors, a lot of big investors that are, as you can see, they're holding onto tokens and NFTs. They have a lot of value from the business, and they're actually earning from the business itself.
Вот о чем мы хотели немножко поговорить. Если у кого-то есть вопросы, мы могли бы обсудить. И если более подробная кому-то нужна информация, можем в частном разговоре более подробно все рассказать и описать и показать, как это работает.
So yeah, this is what we wanted to talk about the two businesses combining. If anyone has any questions, that would be great. We'd be happy to answer them. And also, if you're interested in the project, if you just want to know more information, you can contact us privately, and we'll be happy to talk to you.
All right, beautiful presentation. Андрей, вопрос, пожалуйста. Это ваш проект, да?
Да, это моя идея, и это пока идея-проект. Она только начинает реализовываться. Мы ее делаем. Вот Алекс, он как бы проектный менеджер и полностью тоже помогает мне. И еще есть команда некая, энтузиастов, которая собралась. Но так как мы не Forex-компания, мы ищем партнера, большую компанию, которой интересно было бы сотрудничать.
All right, Alex, please translate.
So yeah, this is Andrew's idea, and it's just in the starting phase. It's just an idea, but we're already beginning to develop it, and we're trying to find a Forex partner who could help us with this to help synergize the two businesses and create something great.
Are you looking for an initial coin offering, for an ICO, or direct listing?
Это разное, по-разному можно обсуждать разные варианты, как и IDO, и как и частное инвестирование, и как вообще что, мы открыты для сотрудничества.
So yeah, there are different options, IDO, private investing, and the options are limitless.
All right. Do you want to talk numbers, or you prefer to keep that private?
Нет, пока. Просто пока хочу обсудить с аудиторией вообще интерес к этому проекту, вообще к этой идее.
All right, and what stage is the project in right now?
В данный момент времени создан сайт, уже и ведется разработка смарт-контрактов, и первая стадия — это продажа NFT, но она уже прям не за горами.
Right now, we're very close to the first stage. We already have a website, and the smart contracts are being developed. And we're almost about to start selling the NFTs.
Готовлен весь дизайн уже NFT, и они будут скоро на продаже.
Yeah, the design of the NFTs is ready, and they're going to be sold soon.
All right, then are you looking more for partners in the Forex space or in the NFT space and crypto?
Вообще, Forex-компания должна это делать. То есть, и это больше нужно для Forex-компаний, чем для крипто. Потому что это все преимущества крипто будут добавлены к Форексу.
In general, we are looking for Forex companies, and it is Forex companies that need this more. And so what we're trying to do is help the Forex companies by giving them advantages.
Right, okay. Questions from the audience, guys, about the project? Looks interesting. There we go. There we go. If you already got a bottle of champagne, I can't give you the second one.
No, this for me, next for him.
Okay.
Yes, hi. Thank you for your presentation. This sounds like an interesting project. You should go forward with it. Good luck. The only question that I have, I heard that you're working on the sale and design of NFTs, but what about the GameFi? Will you outsource the GameFi aspects of the project, or will you create one of your own?
That's a very good question. I'm looking forward to find out the answer as well.
Мы создали NFT, которые характеризуют именно Forex-бизнес. То есть это дизайн валют в виде карточек, которые каждый инвестор захочет у себя иметь. Эти карточки, они уже как игра, они завлекают людей в стейкинге, в фарминге, в создание дополнительного дохода, чтобы получать токены проекта. И это уже как бы уже некий GameFi. Но он только потребляет, он не приносит доход компании, самому проекту.
Yes, so we created NFTs that look like currencies, which is something a Forex business would like to have, obviously. And it's already kind of a GameFi within itself because people can stake those NFTs and like they can collect tokens and all of that. So it's kind of a GameFi within itself, but obviously we're going to have more financial games down the line. But for now, the NFTs are the like part of the GameFi aspect itself.
И этот первый этап, он уже у нами почти создан. То есть, и в принципе, получение денег это не такая большая проблема, потому что продать карточки это не так небольшие усилия. Дальше, следующий этап, это развитие GameFi в виде трейдинг-геймов. И это уже как бы другая часть. И вот из-за этого нам нужен партнер.
So the first stage of the project is almost done. We've almost completed it. And it's not going to be an issue selling the NFTs and getting like money from it. But for the second stage, when we're going to have like games, financial games, we're going to need a partner for that.
All right. And how far do you want to, what is the end goal of the project?
Финал проекта – это некая…
Очень большой.
Это некая современная, очень высокотехнологичная вещь, которая объединит эти два рынка. И я не видел еще, чтобы кто-то смог вот так их два рынка объединить. Кто объединит Forex и крипторынки, это, я думаю, что это будущее.
The future of the project, the aim of the project is to connect and synergize the Forex and the crypto market. And we haven't seen anyone really do it successfully yet. So that is the end goal of the project.
You got me when you said you have NFTs that look like currencies or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen something like this before.
Вы можете быть украинцем, русским, европейцем, тайцем, филиппинцем, и вы будете заинтересованы, чтобы у вас была NFT вашего региона. То есть песо, рубль, гривна или еще что-то. И вы будете собирать ими команды, вы будете работать с этими. И это все привнесет еще больше людей в этот проект. Они будут как бы стараться коллекционировать. Это коллекционные вещи.
You could be of any nationality, any region, and the currencies, there's going to be a lot of currencies, so you can relate to your currency. Let's just say you can pick a currency you like euros, dollars, rubles, there's a lot of it. And people are going to want to collect them, and people are going to want to stake them and just, like do a lot of things with the currencies. So that is the main aim.
Very interesting. More questions? No? Okay. We have another one there. There we go. You're getting investors already, you see?
Yes, yes, indeed. Indeed. Beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. It was really, really enlightening. Well, let's suppose I have a financial game that gives away money to winners and stuff and everything like that. My question, since I am new to a crypto business, as you know, is how can you help me, circumvent the regulatory issues? Because I cannot give away money. This is a financial game, and I'm not allowed.
Incentives are not allowed.
A special license, and Google also thinks I'm maybe gambling or something like that, which is not true. So how a crypto business and notion and concept can help me overcome this problem through you?
Of providing incentives to your clients, yeah?
Yes, but yes, I cannot give money because it's not legal. So I cannot give away NFTs. Can I give away, Bitcoin? What? I mean, how can they can help me circumvent this problem and get me involved in their business?
That's a very good question, actually. Did you get a bottle of champagne?
Yes, I did, but I
did.
I gave it away.
I can't give you the second one. Go on.
На данном этапе развития NFT-игры и подобные нету никаких лицензий, нету никаких ограничений. И если этот проект реализовывать без фиатных денег, а только на стейблкоинах, которых уже на данный момент времени больше 20 миллиардов, то есть здесь я не вижу препонов никаких. То есть для рекламы это совсем другие возможности. Не нужны никакие гуглы, не нужны никакие фейсбуки. Здесь это крипто-комьюнити, оно само рекламирует себя, и оно очень большое. То есть лицензии, здесь идет подача такая, что это это просто как игра, это не как Forex бизнес.
In the current state of like the NFT games, the crypto games, there is not really any restrictions. It's not like Forex, which has a lot of restrictions, and you can advertise yourself very well, obviously, because the crypto world is advertising itself right now. And right now, if you're using just stable coins and not fiat currencies, you're not going to run into any issues for now.
Этот проект реализовывается на USDT, на USDC и в любых стабилкоинах.
Yeah, it's cryptocurrencies, but they're like stable coins. They're like US dollar, but in cryptocurrency version, and it's not fiat money.
Тогда лицензии не нужны.
So you don't need licenses if you're just using stable coins.
And there's another thing that might help you. For example, if you work with, I'm not going to say with me, so they don't think I'm looking for partners, but I am.
No.
Check this out. You could advertise, you could give the incentive through a YouTuber, let's say, for your clients to go on his channel, and then the incentive doesn't come from the company. It comes from the YouTuber for your clients to watch. Yes, but the YouTuber doesn't fall under any financial regulation. As a YouTuber, I can give anyone any price.
Вообще никому не секрет, что существует очень много форекс-компаний, которые не лицензированы, а которые просто работают. У них большая проблема, что нету лицензии и нету доверия. Но как только проект делает liquidity pool, там, $50 миллионов, доверие просто возникает колоссальное к этому проекту.
So it is not hidden. It's common knowledge that there's a lot of Forex companies which don't even have a license and they're just working. And their issue is people don't really trust them. They don't have a liquidity pool. So people cannot trust them. Oh, if I win a certain amount of money, will I actually get my money back? Like there's no trust. But if you manage to establish a liquidity pool, then people will trust you more. Yeah. Yeah, as a YouTuber, for example, that's a great example. Yeah, as a YouTuber, you can kind of tell people about it, but personally, I've seen this a lot. People say, oh, this is not financial advice. And then after that, you can say whatever you want. Like, you don't encourage people, okay, go and do this. You just say there is an option to do this, and more people find out about the financial games, for example. And as long as you don't advertise it as financial advice or encouragement, people will find out about it and just go to your financial game, and it won't be a legal issue, or it won't be like any restrictions towards that. Yeah, for example, yeah.
Thanks. Right.
Спасибо большое. Если есть еще вопросы, мы ответим. Но я смотрю, аудитория маленькая, и вопросов мало.
Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. If you have any more questions, we can answer them for you, or you can contact us privately. And thank you very much.
Andrei Berchenkov and Alex Kardash, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Spasibo. Thank you. Right. How do you find it? All right. We have some more panels, and we have some more prizes for you guys. By the way, when we're gonna do the closing of the show, we're gonna have big surprises for everyone that stayed with us until the end. So, for the next panel, we're gonna talk about inflation, recession, and stagflation. The three words you always hear on Bloomberg. And who else can tell us more about it if not the one and only Marshall Gittler, Head of Investment Research at BD Swiss. Marshall, pleasure.
Right, hello everyone. Thank you very much for coming today. Can people understand me with this mask on? Is this okay, or am I sort of mumbling and you can't hear me what I'm saying? Is it okay? Is it okay like this? No? Okay. If I die, it's going to really hurt my career, so I hope I don't. Right, well today we're going to talk about inflation, recession, and stagnation. And first off, why are we going to talk about, or what are these things? Well, here you have a graph of the US GDP. That's the red line. And you have a graph of the US Consumer Price Index, the blue line. You'll notice that since about 1990, the two of them are pretty much the same. Not much difference there. But between 1970 and 1985, there were big differences. Big differences. Like right here. And we're going to zoom in on this for a moment. You can see that closer here. You can see that GDP during this time was going down, but inflation, the blue line, was going up. Now, this is a very dangerous situation for central banks, especially, because they have tools to fix inflation. When you have when there's too much inflation is too high, they raise interest rates and slow the economy, and that calms inflation. They have tools to fix low growth. You lower interest rates, and that boosts growth. But they don't have a tool that fixes both at the same time. So it's a really difficult situation for officials, for and particularly for the investing population. So it's a really dangerous situation for investors, and that's why people are really worried about this. So why are they worried? Well, this is the situation we seem to be headed towards. In this graph, again, the red line is the GDP, the blue line is the CPI, and this is the forecast for world growth. You can see the forecast for world growth in this year. And you can see how over the last several months, the forecast for inflation have been going up, and the forecast for growth has been going down. Not what you want to see, and especially after Russia invaded Ukraine, which is the black line there, this phenomenon has really accelerated. You can see right there that after the invasion, it really took a nosedive. And it's also the case for, it's not just the world in general, also the case for the US on the left and Europe on the right, same thing. Inflation going up, growth going down. You can see particularly for Europe, it's done a nosedive because Europe, of course, is dependent on Russian oil and gas. And with higher prices, that acts as a tax on other spending. Money that you spend heating your house, you can't use to buy an iPhone. Money that you spend running your car, you can't use to go out to dinner. So total aggregate demand falls, the economy slows. It's really a bad situation. So investors are really wondering, is this going to happen? Is this where we're headed towards? And yeah, it looks to me, last year when inflation started taking up, the word was transitory. It's just going to be temporary. It's just caused by displacements due to the pandemic. People are buying things that they didn't used to buy. They're not buying things that they did buy. It's causing backups. But transitory has been going on for a year now, and it's not going to end. This chart is from the New York Fed makes an index of supply chain pressures. They look at shipping costs, they look at delivery times, they look at these things that indicate backlogs in the system. And they've got it going back to 1998. You can see what an anomaly today's world is. I mean, we've just never seen supply chain difficulties like this. And okay, they did peak maybe in December, but they're still at levels that we've never seen before, and they're still there, and probably going to persist for some time. I think it's the San Francisco Fed does an analysis of what is causing prices to go up. And they break goods into two buckets. Those that are sensitive to COVID-19 and those that aren't. Those whose price went up because of the virus and those that were just sort of going along. For example, prices of in-home exercise equipment. For a while there, you just couldn't buy weights because all the people who used to go to the gym stopped going to the gym and they wanted to buy dumbbells to use at home. So these sorts of things were very sensitive to COVID. Airfares plunged. Those things were very sensitive to COVID-19, and those are the red bars. But things like rents or a lot of things like that weren't, coffee and such, weren't so sensitive. So they break down things, and you can see, by and large, the increase in inflation has been due to things that are sensitive to COVID-19. So eventually, they should normalize, we think. But the really frightening thing is, look at the blue bars. They're going up. Gradually, the inflation is spreading into other areas that aren't being affected by COVID-19. I'll give you an example from myself. I have a house in Phoenix, Arizona, and we just rented it out for a lot more than we were renting it out for 2 years ago. Rents have gone up. House prices have gone up. Well, that may be because of COVID-19, because people leaving the big cities and moving to places like Phoenix, Arizona, but it's spreading. The inflation is spreading. It's getting entrenched in more and more things, and nobody is talking about transitory anymore. And why are they going up? Why is it going up? Well, the Fed also does an analysis of what's causing prices to go up. They divide it into demand, supply, and we don't know. We don't know is the gray bars, and that's the biggest group. Supply, which is caused by those supply chain backups and stuff like that, is the blue bars. But demand, the red bars, that's increasingly what's causing the higher inflation. And we do know how to dampen demand. We do know how to dampen demand. It's by raising interest rates and slowing the economy. So I don't know how many of you took Econ 101, but this is a supply-demand curve. There are two ways you can get prices down. The one on the left is what we would like to see. You have the demand curve going up, that's the red line. You have the supply curve going down, which means as the price goes up, I'm sorry, that's the, yeah. So as the price goes up, what you want is for the supply curve to shift to the left. You want to increase supply, so at any given level of demand, the price comes down. That would be good, but the central bank can't make rental cars. They can't make more ships. They can't make more microchips. They can't do that. All they can do is put the brakes on. So that's the graph on the right, where they have to shift demand down. They have to reduce demand. And that's not fun. That's not fun. That's hitting you in the pocketbook at a time when you're going to be hit anyway. Now, how much are they going to have to hit you? Well, you may have heard that the Fed hiked interest rates and a lot of central banks are tightening and we're headed towards higher interest rates and blah, blah, blah. Fact of the matter is, right now, real interest rates in the United States at least, are the lowest they have been at least since World War II. I just don't have data going back before then, but this graph goes back to 1960. The red line is the Fed funds rate, the short-term interest rate that the US Fed controls. The blue line is the real Fed funds rate. That's the Fed funds rate minus the inflation rate, because that's what you're really paying. And you can see it's really, really low, like really low right now. The average before the global financial crisis of 2008 was 2.4%, a real interest rate of 2.4%. That means the Fed would have to raise rates around 750 basis points, 7.5% interest rates, in order to get real interest rates at the average level. I mean, if the economy is struggling with interest rates at zero, what's going to happen when interest rates hit 7.5%? Now, they're not going to do this. They're talking about getting interest rates up to 2.5%, but this is, in theory, what the worst case scenario could be. It's what I think they would have to do to really slow the economy. And this is occurring at a time when the fiscal side, too, not just the monetary policy, but the fiscal policy as well, is going to be dampening demand. The graph on the left shows the budget deficits of the US in red and the EU in blue, and the dotted line is the forecast for what they're going to do. Now, here's the thing. if 1 year you have a budget deficit of €1 billion, and the next year you have a budget deficit of €1 billion, that actually doesn't provide any stimulus to the economy because there's no change in the budget deficit. It's not the amount of the deficit that matters, it's the change that gives a push to the economy. It's like hitting the accelerator on your car. If you just keep the accelerator steady, you don't accelerate. You just go at a steady speed. So if we take the change from 1 year to a next, that's called the fiscal impulse. And of course, you know, in 2020, in 2021, when the world looked like it was going to collapse, governments really boosted their budget deficits. Now they're starting to pull back a bit. So the fiscal impulse is going to be negative. They're actually going to be withdrawing stimulus from the economy at the same time as the monetary authorities are going to be putting their foot on the brakes too. So this could be a very serious recession, and this is why we're thinking that there's a possibility of inflation, high inflation, at the same time as you have recession. And that's what's called stagflation, like we had in the 1970s. Now, what is the possibility of a recession next year? Well, Bloomberg does a poll of that, and this is what the results of the poll are. Basically, people say a 20 to 30% probability in various countries. The lowest one being the US, which is the red line, the highest being Japan, which is the green line, 20 to 30%. That doesn't sound like much, but please remember that Donald Trump was given a 30% chance of winning the US election in 2016. So terrible things can happen with a 30% probability. This is just the market estimate. Speaking of market estimates, we have the US yield curve. This is the best known market indicator of a pending recession. Every recession for the last 70 years in the States has been preceded by an inversion of the US yield curve. That means 2-year yields higher than 10-year yields. Now you can see in this graph, the gray bars are the recessions and the red line is the yield curve, the difference between the 10-year and the 2-year yield. You can see how every recession was preceded by a negative yield curve. Now this, if you look at the very end, you'll see that it doesn't invert, but it did invert 2 days ago, just for a few minutes. Just like 2 basis points or 3 basis points, just for a few minutes. So it has happened. Now, previously, every time the yield curve every time the Fed started hiking rates, it took about 2 years for the yield curve to finally invert, and then you had a recession 12 to 18 months after that. This time, it took 2 weeks after the Fed hiked rates for the yield curve to invert. So it may be that just everything is moving a little faster nowadays. But I should say this is a market judgment for what's going to happen, and a lot of people argue that this is the wrong yield curve or it's different this time. But I should say that one of the brokerage firms put out a list of quotes from people for the last 10 years or so, every time the yield curve inverts, saying why this time it doesn't indicate a recession. And of course, a year or two later, there is a recession. Of course, as we all know in finance, the one thing that we can say is past performance is no guarantee of future performance, but we also shouldn't ignore past performance. See, this is, sorry, that's the recent yield curve. Right, so what might cause a recession? Well, oil prices. Oil prices, I think, are the big thing. The graph on the left here shows oil consumption, global oil consumption as a percent of world GDP. And you can see, really it's a function of oil. The oil price is the blue line, the red line is the percent of world GDP. And you can see, really, GDP doesn't, and consumption don't vary as much as the price of oil does. So it's basically a function of the price of oil. Now in the graph on the right, I've extended that to use what the market is estimating for GDP growth to be this year and next year, and with different prices for oil. And you can see if the price of oil gets to and stays at $120 a barrel, which is not that far off, then we will be back up pretty much where we were in 2007. And do all of you remember what happened in 2008? You're lucky if you don't, because it was really, really bad. Yeah, it was frightening. And one of the main causes was this the increase in oil prices globally. Oil now is about $100 a barrel. It was up to, I think, 115 or so the other day. So it all depends on what happens with Ukraine, what happens with Russia and its oil production. The problem there is, even a temporary shutdown of oil is very bad. An oil well isn't like a light switch where you can turn it off and then come back a couple of days later and turn it on again. Once you stop the oil flowing, it damages the well. And it takes a lot to get the well flowing again, if you can get it flowing again. And especially if all the oil companies pull out of Russia, then even if Russia starts up again, they won't have the technology, so it'll be very difficult. And they're the biggest exporters of oil in the world. That's about 3 million barrels a day of oil to the world. So it could be a difficult situation for the world economy. We can look at it in the US. By the way, I'm sorry that I'm talking so much about the US and not Europe, but the data is just much better for the US. And speaking frankly, the US economy is in better shape than Europe. And also the US is hit less by the Russian sanctions than Europe is. So if US goes into recession, then definitely Europe will go into recession, because whatever happens to the US, it's going to happen much, much worse to Europe. So this graph shows the year-on-year change in the oil and the gasoline price in the US. And you can see that this looks a lot like that yield curve graph that I showed you, that every recession has been preceded by, does this have a light? Yes. Well, it doesn't seem, no, I can't see it. And every recession has been preceded by a 30% annual increase in oil prices. Now, if you look at 2000 to 2005, it isn't inevitable. There were times when it did go above 30% annual increase, and it didn't cause a recession. But if you look at the graph on the right that shows the actual oil price, gasoline prices now in the US are higher than they were back in 2008. Of course, a lot more people are working from home, so you can't compare it, but it's not a nice sign for the US economy, which is why President Biden is so worried about the gasoline prices and why they're talking about releasing 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, et cetera, et cetera. But Americans drive everywhere. It's kind of like Cyprus. And so this is a big concern for the US economy. So the question for investors then is, how do we make money in a situation like this? What should we do? What's going to be the impact on asset prices and such? Well, I tried to go back to 1975 and 1973, 75 and find out how things behaved during stagflation. There just isn't the data. It isn't around. So I found this table from some of my former colleagues that split the last 20 years up into 4 different scenarios. The first one being disinflation, weak growth, and decelerating or low inflation. The second one being the Goldilocks world that we've been in recently, which is strong growth and decelerating inflation. That's obviously the best place to be. Then the inflationary situation, where we really are right now, which is strong growth and accelerating or high inflation. That's where we are now. And the place where we don't want to be is the last column, which is weak growth and accelerating or high inflation. That's the stagnation scenario. Pardon me a second. So what's the impact of these on asset prices and such? Well, this seems to work on the ceiling, but I don't see it on the screen. Right, well, in the inflationary scenario where we are now, the top bar is the US trade-weighted index. It isn't very good. The dollar tends not to be so great. The euro tends to do better. The dollar does better against the Aussie, and better, it does gain against the yen in this kind of an environment. Gold does well. The S&P 500 does very well. Stocks are a good investment in this sort of an environment that we have right now. And commodities, the CRB Industrial Commodity Research Bureau Industrial Index does very well. So this is a very good time for investment. We've been doing very well. All's well in the world. This is where we wish we could stay, but the big worry is that we're not going to stay here, that we're going to fall out into the stagflation world. And that's the column on the right. With that, the dollar does badly. Now this is very strange because you would think that with the dollar, with the US raising interest rates, that would cause the dollar to do well, but historically it hasn't worked that way. It does a little bit better in general against the euro does well. It does very badly against the yen. The yen tends to be very strong under these conditions, probably because Japan has historically had much lower inflation than other countries, so they don't have to, their economy doesn't slow down as much. The dollar does a little better against the Australian dollar, against the commodity currencies, even though commodities tend to do okay under such a situation. Of course, because of the high inflation, then commodity prices tend to rise. People put their money into physical assets in a situation like that. Emerging market currencies, as for example the South African rand, the ZAR, do very badly, which is kind of surprising to me because they tend to be commodity producers. So I would think that their economies tend to do well, but that isn't the case. Stocks, the S&P 500, do badly. Carry does badly, which also surprised me because with interest rates going up, there should be a good differential between between different currencies, and you should be able to get some carry. But I think that's because of the risk-off environment that you're in. And gold is the star. Gold is the star in those situations. By the way, I'm really sorry, I don't think I explained what these numbers are. These are the average quarter-on-quarter changes in these asset prices during these periods. So the average quarter-on-quarter change. So gold, on average, goes up about 6% per quarter. Or, let me be more accurate, gold has in the past gone up 6% quarter-on-quarter in this environment. As I said before, past performance is no guarantee of future performance. So that is where you should be investing. Stocks are not the place to be. Carry is not the place to be. You want to be in commodities. You want to be in gold under those situations. And for currencies, you want to look at low inflation countries like Japan, which Japan still has deflation. Can you believe it? Their core inflation index is still minus 1% right now. It's an amazing place. So this is what I think the situation that we're headed to. I think it's very likely that we go into recession globally, especially if oil hits $120 a barrel and stays there for a year. It looks to me like a recession is quite likely. At the same time, the central banks are going to have to hit the brakes because the transitory inflation has proved to be not transitory. It's not coming down. In fact, it's accelerating. If anyone saw the German and Spanish inflation figures out yesterday, they were just appalling. Spanish inflation was almost 10% year on year. It's just, for Germany, they had the highest inflation since 1981. So central banks are going to have to hit the brakes at the same time as governments are going to have to hit the brakes too, because they've been just spending money like drunken sailors. That may send the economy into recession at the same time as you have an inflation. It's a difficult investment scenario, but not an impossible one. You should look for commodities in that situation, and you should look for gold. Well, thank you very much for listening to me. Are there any questions? Yes?
What happens to the housing market? If you could share your opinion on that.
What happens to the housing market? That's a very good question, especially for people like me who own a house. That would be a good one. I should have included that in the table. Because interest rates go up, the housing market doesn't do well. I mean, especially I can remember what happened in 2008. Especially, I don't know about Europe. Europe didn't have much of a housing bubble until quite recently, so I don't know how much data there is on that. But for the US, one of the possible causes of the 2008 recession was the higher gasoline prices, which made it difficult for people to commute to work. So a lot of people had bought houses outside this main city and were driving in. They could no longer afford that. And everybody sold their house. Interest rates go up. The housing market collapsed. This is actually an aspect of the 2008 bubble that isn't studied so much. The fact that the housing collapse started on the outskirts of the city, and it went along with the higher gasoline prices. You know, right now, real interest rates are, as I said, they're at the lowest since World War II, so it's a great time to buy a house, even if mortgage rates have gone up by 100 basis points. But if the Fed raises interest rates to 7%, then maybe it's not going to be so great. They've been talking about 2.5%. That's what they're talking about, raising the Fed funds rate to 2.5%, which would still be a negative real rate. So I don't expect the housing market would collapse, especially if in the US at least, there's simply a shortage of houses. Rents are incredible. But it's hard for me to think of a booming housing market at a time when interest rates are going up. Any other questions? Right.
Thank you. Is that, in your opinion, a dilemma? Because everyone knows that the Fed will hike the rates, but the stock market still goes up like a rocket. What do you think about that?
Yes.
This
is
kind of
an
interesting,
inexplicable phenomenon that I am eternally grateful for.
Okay, thank you. So you're not alone.
I don't understand it, but I'm really, really happy about it. In fact, that's one of the things that when we're studying the yield curve, when I've been reading about the yield curve inversion and its impact on various asset classes, one thing that I found was it doesn't matter. You know, they talk about the yield curve inversion and commodities do this, yield curve inversion and credit does this and that. But when you look at what yield curve inversion in stocks, it just simply doesn't matter. The stock market has tended to go up no matter what. So, yeah, we just can't, at least since 1980 or when did this booming market start? Around 1982, I think the boom in stocks started. So, yeah, when you look before 1980, because I've seen studies that go back 70 years on this. Before 1980, an inverted yield curve was bad for the stock market. Yield curve inverts, stock market collapses. Or down, not collapses, but down 5, 10% per quarter. It's very bad. But after 1980, you can barely find it on the chart. It's really, yeah. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. It's just the way things go. In theory, it should be bad. In theory, it should be bad. You know, the future value of stocks is the value of the dividends discounted by the current interest rate. So when the interest rate goes up, the discounted present value of your future stream of incomes goes down, stock market should collapse. I remember, do I have time? Yeah, I have 1 minute left. In 1982, I'm showing how long I've been in the market, I remember when the stock market boom started. It was because Albert Wolgenauer, who I think it was him, who was known as Dr. Doom. There was Dr. Doom and Dr. Gloom, these two guys. One of them said, the US economy is going to go into recession and the Fed is going to cut interest rates. That statement started the stock market boom. I'm like, what? Why is the stock market booming? Because the economy is going into recession. And it was because interest rates were going to go down. And since then, the key phrase in investing has been don't fight the Fed, but the Fed seems to have been immaterial for the last 40 years. Stocks just go up no matter what. Right.
All right, let's give it up for the one and only Marshall Gittler, everyone. Now, Marshall, before you go, I have to ask you something. I can't help myself. Hold on. Did you like the question about the S&P and the American economy?
Yes. I thought it's an excellent and natural question.
Do you think it's worth a bottle of champagne? Did it amaze you? Come on. We got 5 cases, man, so we got to get rid of them.
Well, in that case, sure.
All right.
In fact, I would say both questions deserve a bottle of champagne.
There we go. Right, a bottle of champagne there. Marshall, always a pleasure.
Both questions deserve a bottle of champagne.
Both questions? I can't. I got bosses. Right, Marshall Gittler, everyone. Now, we're getting very close to the finish line. We have 2 more panels, and then you're going to get a big, big surprise. Okay, we're going to distribute some prizes. I'm not one of the prizes, fortunately for you, but we're going to have fun, and it's going to be all right. And then we can go and party, guys. So, in the next panel, they will talk about HR in the Forex industry. And as a former Forex employee, I can't really get involved in this panel. So I'm going to invite Ross Pittman, Senior Business Manager at GRS Recruitment, to join us. There he is. The stage is yours.
One, two, there we go.
Thanks a lot, man.
So good afternoon, folks, and thank you for joining us so late in the day. First of all, I'd like to say a well done to our organizers in putting on such a fantastic event for us this afternoon. And I have to say it's an absolute pleasure to be here today to speak about what I consider to be the success of the Forex industry, because the success is our people. So that's why we're here this afternoon to talk about the human resource element, the heart of our industry. Now, to introduce myself, my name is Ross Pittman. I am the Senior Business Manager for GRS Recruitment. We are the market-leading expert in recruitment, payroll, and also HR consultancy services, operating in both here in Cyprus and also across on the island of Malta as well. Myself and my team have worked tirelessly over the last 17 years in placing individuals both at entry level and also into senior management level within this very industry. And what is most pleasant in coming to these events is actually meeting up with those individuals that we've placed within the industry and actually seeing their development. So today we're here to discuss the integral function of HR in the Forex industry. Now, I am firmly of the belief that successful business is built on employee engagement, communication, and collaboration. And these are some of the topics which we're going to be touching on this very afternoon. But for now, I'd like to welcome our esteemed panelists onto the floor. So first of all, we have Donna Stevenson, the founder of Emerald Zebra Recruitment. A warm welcome. Also, we're very privileged this afternoon to have Natalie Masterudes, the head of HR from BD Swiss. And completing our panel this afternoon, we have Eleni Aslani, the HR manager for Equity Cyprus. A very warm welcome to our panelists this afternoon. Now, I'm going to take a seat as well, because I always think it's a little bit like a fireside discussion, really, isn't it? So, firstly, ladies, I want to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself to the floor. So firstly, ladies, I'd like you to take the opportunity to introduce yourselves to the floor and the audience. So we're going to go in the order to seated. So first of all, Natalie, if you'd like to introduce yourself to our audience this afternoon.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalie Mastridis. I'm the head of HR for BD Swiss. I started, well, first of all, I'm Greek Cypriot South African, grew up mostly in Cyprus, studied in the UK, and I didn't come from the original HR background. My degree is in operational research, so that's a lot of maths, a lot of stats, game theory, but I fell in love with HR along the way and started as an HR consultant, mostly through investment banking, moved back to Cyprus, and have been doing tech, in-house talent acquisition and HR for a long time, and now fintech. So natural evolution,
Bravo.
I think.
Eleni.
Hi, my name is Eleni Aslani. I've been working with people and for people for many years in different sectors, but for the last 15 years in HR. Originally, I was from the bank, so to say, industry, and then I switched to Forex industry. So it's something totally different, and it was a great challenge for me. But in any case, we have to deal with people and working for people. We are working for human beings. So my latest passion is building and designing a great employee experience. Because in any company, in any industry, everywhere, what we are caring for is for our employees to be happy and productive, for the business, great performance as well. So I personally believe that any relationship should be a win-win situation. In any case, if it's something different, it's only a win for very short term. It's a very short-term solution. But if we want to build something solid, something immense and meaningful, it should be win-win from both parts. So I was lucky to study holistic employee experience designing with Ben Witter, one of the best, I believe, he's my mentor, so he's one of the best training people in the world. And after George Bersin and other people who are dealing with this direction in HR nowadays, because we are also evolving as businesses, it's something that I'm really passionate about.
Thank you, Eleni. And finally, Donna.
So Donna Stevenson, I am 20 years as headhunter, recruiter to the industry. Some people address me as a guru to the industry as far as recruiting and placing people within Forex, FinTech, and tech. I am here with my team today, Emerald Zebra. We are focused on specialist divisions, which are finance recruitment, and fintech recruitment and tech recruitment. And very happy to be here on the panel today.
Thank you very much, panelists, for introducing yourself. So I'd like to ask a short question to each of you, and I'd like you to answer perhaps in 2 minutes or less. Of course, the pandemic, as we emerge hopefully from the other side of it, has created quite a shift change in our industry. In fact, the function of HR itself has probably had to evolve greatly in the last 2 years to the ever-changing needs of our people. What do you foresee as the biggest shift change in the HR function of our industry in the last 2 years? Firstly, Natalie.
Yeah, so HR has been going, like many different functions, has been going through a digital transformation over the last few years, and this has been absolutely hastened by the pandemic. There's the whole market trend of the gig economy, where everybody's looking for a more flexible way to employ people or engage with the workforce, and also for remote working. This was a natural trend. It was expedited by the pandemic. And I would say, especially in the field of learning and development, there's a lot more flexibility, a lot more on-demand virtual training, gamification in particular. So that's seen a massive uphill trend, mostly because of the pandemic and because people are bored at home and they're taking the opportunity to upskill and are more creative the industry is more creative with how they do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Eleni, what are your insights as to how the function of HR has changed in the last 2 years?
actually totally supporting Natalie's regarding this. The last years made us realize how important technology is in our life, how it can help us to automate the automation of all processes. It's something which now is a must. It's not a luxury for any business or for any company. Remote working also made us to reassess all the processes within the companies regarding the leadership, regarding the team building events, everything. So the Forex industry in general, it should be very flexible in everything. But the latest years, they actually helped us to be more flexible and to react more quickly for anything, even quicker.
Thank you, Eleni, for your comments. And in fact, these are some ideas that we'll focus on a little bit more as we go through the session. So I'm really glad that you brought those ideas up. And finally, Donna, what are your thoughts on how HR has evolved in the last 2 years and that integral function?
I think also a topic that we're going to discuss later in this panel, but employee experience. So as a recruiter in the Forex industry, this is something that we've seen vastly improve right across the board. So whatever level position that we're hiring, the experience of that candidate from the moment that they send their application through to the response that they get with regards to the acknowledgement or receipt of their application, through to being invited for an interview, and then, through to feedback, offer, and whatever else comes in between, being invited in to spend time with teams, and then through from employee experience through to benefits. Benefits have vastly improved. I'm getting calls pretty much daily asking for salary surveys or salary benchmarking exercises. People want to remain competitive. So, from my experience and I guess wisdom in the market of recruiting and being a headhunter here, it really is an interesting time. The pandemic has definitely brought a lot of useful things into perspective. And as we progress and as we advance as a HR department or a recruiter, there are so many vast things that we can add to that employee experience to make it, very valuable. Branding, reputation, right through to, successful hires that then enable, further hiring via referrals, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's such a huge topic. We can, talk for hours, so I will stop there.
We could indeed, and I guess we're all very passionate individuals as well. And yes, indeed, obviously the pandemic, like you say, we like to think now that we are emerging from it bigger and stronger. But there's no doubt that the pandemic on our teams, when we looked at them, did cause them anxiety, undue stress. There was a worry about job security. We even had, obviously, through lockdowns, the concern of how will I take care of my children when, of course, I have to go to work, but the schools are closed. There have been many different challenges, which I think when we look to our workforce, we can see there's been an element of a dent, if you like, on employee well-being and, of course, on obviously employee health. Now, I'm firmly of the belief as we step into 2022 that one of the things that we should be looking towards is a robust employee well-being package. How can we focus in on building our teams back bigger, better and stronger? And yes, we are very fortunate to have Eleni Aslani with us today, who in fact is a specialist in employee experience. So Eleni, I'd like you to tell me a little bit about how you believe we can strengthen and rebuild our teams in 2022.
Being a holistic employee experience practitioner and a passionate supporter of designing employee experience on purpose in the company, I wouldn't take it apart, to be a part of just one concept of well-being. We don't need to build something or to do something about well-being of the employees. We need to see the holistic picture, everything, because well-being, it's a consequence, it's not the reason. So we need to see what we can do as a company to remove the reasons for employees' anxiety, employees' not well-being, etc. Definitely, we face many challenges in the latest years, like isolation. People, they lost their sense of belonging, less team building events, less socializing between people, less contact with line managers, direct or maybe something else. So it's totally different picture of a workplace at the moment. With the improved technological achievements in every, so to say, business industry, we have now AI as being a part of a team. So for managers, it's an extra challenge to manage teams with a part of which is a robot or a bot or a chat or something else. So it's a totally different picture now. But the thing is, we need to understand what our company's truth is, which are our values, which are our purpose, and create everything to design employee experience, employee journey from pre-hire to retire, all aspects of it, to be on the same page and to support these values, to be in consequence and to relate to them, so to support them. Afterwards, I believe we will not be discussing employee well-being.
No, I do fully appreciate your thoughts, Eleni. I always think one of the most important things that we must do as leaders within our industry is when we're making decisions, we have to focus on not only making decisions from a financial point of view, but making decisions from a compassionate point of view. We must also put our people center to the decisions that we're making. So thank you so much for your comments. So one of the things that I've noticed working for the largest recruiter here on the Cyprus market, back in 2009, often the profile that we would be given on looking for a candidate, it's very different to the one that we're given in 2022. And why is this? Well, I tend to find that our companies are looking for a very different candidate. They're focusing in now more than ever on the soft skills, on the agile workforce, on how adaptable they are. So I mean, we are obviously focused now ever more on staff retention, because I'm sure all of you will agree that at the moment there is somewhat of a talent shortage in the market because people are somewhat scared to make that transition into a new role. In fact, our focus very much in the last year has been on reskilling and upskilling. So, Natalie, the question that I would ask you, working for such a large, obviously, industry and a large employer here in Cyprus, is how have you adapted to the candidate-driven market that we currently find ourselves in?
Yeah, so the war for talent isn't actually anything new. The coinage of the term has been around for quite a few years now. And I would argue with you, actually, because I don't think people are scared to move. In fact, I think it was The Economist in 2021, so last year, early 2021, who coined the term the Great Resignation era, right? So we're actually seeing a lot more mobility than we have done in the past. And I would say the real challenge is identifying that agile key talent, right? And beating out a very, very fierce competition to get that talent. So our approach, I would say, is more three-tiered. We're focusing on talent acquisition, talent management, and talent retention. And for talent acquisition, it's literally that shift that a lot of companies have made from recruitment, which is a very reactive function, to talent acquisition. Talent acquisition being proactive, focusing on things like market analysis, the understanding of the market, employer branding and positioning yourself as an employer of choice. And then, of course, correct talent management will lead to talent retention, right? So talent management is making sure that you invest in your people. So you talked about upskilling. We've got a learning and development team. We invest and have big budgets that we dedicate specifically for both internal, external training, soft skills, hard skills. We try and focus on employee experience as well. So giving the employees the flexibility to be happy in a completely new kind of workplace, right? It's the flexible workplace. I spoke about the gig economy before, the whole ability to work literally from anywhere with a laptop. And then, of course, employee retention is the third part of that. But I do see that talent management is very, very closely linked to talent retention. So, yeah, that's I hope that's answered your question.
No, you answered very well, Natalie. It's clear that you're very passionate about your function and you're definitely in the right job. So you mentioned there very briefly when you were talking about the battle for talent. And over this past year, we've seen companies get very creative, as Donna alluded to, in relation to compensation and benefits. We are seeing not only companies, but in some cases, whole countries trialing a 4-day working week, yeah, to give us balance into our lifestyle. We are seeing people compete no longer solely on a financial point of view, but actually looking for other ways that we can engage our staff members. Donna actually spoke earlier on about salary benchmarking, and yes, employers in Cyprus and Malta are now more keen than ever to find out, are they paying the market rate? And actually, if you head to the GRS recruitment website today, you will see that we've actually published our annual salary benchmarking report, which is all free for you to download. But my question for you, Donna, would be, you know, as an expert in the industry, how have you seen the evolution over the last 2 years of compensation and benefits within our industry?
Okay, firstly, with regards to salary benchmarking, that's a pretty difficult exercise to carry out. First and foremost, there's a massive disparity with salaries right across the board, from junior, mid-level, and senior level across different industry sectors. You know, for example, candidates perceive the Forex industry to be highly paid than, say, I don't know, the banking or professional services sector. And you know, then there's the ownership and size of the organization, which then also has some kind of influence with regards to how much can be paid for an individual. Then, you know, we're looking at the general economics, if you like, with regards to the demand for candidates and the availability of talent. So it's very competitive. If you look at one of the areas that I'm recruiting in, my team, you know, it's tech, and we're specialists in tech recruitment. And yes, there's an abundance of tech talent. Now, you know, one of the challenges that we have there with regards to compensation and benefits is attracting, and you know, I'll keep on the example of tech talent, attracting this talent to come and work for your organization. So, you know, as Natalie mentioned, employer branding is very, very key. And the employee experience, the recruiting experience, you know, all these elements are part and parcel of going and moving towards, you know, the natural, you know, what is the person going to be paid? What is their reward? What benefits are going to be offered? So looking at the benefits and how benefits have changed. Benefits have evolved massively, in my opinion, throughout the years within the market. So we're seeing, like Ross has mentioned, the 4-day working weeks or flexibility, COVID bringing in the remote working. Employers are now demanding more flexibility in their working week, so that becomes attractive. It's not just, I guess I'm saying it's not just about salary, and it's also not just about benefits, it's about employer reputation. I'm sorry, I'm going on. This question is huge, and you know, like Ross said, I keep going on a tangent, but it's huge. I'm extremely passionate about recruiting, 20 years in the sector. And you know, this question with regards to what am I seeing for changes in compensation and benefits, you know, the kind of frank answer is that it's highly competitive. There are a lot of companies now who are offering very similar or alike benefits, and at the end of the day, then, you know, as a headhunter going out to the market and looking at candidates, I can maybe say that 7 out of 10 candidates respond with, I'm not looking at the moment, I'm happy where I am. So I dig further into that question, okay, well, why are you happy? What makes you happy? And it's not just about the money. Otherwise, they would say, okay, well, your opportunity that you're about to discuss with me, I might be interested. How much is it paying? You know, those were the questions that I would have as a recruiter years ago. Now it's bluntly, I'm really happy where I am. I work with some great people. It's a great brand, and I have investment in training, development, and a whole range of benefits. And so we don't even get to that conversation of, well, how much is it paying? And
About
7 out of
holistic
10.
employee experience, I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
Indeed. No, I'm sure we've both seen quite a change in the market. And actually, it's quite interesting because we also have Forex companies here in Cyprus also adopting the 4-day working week. So it's no longer just overseas, but it's actually on our own very shores. Now, of course, one of the biggest game changers that we all saw coming in over the last 2 years was the hybrids or the remote working. Let's be honest, it didn't exist in Cyprus 2 years ago. We didn't do it. Now, of course, we've had to go into the boardrooms, speak to our CFOs and MDs and tell them this is what your workforce wants. But at the end of the day, it has proved to be both successful in many ways, but it's also had its challenges as well. I think nowadays we're focusing on not so much where we're located when we're doing our work, but the productivity of the work that's actually been produced. So I'd like to ask each of you just to comment maybe in 2 minutes or less just on what challenges, but also what successes you have found with the introduction of hybrid working in your organization. Natalie.
Yeah, so actually it's not new, but you're right. It wasn't very prevalent in Cyprus prior to COVID. It was extremely prevalent in the tech industry globally. And Forex, I mean, we describe ourselves as fintech because that's exactly what it is. So I do think it was a matter of time, and again, just expedited because of COVID. Now, I would say our workforce wants this. People want the flexibility. They don't always want to be remote. A lot of people prefer hybrid, and it does depend on the role, right? So not everyone can be based remotely, but you will see certain, different positions, different departments. IT is the one that pops to mind, that are pretty much all going remote. And there's this whole feeling of, I want to be able to work whatever time I want, from anywhere I want. So we've done a number of different moves to make sure that that happens. So the simplest thing is making sure that we have the infrastructure to support that. Everybody has a laptop. And then we've moved on to potentially having contractors a lot more. So about 20% of our workforce at the moment are contractors. And that's because people want to work potentially from countries where we don't have a legal entity. So we've all been there, I feel, and we as employers are trying to retain our key talent and make sure that we're offering that as an option. Also, performance management needs to change, compensation and benefits. We're seeing performance-driven packages, right, with variable compensation a lot more, because now you're getting managed on the deliverables rather than clocking in and out on a regular time frame. I would say the biggest challenge of that is actually employment law and things like, paying people across the different geographies and territories, because the employment law hasn't actually caught up yet with what's happening in the market. So you're trying to find ways to engage people and give them what they are looking for, because quite frankly, if you don't, your competitors will.
No,
right?
Absolutely. And
So
as you said, it is ever evolving. In fact, we have a new EU directive which is coming into place, obviously, later in the summer, which takes into consideration things like the gig economy and how we can obviously adapt to that ever-changing workforce that we have out there. But Eleni, how have you seen that your organization has succeeded and been challenged through the introduction of hybrid working?
In general, it's the same thing as Natalie said. I believe we are facing the same challenges here. The thing is, for junior talents, they are eager to work from office. They want to socialize. They want to have buddies close to them. They want to have their line managers close to them. They want to be a part of some organization. They need this sense of belonging and understanding that actually their lives changed. Because if they just graduated and they stayed in their personal rooms working remotely, it's like gaming, it's the same, nothing changed. So for this social part is very important for new joiners and for junior people. At the same time, some of the senior people or experienced workers, some of them prefer to work from home. Others, they hate it because they have children, they have, I don't know, and pets or something, and they don't want to distract their attention from work. They need to be focused. I believe also that companies reacted faster than governmental authorities. As Natalie said, we don't have legislation supporting things because sometimes we can have some claims from the employees about arranging working environment at their home place. So we need to have an understanding who needs to provide what and how it works, just to be on the safe side and not to be, oh yes, this company bought a desk and a good chair and the other company didn't do it. So there are so many challenges to face, and I believe they are a bit different for each company, but in general, it's all the same. We need to be flexible, definitely, and we need to satisfy the needs of our employees. So maybe Natalie's employees need something totally different from Equity's employees. So we need to focus on our employees and be there for our employees first of all.
No, I totally agree. And actually, I do really like one of the points that you touched on, which is one size doesn't fit all. It is a natural assumption that everybody wants hybrid working. But in fact, that may not be the case. As you talked about, people with the kids at home or those that simply prefer more social interaction may actually prefer to be in the office. And that's why it's important as HR professionals to listen and communicate with our teams. But I think there's always a strong requirement for trust, of course, when we introduce hybrid working. And Donna, what are your thoughts on the hybrid working model and the success and the challenges that companies have experienced?
I think mirroring exactly what Eleni has said, that hybrid is definitely the way forward. It offers employees and the employer more flexibility. But when it comes to the junior employee, that's where I think most hiring managers have the question mark, and also for the junior.
Gen Z, right?
Yes, exactly.
So Gen Z wants to be
Juniors.
hybrid, but they
Yes.
haven't quite proven themselves yet.
Yes, yeah. And so I think that's where hybrid then becomes, it kind of can fit into that category of one size fits all, that it can fit both junior right through to the exec level. And then, as you say, it is trust. But at the end of the day, we're measuring our success and performance based on our deliverables and not based on the number of hours that we spend in the office. And that's always what I have lived by. So whether you have someone, and here's the thing, I was speaking to a line manager that very much feels that hybrid is the way forward for their organization. However, the issue is that you have some people that prefer to work in the mornings, some people that prefer to work in the evenings. And how do you get, in his words, how do you get the damn team together? and get everyone singing from the same hymn sheet. And so, these are our new 21st century challenges and employee experience again.
Absolutely. I think we talk about hybrid like it's a new concept, but as Natalie said, it's not. But I think what we have to remember is it's no longer something that very soon we'll talk about because it's just become normal. It's the way that we work nowadays as our HR function evolves. Now, as I said at the very opening of this panel, I'm firmly of the belief that the success of our business within the Forex and FinTech sector is our people. And I believe only by communicating, collaborating, and working cohesion with our team will we build successful businesses. So to round this panel up this afternoon, what I would like to ask each of you individually is, for those listening today, if they were to walk away with one fact or one takeaway from this panel, what would you like them to remember? Natalie?
Who's our audience, HR or Forex industry employees?
Oh, I think we have to re-educate, so let's go for the Forex industry as a whole.
Ooh, okay. Well, for HR, I think the challenge is to preempt and be proactive in dealing with market trends, market needs, and business needs, right? Because it's our role to support the business, right? And by the time the market need and the business need is there, it's already too late for us to be able to provide a solution. So if you're an HR professional working in the Forex industry, we all know things move fast, get with it, get ahead of the curve. And if you are a Forex industry employee, it's kind of the other side of that. So we need feedback as HR. You know, no one was born knowing everything. I certainly wasn't. So give us the feedback. You're out there. Let us know what you need from us, because we want to work with you, keep you, train you, turn you into a key talent if you're not already. So give us the tools in order to be able to support you with that. So that's my one message.
Thank you very much. Eleni, what are your thoughts on the matter? What would you like people to take away from today's panel?
From here or from there, we were always discussing the employee experience thing. I believe everyone agrees on this. The thing about employee experience, what is important? It should be holistic, first of all. You can have the perfect, the best compensation and benefits package, but if your candidate experience or exit experience or anything else of your working place is not good, you cannot compensate for other parts of working of the employee journey with one only. So every HR process needs to be in alignment with anything else, with actually companies' values and values and purpose. The thing about employee experience is it's not something HR people can create it and implement. It is a process which requires co-creation from every person in the company. As Natalie said, give us feedback. Speak to managers from leadership feedback. Even the owners of the company, even the CEOs of the company, they need to be involved in this process of co-creation. And it's not something as a policy we can create it and put it there. It's an everyday process, always evolving and always developing. It's a never-ending process. So we just need to take it in mind and to have it in our daily routine. What we can do to improve our employee experience and to make it today greater for our employees.
Fantastic. No, thank you very much for your thoughts. And at the same time, Donna, I would like to say, what would you consider to be the greatest takeaway that you would like the teams and the people in the audience to leave the panel with?
I think as Eleni and Natalie have already concluded, it really is the employee experience. So, you know, if you're not focusing on your employee experience and your employer branding, it's something that you need to be looking at with your eyes wide open. So that's having all of your employees fully acknowledged and working towards the mission statement of the company, understanding what the values are of the company, and then leading by example, you know, mirroring those values right down from leadership down to, you know, your junior employee. So yeah, I mean, takeaway, employee experience is key, and it's certainly improving in Cyprus, so that's a real positive, I think. And, you know, of course, there's more that can be built upon that positive employee experience as you know, businesses here continue to evolve, or businesses globally continue to evolve.
Fantastic. So I would really just like to say once again a thank you to our event organizers for putting on such a successful day for us. And also at the same time, I would also like to thank the three wonderful panelists who've joined me today in sharing their ideas about how we should be evolving as we look at the HR function within our Forex industry. Thank you, and have a good evening ahead.
All right, let's give it up for Donna Stevenson, Natalia Mastourides, Eleni Aslani, and the one and only Ross Pittman, everyone. Right, brilliant panel, brilliant panel. Right, we're very close to the finish line, guys. Please remain where you are. We're gonna have a 10-minute fire chat, and then we're gonna hand out a lot of prizes. Okay, so please stay with us till the end. Now, today, you probably already know who I'm gonna invite on the stage, but anyway, today we spoke about banking, yeah? That hurt. We spoke about alternative payments. That was all right, wasn't it? We spoke about firing and hiring and everything, but marketing as well. But we missed on one part, I think, artificial intelligence. One of the reasons that made me decide to end my career as an account manager in Forex companies was the repetitive work. And probably the guys in customer support know what I'm talking about. It's even worse for them. But we have a tool that can make our lives much easier. And that tool is called Alexandros Patsalidis at EBO.ai. Artificial intelligence is the tool, guys. Let's give it up for Alexandros. Right, Alexandros, welcome.
Thank you.
Let's have a seat, because this is basically the only time when I get to sit down.
It's fine, no worries.
All right, now, another mic. Okay, that's another $500 off my paycheck. So, Alexandros, I know you're helping a lot of companies. Okay, now it's working. Tell me, what can artificial intelligence do for companies, for customer support, for the agents that do that repetitive work that gets them burned out in 3 years?
Extremely good question, my friend. Well, I need to take a step back, and I need to mention something that Natalie Mastoroudis in the previous panel mentioned. She mentioned that automation and reliance on technology now is much more important than it was a few years ago.
Yes.
So that's where we capitalize as well. Automation. The AI, artificial intelligence, how can AI help? My company works in a very specific subsegment of artificial intelligence. It's called conversational AI. We have seen time and time again that call centers of Forex brokers, of payment providers, even banks, insurance companies, they get burned out. Why do they get burned out? They have repetitive questions, day in, day out, day in, day out. So we're talking about highly trained individuals which have their own degrees and everything, that they can assist clients in the best possible way. But at the end of the day, they end up doing repetitive things time and time again. That basically leads you to burnout.
That's a dream killer.
It's burnout. It's clear and simple. From the other point of view, though, this is a problem for Forex brokers as well. Meaning, because there is a lot of churn within the industry, they're always in need of individuals that are native language speakers of the geographies that they are dealing with. So if you're a European Union licensed broker, then automatically you have 17 languages. If it's an offshore regulated broker, then we're talking so much more. So trying to find a good human agent that has native language capabilities.
All of them? That's
Yes,
impossible.
Exactly, it's impossible. So what can we do? How can we assist Forex brokers? We can assist in a very simple way. We do not want to change the way Forex brokers work. We want to help them. We want to automate the repetitive processes, and we want to give the required tools so that, you know, their reputation and the service that they provide can only go up. So how is that possible? I can only talk about my company. My company is called EBO.ai. So feel free to go to our website on the financial services segment, and you will read so much more. So we provide, we support 100+ languages. We're able to provide to prospects, because any client, to become a client of a Forex broker, is going to do its shopping around, okay? It needs to know about specifics, what are the spreads, what is this, what is that. So they're going to go ahead and read things. Okay, this is very interesting. Most of the organizations that we're dealing with, and I am talking about Forex brokers, even banks, they have an FAQ section. Do you know how many people actually read the FAQ section? Any indication? Sorry? No, I'm talking about the FAQ questions. Yes, you are a client and wants to read and have your questions answered. So from our metrics, maybe 5% of the people go and read the FAQ section.
I would have went with 10.
It's actually 5. You know why? Because in this day and age, it's a 24/7 society. They want to talk with someone. Now, if that someone is a human being or it's a virtual agent, that's irrelevant. As long as they have a question, they want to ask something, and they get that information there and then in a 24/7, 365 setting, they're happy. What else can we do? If we have integration with the back office systems of the Forex brokers in hand, then we can do so much more. The virtual agent can actually go ahead and prompt that individual, okay, so I've answered your questions. Would you like now to become a client? If the client says yes, immediately the virtual agent goes into onboarding mode. That's what you want to do. Because the longer you have a prospect waiting to become a client, you're going to lose that individual. I don't know if you agree with me.
I
Thank
agree,
you.
100%.
Thank you. So it goes on to onboarding mode, full onboarding mode. It's going to gather all the relevant information. And this is fun fact. I'm going to tell you something from a client. He told me that they had very long questionnaires. The moment the prospects went ahead to read those questionnaires, the KYC and the AML questionnaires, he told me, and he had the figures to back it up, 25% of those prospects just left. They wouldn't even consider it. So what does the virtual agent do? As a company, we have the capability to conversationally enable those questionnaires.
So chatbots, basically, yeah?
No. Chatbots are below the floor. Humans are here. The virtual agent is slightly below humans. It's not chatbots. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about an almost, okay, I'm not going to say sentient being, but we're talking about as close as it can get without causing, you know, a Terminator thing, okay?
Okay.
So we have found that when somebody is being asked those questions, then the prospect / client is more inclined to go ahead and put all the relevant data. So in about 10-15 minutes before the prospect realizes, the KYC form, the AML form is ready. And the prospect can also provide relevant information through drag and drop, ID documentation, passport, proof of funds, and so on and so forth. And it can go ahead. Now, we have two options. If the Forex broker has an AML department, KYC department, we can just push that information onto the relevant department. But think about this. If you have a connection with your KYC and AML provider, then we can connect API to API with your preferred KYC and AML provider, and we can send that documentation instantaneously to that specific KYC and AML provider. So something that would take 2, 3, 5, 6 days might take 2 hours, less than 2 hours, maybe sometimes 10 minutes if we're talking about somebody who is it's an okay individual to become a client. So you reduce the time to make that prospect into a client. The moment you're given the thumbs up, the green, yes, you can make this individual your client, that's it. The next step is to have that individual deposit money and start trading. And now we go to the other part, because the virtual agent works on so many ways. Think about this. First level support. From our metrics, we know that 80% of the questions that deal with the first level support department are extremely repetitive in nature. So it means I locked myself out of the account. How can I unlock myself? How can I get my payment? How long is it going to take to get my payment, and so on and so forth. So try and make these times 17 or times 50 languages, because we're talking about the same things, okay? And if you have a call center, obviously you have shifts. You may have 24/5. Some people have 24/7, but it's extremely costly to keep this up. And if you need native language resources, that makes it even harder. So queue in the virtual agent. So the virtual agent is going to go ahead and talk to your clients. For example, it also takes on the cultural characteristics of that specific language. So with no undue things to say about Germans, Germans are usually more direct. So let's say that the virtual agent called Hans, okay, is going to be dealing with German clients in a more direct and efficient way.
So he's going to be very aggressive.
Direct and efficient way.
Right.
Yes. Okay, you can call it whatever you want. But if you're talking with Italians or Spanish, Southern Mediterranean, then the virtual agent needs to be
Very chatty.
Maybe. And bear in mind that the virtual agents are being built specifically for the needs of the Forex broker, for the needs of the specific geography that is going to be dealing within, and for the specific sub-segment, okay? So we can automate that in the best possible way, and it can be done very, very fast. Any other questions, my friend?
I am impressed.
And this is just the beginning.
Right, let's see if we can take some questions from the audience, because we have 4 more cases of champagne, guys, and I cannot take that with me. Questions about artificial intelligence. What do you think? Would you replace your employees with artificial intelligence?
You do not replace the employees. Nobody can replace a human being. The artificial intelligence and the virtual agents are there to support and augment their capacity. The human beings can never be replaced.
Fair enough. So to what extent can the virtual agent cover the human?
I will tell you. When it comes to frequently asked questions, okay, it will have the necessary training from beforehand and will be able to give the resolution. If, for example, you have a client which says, I want to invest $1 million, then we have it pre-programmed within the virtual agent that it's going to escalate to a human agent. You do not want a virtual agent to deal with somebody who is willing to invest $1 million with a virtual agent. You need to escalate. And the escalation process is going to be done in such a way, of course, just let me connect you with my colleague who is going to be dealing with that this specific request. So we hand over gracefully this specific need to the human agent. That's why I'm saying we augment. But if we're talking about run-of-the-mill questions, they don't need to be answered by people that have their degrees, their education, and ultimately lead to burnout. One more thing that I neglected to say is that this is an omni-channel solution. So the virtual agents can live on the chat box on your website. At the same time, it can live in alternative communication channels as well, like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, Viber, Skype, Slack, Microsoft Teams. And I'm mentioning Slack and Microsoft Teams because we have seen the virtual agent being used by financial services organizations internally as well. Because there is a question and the MLRO is not there to answer the question. We have a virtual agent which is educated in that and can provide some feedback immediately. So it's not only for external clients, it's for internal clients as well. Everything is being documented, everything is being kept. We are fully GDPR compliant, so we do not keep any data. After 5 days, we delete that, but at the same time, we push everything onto the back office systems of the client. So at the end of the day, it's your data, you need to have it, they need to be placed into the CRM, they need to be placed into your business intelligence system, and so on and so forth.
All right, very nice. Now, I have a question.
By all means.
In the next 10 years, let's say, what percentage of Forex brokerages, financial institutions, financial firms, do you think will use artificial intelligence?
Very good question. There was a study done by Gartner which said that by 2020, it said by 2020, 83% of communication will be handled by non-humans. So we're talking about automation. Now we have 2022. We're very close to that. We're close to 65%.
So what will happen with the humans that work in those companies? Let's say a Forex company has 1,000 employees,
yes.
right? How many do they have to sack to onboard the AI?
No, we do not condone sacking of any human employees. Those individuals can be retrained and placed into different departments that can actually shine. At the same time, I know that there is a problem. There is a lot of churn within our industry. So chances are, if you have 1,000 individuals working for you, bravo, you're doing something good. Most of the times, we're lucky to find Forex brokers that have 100 or even 150. So where does that leave you when somebody leaves and you only have 2 individuals? And please bear in mind, they're working in shifts. Yes? So in order to protect your interests, you will have to invest in automation and artificial intelligence, because a virtual agent backed by artificial intelligence, like what we do at EBO, can service tens of thousands of clients in the same time that a human agent can service maybe 100. So if you have a 24/7 operation, if you operate in multiple jurisdictions and so on and so forth, then you need a virtual agent to help support your growing business.
All right, I'm sold, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm sold. Do we have any questions? Or are we going to go for the prizes now? And spread the 4 cases of champagne that we have left. All right, I can see it in your eyes. Right, Alexandros, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much, and I would like to extend my thanks to FX Expo, FinExpo as well, for organizing this lovely event and for being invited to talk in this amazing event. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure. Right, Alexandros Patsalides, everyone, at EBO.ai. Right, Alexandros, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. So the lucky ones that are still with us today will get a lot of prizes. I'm just looking for the prizes. I don't know where the prizes are, because we should get the prizes soon. Can someone please bring them? All right. Okay, so what do I do? I come there. Okay, let's do it from here, guys. Right, so we're going to start with the grand sponsor, as usual. Otherwise, they're going to beat me, so I have to do it. So, who is here from MetaQuotes? Who's representing MetaQuotes? Come on, come on. It's good for you. It is good for you, I promise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for MetaQuotes. They do deserve a diploma. Let's do it like this. Let's shake hands. Thank you. All right, well done, well done, well done, very well done. Thank you. Right, moving on to the next winner. There we go. Who knows what happens if you mix a red pepper with a $100 bill? I said that before. Naga Markets, the gold sponsor, gets another degree. There we go.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
You definitely deserve it. All right. Now, the third lucky winner, guys. The third lucky winner. There we go. The gold sponsor. AdRoll. There we go. You see? Not all is lost. That's yours. You won it.
Lovely.
You worked hard for it. He's the one. All right, give it up for AdRoll. Right, let's move on, let's move on. Okay. Who is this company? I never heard of them. Let's give it up for Spotwear, guys. Of course I heard of you. Who is here from Spotwear? Who wants to get a prize? Spotwear, Spotwear. There we go. No, I'm not. No. Right, who's going to get the prize? Are you going to get it? All right, there you go then. There you go then. Well done. Right, give it up for Spotwear. Right, who else, who else? No, this is me, no. Right. I know some people here want to be exclusive. Who's exclusive? Exclusive capital, everyone. Let's give it up for exclusive capital. Who's going to take the diploma? There we go. I bet in school you would have been the first one to get the diploma. Right, there we go. Right, congrats. First of all, this is yours. Are we going to take pictures? Okay, let's take more pictures. All right, autographs at the dinner gala. Right, 2 more prizes. Andrei, is that yours? No? Okay. EconBX, guys. EconBX gets a diploma. Who's here from EconBX? I know where they are. Come on, come on. They're shy. Come on, let's help them with a round of applause because they're very shy at EconBX. All right, I'll meet you halfway, as we say in sales. All right, you won this, fair and square.
Of course we won it.
Of course you did. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right, another picture. Okay, let's take another picture. Let's do it like this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, the last but not the least. And then we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to say a few words, and we're going to wrap it up. This is me. No? Okay. Right. Do we have any bosses here? We need someone from eBoss. Who is here from eBoss? Guys, no one from eBoss. I'm going to take the prize. eBoss, there we go. There we go. Come on, I'll meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway. Give it up for eBoss, everyone. Your RegTech and FinTech partner. Right. Congrats, first of all.
Thank you.
Let's see where the photographer is. There we go. He's going to hate me for this. Because I make him run around all the time. There we go. Okay, so let's do it official like this. Like, all right.
Thank you.
All right, eBoss.
Thank you.
Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how was it today, first of all? How did you find it? Yeah, fair enough? All right. Did we learn something today? Not to trust the presenter, I know. Right, but we have a lot of things going on. We didn't want to dampen the atmosphere. I know we're going to have a party in, what, 1 hour from now? 1.5 hours from now? So everyone that can come is waited at the party. Now, yeah, hit it. For the closing, as I said, I didn't want to say it in the beginning to dampen the mood. But we know that the world we knew last year is not the same anymore. And a lot of things happened, a lot of things changed. Come on, Faith is against me today, I see. No, don't tell me it's not working. Come on, I'm anxious now. I'm getting anxiety. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the world has changed. And I think I speak for most of us, if not all of us, when I say that our best thoughts and best wishes are with the people of Ukraine in times like this. Also, with the people of Russia as well, because both parties suffered massive losses. And something like this in 2022 shouldn't happen. There are other diplomatic ways of solving any issue. So we're going to end the expo with this image, and hopefully we're not going to see something like this happening ever again. This was the Forex Expo 2022. I'm Andrew Marina. Thank you for your attention. Andrei? Photo. Okay. And autographs after 7 o'clock. There we go. Thank you. This was it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andrew. To Andrew.
To Andrews, yes.